I really liked the first episode. It was so good. No problems with it at all.
I assume that's sarcasm?
I'm just letting people know so they can click away in case he's gonna criticize
He's
it.
gonna be mean.
And say he didn't have immediate fun with it. Like if I say, for example, having the Doctor and Ruby be 11 out of 10 all the time isn't exactly a great choice.
11 out of 10 as in energy-wise?
They're energy-wise. I get it that probably on set, the two of them getting on so well, let's get on it. But within a minute, you're like, parking that, Time Lord, double parking that. I'm like, is this going to be fucking witty?
It's the same problem I had with Ruby Road. They feel like they're immediately best friends.
Yes.
Like they've known each other for one episode, and there's a
And in
difference
the
between...
second episode, she's like, you always fix things. I went, what do you mean? It's been two fucking
like
goes,
you've
mate.
met her one time.
Yeah.
But the intro is very, very exposition heavy. Like that's...
Yeah, this whole episode felt like someone who's never watched Doctor Who. The
Which
Doctor
is why it's season
full on
one.
saying, yes, it's full on, he's saying to Ruby, he's saying to us, this is what I do. I do this. Like, I'm an orphan.
And they don't retcon Timeless Child at all. They feed into it, if anything.
So there's a fair bit of deep history of New Who, and how New Who has kind of been extracted, and now we're in Disney Who.
Yes.
So I went, okay. So imagine there's a new 12-year-old who's just turned on the old Disney Plus, and this is it. This is the first Doctor episode, like Rose was for me.
It should be, but also they've decided, according to Disney Plus, that the Christmas episode is the first episode.
It's the first episode.
So that's your intro now. So we kind of have to not think of this as the first episode, even though it kind of is the first episode.
Yeah, because it works like that. It does obviously lead immediately on. Like the last moment of the Christmas episode is the first lines of this episode. But I was a bit, I'm the last of my kind. I'm like, okay, I know that's what's his name, because the Master killed all the Gallifrey
the Master did a small genocide and deleted all the Time Lords. Turned them into Cybermen and then deleted them. But
is that because obviously Russell originally had them blow up Gallifrey, which I imagine if you go back to the old stalk boards, the internet chat boards of 2005, you can't just blow up Gallifrey. How fucking dare you? But to me,
it worked
as
so
someone
well
who grew up in the superhero, the superhero kind of era, Spider-Man, Superman, like the only one of my kind, it's all up to me. I was like, oh yeah, that's just the trope. That's not messy, and it felt like an intro. My planet's gone. So for new fans like me, I'm like, oh okay, cool. I wonder what his planet was, because the planet was a mystery. I remember in season 3 when he says Gallifrey, that was a big reveal for me. I was like, wow, it's called Gallifrey. I didn't know that, thinking that was a new thing. But then I imagine for old fans, they'd be like, you'd like to think they'd be going, oh, what happened to Gallifrey? What was this time war? That said, I just felt like Russell just likes the Doctor being the only one, because I guess the problems are, I'll just pop back to Gallifrey and we'll fix it or something.
I think he just doesn't want to rewrite Chibbers either. Like,
Wants to be polite.
He wants to yes and not no but.
But then the whole orphan thing, where it's like, well, you weren't an orphan, you were found by Tekteun.
But yes, so I guess he's using that definition pretty loosely of I'm an orphan, because your parents might be alive, you just abandoned, but I guess what's the difference? To a degree, it's easier, it's cleaner, but I haven't watched Rose super recently, but I still can't help but compare this to Rose, and it just, I feel like the Rose drip-fed some of the information, whereas here it kind of felt like every 2 minutes the Doctor would pause and say another thing about his past, and then they would continue.
Yeah, it felt like, obviously I don't know how much involvement Disney has, how much it's just Russell wanting to reintroduce Doctor Who. But it just felt like almost like a pitch episode. Like someone who doesn't know what Doctor Who is. This is a pilot.
Yes, which is again weird considering Ruby Road is the first episode.
It's the first episode, and then technically Disney, their actual first episode is David Tennant's.
Yes.
So even though they've labelled them specials, they're still linear talking.
You'll still find them.
And then we're going to have characters from those specials back, like Rose Noble.
Yeah.
Will be back at some point.
And so plot-wise, realistically, all that happens is...
There's a problem on a spaceship. Real simple stuff.
Yes, they go to a spaceship. Turns out the spaceship is run by babies. All the cargo is babies. And there's a boogeyman in the basement.
And then And then because Russell, he likes to do it, there's the whole pro-life people get criticised because the whole, they care about the babies being born, but then who gives a shit?
They'll abandon them.
Which is a fair enough comment.
There's also a quick commentary on the way businesses just abandon and delete things. So like, oh, this isn't working, we'll just leave everyone here. Screw all the people that are going to.
So the babies were born
hurt.
6 years ago, but they remain babies.
Yes, they don't explain why.
But they left the birth machine running. So you lot grew up, but you stayed the same size.
He says it, so it's
that's why they're talking, and
yes,
because they're 6. They're
6 years old,
okay, cool.
But they look like babies. And to be honest, I think they should have just cast 6-year-olds.
I was thinking that too.
Because the CGI
on the mouse.
It's putting peanut butter in a dog's mouth to make him talk for babe. It's the whole head isn't moving, and then the mouth's going. It's a disembodied baby voice.
It was an interesting choice. Like I liked. Oh yeah, that scene, which is just a direct take from the second
Rose's episode too.
The second,
which again, this is very comparable to.
But yeah, I was like, oh, this is just you full on copy and pasted here, didn't you, lad? I thought the idea of it being babes was like, we can't just have it be just another crew. Like it has to be. We've had so many.
Well, we did the
lands on
Pating,
a ship.
even just a couple
devil. Yeah, that one. Then even the there's so many examples of Doctor Who of in a location, there's a crew, something's happening.
Slight mystery. That's honestly probably half the episode.
So I guess they thought, but then you think for a first episode, this is kind of weird and kind of silly.
Batshit.
Like babies that are talking. I did like the idea that they've
also how those babies draw so high up on the walls
and how they set up all the construction. Like, don't think about it.
Like, did Nanny just do it while they were gone, or did they not have to be in the chairs? But then they realized. When they got to actually making the episode, they were like, we can't, like, the babies won't do what we tell them to.
Yeah,
Put them in a chair, we'll drive them around. Which would have been fun. Remote control babies in chairs, hilarious.
But
it's dinosaurs on a spaceship.
8-9-year-olds walking around acting adult would have been fine. Like, they're rapidly progressing.
You could even replace their voice if you needed to.
Yeah, have adult voice.
Like, if Bluey can get fantastic performances out of children,
these guys can.
These guys got to be able to do it eventually, surely.
I think it was it was just a pitchy episode. It was just, here's what Doctor Who fundamentally is. He will try and solve the problem, but he won't, even if it's a giant booger monster, he will still try and do the right thing.
That's the plot twist. Let's just spoil it. There's really not too much to this episode, so I don't feel bad already getting into spoilers. The boogeyman is made of boogers because the kids have been snotting into tissues, and the education system of the space station that's supposed to teach the babies, because it's very literal, and it thinks the kids need a monster because it had read books.
Yeah,
it was very weird.
That's why they kept saying bogeyman, not boogeyman.
Yeah,
because bogies.
It was kind of reachy.
Yeah, it was a bit.
I don't know. Treating it like a pilot episode, which they basically were. It doesn't feel like enough of the essence of Doctor Who. It's got the main steps, but it wasn't aha enough.
Yeah,
like there wasn't that real Stephen Moffat-y, like that's what they fucking did. Like Beast Below, like how it all comes together. Whereas with this, it was very much like they had to replay the flashbacks. They had to show us, oh, look, there's the snot thing we showed you earlier. We said Boogerman. Yeah. Isn't it funny that it's like, it was inconsequential as well, I guess. Like, it didn't really help them solve the problem. All it made the Doctor decide was that it was worth saving, some reason.
Yeah, and then it becomes a dog, like it goes, ow, then because they reference it as if it is a dog.
But they say doggo, because Russell T Davies is a few years behind.
By it simply having half of its body ripped off, it becomes dog-like.
I thought it was going to end up in one of the baby chairs because it didn't have legs. They don't explain whether it's good now. They just
but I was confused because it's a snot monster. So you're telling me it's a monster made of snot,
and it was created.
It doesn't have. It doesn't count.
It's not sentient.
So the Doctor shouldn't feel too bad about killing it.
I have no idea why he saved it.
So let me know if you know. I thought it was a bit of a... Because, I mean, I'm not as well, saving. But there is examples of the Doctor killing someone to save others.
Often.
Yeah.
The Doctor does lots of killing. See this? Looks like a gun.
Looks
like a gun. We'll get into it later. We'll touch on it.
Yeah, over with that episode, it was fun, quick, fast, enjoyable, but nothing to write home about.
I don't know. I didn't hate it. I did not like it, but I wouldn't call it enjoyable. It was kind of just like there.
It just was there. I think
it wasn't too different to the Pating, to be honest.
Attention to. I think Shooty, and a bit more in the second episode too. He doesn't seem to have
the alien quality.
He's not
is what I think.
Quiet every moment is an exaggeration. If he's upset for someone, he's upset. His movements, maybe I'm being overcritical, but everything. So if he's concerned about someone, he's deeply concerned.
Yeah.
If he's excited, he's very excited. And like everything's kind of up here the whole time.
I feel that.
And when I think about Matt Smith and like a core character, the Doctor, and everyone has their little like twists to it. And he was still just figuring out with him yet. And I'm not saying he's not. He's a fantastic actor. And some of it is just direction and how the choice has been. Just thinking about how David will have like brief moments of quiet, or, you know, like they kind of, with Chris and David, he was like, there's that darker inside version of him who's still being like, I just committed genocide and I'm all alone.
He's got that rage. There's no rage here.
There's no rage here. There's no rage or range.
Which was why the killing all the Time Lords for Eccleston was a very smart move, because it gave him that massive extra layer.
Yeah.
And I think for me, Shudi's just missing the alien quality, which is like he doesn't feel like an alien. He doesn't feel like he's taking a person on an adventure so much as they're just good mates going for a trip.
Yes.
Like I've got eccentric mates
and
like
it's so
Shudi,
crazy that
and that's just how it feels.
And it is so weird that he's 30, 31. She is actually 19, 20.
Yes,
but
they
they
look
both
too
feel
close.
the same.
Yeah.
But then
Whereas
Matt
Eccleston
Smith,
and Rose,
but
it's
Matt
an old
Smith was
guy.
26 and she was 22. But
That's because he had that alien quality. He had that drive.
And he just had a few. And I'll give maybe Moffat was quite good at giving him the layering, and as I've said before, I know it's only because I'm comparing him to someone who's had like a full arc now.
Yes,
but seeing Matt Smith
even in 11th Hour
about the TARDIS, like, because it's something that constantly needs to be worked on. I remember going, that's such a nice thing to remind the audience, and just that he's a scientist, he's a doctor, he likes to potter about with things. So with this, it's still just it's very adventurous. He doesn't feel like a
scientist or a doctor.
I was conscious that it's Russell writing Doctor again, and you know, it's how much of the writing is just how much of it is given to the actor to interpret, to add to their Doctor, because I'm like, could I see David Tennant's Doctor doing this storyline? And would it be any different? Also, another small thing, the I think the amount of times he says babies, then goes space babies.
Space babies! Space babies! Space babies! Space babies.
Yeah, I don't know why.
It was such an amount of time that he constantly had to keep correcting that.
Not and I thought this isn't space babies. They are babies,
but it isn't funny.
Yes. So, like, did Russell find that funny in script form and it just didn't translate, or is that meant to be an eccentricity of like he has to always say space babies? Like he feels like he says baby and he's like, I want to say space babies.
And then the button pushing thing. Wow,
that was a theme again. Like it feels piloty.
Yeah,
like it feels like the Doctor loves pushing buttons. I'm gonna show you
because
all
he
that
directly
with a
says
fun line.
Because I'm remembering he directly is like, "This is what I do. This is who I am."
Yes. So again, that's kind of like speedrunning the first 2 episodes of Eccleston's. They're trying to get across everything because this is the semi-first episode. It really does feel like they stop, and then Ruby was like, "Is this what you do? You go around saving people?" And then he's like, "Yes, I do. Also this." And she's like, "But what about my mum?" And he's like, "I can fix your phone." Whereas that felt a lot more drip fed. Even in Eccleston's first episode, he just says, "Oh, they're gone." Like, he doesn't really explain anything. Rose's second episode being the watching Earth burn. Watching all of
Even
Earth
though that's not the
burst
strongest
into
episode
flames.
in the world, him having to do the fucking video game, avoid the fans. And it was felt so like the button is at the end of this aisle of fans.
For Rose.
Yeah.
She gets to see everything burning. Like, that's a big deal.
It kind of brings the horror of time travel to it.
Exactly. Whereas with this, it's babies in space.
Yeah, like for her, it's a horrified thing going... Because she's the same age as Ruby. She's 19.
Yes.
So it's like, everyone right now is dead. And he's like, no, they're not. It's a relative thing. Like, he doesn't think of people as dead. Like, he can go see Churchill. Like, I've come to see you.
It's an inconsequential episode that kind of feels like either a pilot or a fun middle of the season. And even then, I didn't have too much fun with it. Yeah. So I don't know. It's a strange one for me.
Yeah, it's a strange one. But ultimately, you're having fun. The tone seems fairly right.
With the beats of Eccleston's first few episodes, they are almost just copying them. And it feels mostly weird because it is RTD doing it again. Like, they give...
Yeah, the second one...
They give Ruby and Rose both the phone.
Oh, of course. The fucking... We've got budget now. Her stepping on the butterfly, spending all that money for her to become in it. And then it shows that he can... use regenerative powers to
Except they
heal
don't show
things.
that it's
They don't
regeneration
show
energy.
the glow, but I think of it
And
as,
also,
when he healed River Songs.
He regenerated a while ago.
No, but remember
'cause
when
he
he
healed
can
up.
transfer regeneration
But he
energy.
explained that immediately. And also, we'd known that character
Can't
for a
believe-
while.
I'm
Whereas
glad
this
we
is meant
brought
for
that
new
up.
people. So
That-
do they just think he has healing powers?
But then he does the butterfly thing, which is a line he said with Martha in season 3. What if I step on a butterfly?
Yeah,
And
don't step on
David's
any butterflies.
Yeah, does he also say that?
Yeah,
David
he says
"Oh,
don't step on any butterflies. And then the doctor in this one says, how are you even going to step on a butterfly? That's the ridiculous thing to do. Like, you'd have to follow around
Yeah.
and intentionally do it.
That was kind of funny.
Yeah. And he's
Felt
like,
a bit
"Ooh."
because he kind of do accent a little
Yeah.
bit. I was like, oh, and the big sweeping shots, it all looks very
It looks
nice.
good.
And
It looks so
expensive.
much better than Chibnall season. We said that last time. But
It's funny to think because for the first season, it felt like their extremely cheap episode
Yes.
where they park in Cardiff.
They
It
just
has
go
to
to
be Cardiff. It can't be London. We can't double it anymore.
Yeah.
But in that one, it was super cheap. You're either on Earth in the past or modern day, or if you are in the future, it's on a soundstage.
yes, well,
And-
the whole first season was also set on or above Earth.
On or but exactly, but in
To
that
keep it
limit,
grounded.
in that limitation, you got some incredible episodes. Where with this, I'm like, we've got all the budget now, and the fact that they went, oh yeah, let's do a complete. I mean, since I couldn't believe that they
dinosaurs,
did
as
that.
long as we
They
only
fully
stand on the
did all
edge.
that outfit. It was a really good outfit that they did for her for a 20-second gag. I know it was there to illustrate that them doing time travel is more of a
I think it felt like more of a gag, to be honest.
gag, but still, it showed that the Doctor can heal things.
Yes, it's I don't know if this episode would grab new fans.
And I'm not sure, is she the best actress?
She's an actress. I don't know.
Because remember when people were people were slagging off Billie Piper originally because she was this
really?
failed pop star. She can't act, but then fucking smashes it, launches
Yeah.
her career. Still one of the favoured companions of New Who. If
Again,
not
I don't
the
know why.
favoured
I don't know why he did
companion.
it to himself. He made it so that people can make direct comparisons between his first
It's a
companion
blonde
and his newest one.
19-year-old.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Why is he retreading himself so much? He's opening himself up to so much.
We know for
criticism.
season 2, it's a sharing of the TARDIS.
Yes.
It's- she pops in, he pops in.
Yes.
Oh, and we get a hint of her being extra special with the snow, kind of blending into.
Yes, he can't resist a mystery box, but there's more of that.
Well,
in the
but
second
that feels
episode.
really Moffat-y because I feel
Do you not
like.
remember Bad Wolf? Although,
Yeah, but
I guess
I
Bad
guess
Wolf was
you're
subtler.
right.
This is more heavy-handed.
But
like
Moffat
would
was
do.
really, because Moffat was the whole Clara Noble being the mystery.
Yeah.
I mean, and I always get
He'd sew it into the
the
story
idea
more.
that the companion is super important. I just kind of wish the companion. I'm not saying the Doctor needs to be important. Why?
Yeah.
I just don't know why the companion always has to be a magical entity.
It's definitely a new Who kind of deal.
Yeah, because it wasn't the case back in the
No,
day.
not at all. They were just
kinda-
randos
they were
most of the time.
randos.
Again, one of them was an Australian just trying to get back to Heathrow.
Really,
Yeah.
just and while on
She
the way
wanted
back.
she wanted to meet her aunt, and the Doctor accidentally kidnapped her.
Brilliant.
And then it's a whole season of her just being like, "Can we go home now?" And he's like, "I have no fucking idea how." Which is again another thing about the Rose and Eccleston episode is I'm pretty sure they take away access to the TARDIS. I don't think they can leave whenever they want to.
Well, in this one
Or
they do
there's-
as well.
there's higher stakes,
Well, in
whereas
this
in this-
one, it's he runs
Oh,
up, it's
sorry.
locked downstairs.
The boogeyman is
and they have to be
slightly
that
further away.
he has a
Okay.
resonance that makes the Doctor run away, or else the Doctor would just run down there and beeline it for the TARDIS
Yes,
immediately.
which was odd. They make the Doctor run away, but
Also-
not in a run sense, more of a I'm scared sense.
Yeah, and I do like the aesthetic of the TARDIS. I like how the shape of it. It's
They
very nice.
immediately use those lights,
Oh yeah,
like
yeah.
as soon as he runs inside. Yep.
Yeah, it kind of created a nice depth to it. Interesting shots. Yeah, overall, cool.
Again, yeah, I'm pretty cold on it, to be honest.
It's a 3 out of 5.
definitely not a bad episode.
It's a 3
I
out
think
of 5.
it's a fine middle of the season episode. I just don't think this is going to grab people, which is
I
why
mean, we didn't even talk about Nana.
Well,
We
this
didn't even
is-
talk about that whole
Oh, yeah.
character.
that doesn't matter.
But that's the point. Is
Yeah.
that it's the point of it.
She becomes the people of the
you're
bad
meant to
guy
be
for a
selling
second.
me on the character and what this is. By the end of it, it's this is what he does. This is
The
what you
ending
can
with-
expect every episode.
The ending with saving the boogeyman really felt like, oh, the Doctor saves people. He hasn't done any heroic sacrifice to save anyone this episode, like the running across the bridge or no one dies,
No one does.
which Doctor Who kills people a lot as in the show, not the character. Because, again, the wood lady bursts into flames, for instance.
Yeah.
So it's like, oh, again, horrors of time travel. People will die on this journey. Why are you still going to come with me? Oh, it's because you love the thrill. Yeah. Whereas, again, Ruby can go home whenever she wants. She does go home immediately.
Yeah.
She's kind of hanging out.
Gets the phone call. Yeah.
It's not grabbing me. It doesn't feel as consequential, and that's about it. I think episode 2 is way more interesting to talk about as in terms of the show and the season. Yeah, literally everything is more interesting in episode 2. Whether or not you like the premise or the actual story of episode 2 more, I think it's more interesting for the show.
I think you could have had episode 1 and 2 be one episode and accomplish something. Not be the same story, but you could have done...
Disney does this all the time with their 2-episode premieres, and it's always because the first episode is weak. Like, Ahsoka came out, 2-episode premiere, because episode 1, pretty balls, pretty shitty. So then episode 2, they're hoping, oh, this is a better one. You could also just write better stories. Like,
you could just write a story. Sure that first episode awesome.
Yeah, you could just write a banger of a first episode instead of like shitting something out and then hoping 2 together. If people watch for 2 hours, maybe they'll come back next week.
That's also my theory with, I know people liked it with Fallout. I don't think I would have kept watching Fallout if it was a weekly thing.
Oh, you're a big Mauler fan then?
Oh, fuck off with Mauler. Oh, Mauler. But we really liked it. Oh, we can have fun. I laughed at it. Oh, how can they enjoy things? But you like it when Mauler criticises things.
I don't think I'll ever rewatch that episode, though.
No. Episode 2, classic Doctor Who cold open. Interesting, because as we're saying, if we're calling this season 1 purely because Disney doesn't get the backlog till like next year.
And also, they need to bring in new people. They need to make people forget.
So I thought it was interesting that then this becomes this almost meta, looking down the lens and then having the piano. Because I thought that was really cute.
Multiple meta things.
Yes. Cute for someone who's watched 15 seasons. Kind of weird for someone on the 3rd episode of a show.
Thought the exact same thing.
Yeah, you know.
Like, I mean, obviously they get it. They're like, oh, it's the theme song. But... it's less of a reaction, I guess?
Yes. Has Doctor Who ever had a musical episode, like Scrubs had a musical episode?
No.
Or The Flash? How have they never just had a...
I mean, I was going to say The Flash had a musical episode.
Yeah, The Flash.
And it's because they're like, wait a minute, we have 2 Glee actors. Why haven't we got them singing?
Shooty, I think, can sing and dance a little bit.
Well, I mean, at the end of this, assuming that's his voice.
So anyway. It felt like that, where I was like, yeah, why isn't this just the musical episode at Abbey Road? This feels like it writes itself. You know, oh, the Beatles are here. Oh, hello there. I kept waiting for John to say Imagine. The whole time I kept waiting.
It seems pretty stock standard to take away music and be like, the world's bad now.
Oh, no.
It's a fun line of like, oh, humans without music don't know why they're angry. Like, they have no way to express their feelings, so they go to war. I'm like, that's nice. Like, that's a good punch. But I feel like they didn't use the premise of the whole episode.
Yes. Starting off, I think the introduction of Maestro, played by Jinx Monsoon. I've been accidentally calling her the other drag queen, Trixie Mattel, even though they're separate.
Just big RuPaul Jinx, fan.
Big RuPaul fan. No, who'd have thought? She's a winner of RuPaul Season 5, and it was notably, in my opinion, and I think probably for a lot of people, one of the best performers in terms of characters. Because I know Jinx went from being obviously just a man, being a drag queen, to now being a full trans woman. To me, I was thinking, is it obviously like do we need to have the pronoun check at the start?
Oh, immediate pronouns.
Because I didn't think we needed the pronoun check. To me, Jinx looks is a woman.
You see, I think looks like a drag queen.
Looks like that's probably
had been on RuPaul's.
Looks like a drag queen. Okay, once again, not a problem. Anyway, very ideal for the role. I liked her.
I think she did really well. I don't think she was as hyped up as everyone made her out to be. Like, everyone was like, we haven't seen this since Missy. Like, this is the new Missy. Levels of up there, which I think probably just overlapped her in my head. Like, she's a good one-off villain.
Yes.
Like, very, very decent.
Very good. And thought the intro was good. And then calling the piano.
From the get-go, because that cold open, it did feel more Doctor Who.
Doctor Who, horror opening, the behind the scenes, if you're watching, that Russell wants to move this into more of a fantastical, maybe moving a little bit away from sciencey stuff, more fantastical stuff. So then when you've got this being a child of the toy maker, part of this pantheon, we have said pantheon.
The Legion is coming.
Yeah. The man, he who waits is coming. Well, he's not waiting then, is he? He's coming.
The man can't stop his mystery boxes. He has to do that. Like, Ruby is important somehow, mystery box. The one who waits is coming.
Ruby's really important. We like full on have Ruby.
Yeah, we have a full pause.
Yeah, but the Ruby does what we've all wondered. Why isn't everyone going, I want to go see the Beatles at Abbey Road? And the Doctor's like, what?
You see,
what?
that's not my first
Why
thought,
have I never done this? But it would be up there.
Yeah.
I want to go see the Beatles make an album. And I was like, yeah, so it's crazy that they've never done it.
In season 1 or 2, they do go into a back room in the TARDIS and turn on a magical television screen and watch the Beatles perform. Because the Beatles are so big, Doctor Who wanted to put the Beatles in there. And BBC. So yeah, they literally spend like 2 minutes dancing to Beatles. And then don't they
reference the whole, do you know the Beatles? And they go, oh yeah, we went to their Grand Shrine Cathedral in 2050. Like, even in the 60s, they knew the Beatles would be huge. And then, given this is 1963, the year that Doctor Who started, waiting for a reference. Oh, did we get a reference?
Yeah,
we got a complete look. That's where it all began over there.
I mean, at least they didn't go to the same place or anything. They were just off that way. Like, if you know your geography,
if you know, you know. Yeah, but the Doctor and Ruby rock up. They rock up in what will be a new tradition for this Doctor, a period accurate, as we see, perfectly timed.
They never fit. I think they played that pretty well. She's like, I'm not dressed for 1963. Yeah. And he's like, you know what? You're right. And then I guess he goes through a 6-hour wig putting on.
But we have a transition.
He has
I was so excited going, we finally get to see the wardrobe again. We never get to see the wardrobe.
It's a smooth transition, though. They did quite well. They used the TARDIS space.
Yeah, it's really cool camera work. And then we rock up to Abbey Road, which is known as EMI.
Yep. So a little bit of history, which again feels very Doctor Who.
I didn't know that. But it was cool
to
learn.
Something that's real.
Yeah, because everyone thinks of it as Abbey Road. And then we get the scene right now where I was thinking, oh yeah, bring out that psychic paper boy, and then instead it's Ruby leading the way.
He kicks it off. I think it was well done because that was one thing we were worried about. We're like, all right, it is a black guy going back in time. They just cover it with confidence, which is exactly what we wanted. We wanted him to just waltz in and be like,
the best example.
Everyone.
The best example being the Martha Shakespeare one.
Oh yeah,
I'm going to calm me away. Why would they do that?
Yeah,
and as long as you don't acknowledge it. You don't have to worry about it. They don't acknowledge the race.
Because once you acknowledge it, then you have to always deal with it. Whereas if you just keep playing that confidence, hells yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Good luck being a Nazi.
Well, they do that. They have Ryan going back in time getting slapped because he's black and he touched a woman. And then they also do the Witchfinder episode.
Why Nazis when you have Daleks?
Because he didn't want to reuse villains until he did. But
so he used Nazis?
Yes.
When you have...
the oldest villains. So Jinx rocks up.
The Maestro, the Lord of Music, if you will.
Yes, she pretty much introduced herself, winks at the camera.
Breaks fourth wall.
And then says, I'm taking all the music, baby.
Taking all the music. Music's mine. It belongs to me. Child of the toy maker. You invoked salt at the edge of the world. So therefore, you've allowed the Pantheon to enter into the world like these. Yeah. It feels very...
He's brought him through. Which again is weird because they're referencing the specials.
Yeah,
how is this is this season 1, episode 2, if you're referencing the specials? It's messy.
So I kind of like the idea that the Doctor's dealing with potentially 2 or 3 Pantheon members. Like
it might be one per episode if we're not careful.
That's right.
The man might get carried away.
Yeah, he who waits is coming. He who coming is waiting.
Which again feels... Old RTD felt like he would write a really, really good story, and then he'd sprinkle in a little bit of garnish of Bad Wolf. He'd be like, here's your story.
You mean you just have them go, what does Bad Wolf mean?
Yeah. This feels like he wrote the story around the Bad Wolf.
The mystery box.
It's too heavy-handed. Yeah, yes. He gets a mystery box, and then he thinks of a light story, and then crams that on top of it.
So...
he's just doing it backwards, and I don't know... I don't want to say he's lost his touch, but maybe his writing style has changed and it's no longer suiting this. He's been doing too many other things.
Maybe.
Because we don't even know if he wanted to do it.
Oh, yeah. Maestro has sucked up all the music in the world.
Which just so happens to align with the Abbey Road Studios.
Yeah, and there's a funny bit where they are eagerly ready to hear. You're probably going to think, I was going to Sarah going, because Millie's like, Ruby's 19. What if they're like, you look 17? She was just 17.
Oh, like they wrote it about her.
I was thinking all this. I was waiting for John Lennon to go, imagine.
Have you seen Yesterday?
Yeah.
There's a lot of fun things you can do with the Beatles and their music not
and
existing.
They didn't even do enough with that. They didn't even do enough with that.
It's a good movie because it's short.
Yeah, because it's short, it's quick.
But that's the thing. There's a lot of things you can do with it. And again, I don't think the promise of the premise was delivered.
I think it was a funny reveal when it's like, I've got a dog, you've got a dog, I love dogs.
I was like, I wonder if he wrote this using AI or whether he just really thought of the shittest music he could think of.
That's it. Like, just have a non-musician. It probably works.
Yeah.
You've got Cilla Black. Do you know Cilla Black, the one they went into next?
No, I had no idea who that was.
She's a very famous English singer who then did game shows like Blind Date, Blankety Blank.
Okay.
So it was kind of cool to see, there's Cilla Black. But yeah, like they reference it as being that they know music is leaving and what they're doing now is the last puff of music.
Which doesn't really make any sense.
Yeah.
Like, if you hate music so much, why are you releasing a bad album?
Yeah, but they're like doing it it's almost like they're doing it to get it out the way, that we are the last attempt at music. Once we do this, no more music ever again.
But they're talking about music as if they're disgusted. They're like,
it's
I
not
don't want to do
clear,
this.
But they seem to know music is no longer here. They're happy that it's bad. They're like, it's not good, is it?
And they're saying there's like, a twinkle in the back. But yes, everyone hates music. There's it's not that music doesn't exist and we have no musical talent anymore. Which would have been more sensible. Like, it's just, we don't know how to write music.
I also knew we weren't going to be getting any Beatles songs because they wouldn't have got the rights. But,
even with Disney money, that shit's expensive.
Yeah.
I don't know the Beatles that well, to be honest. None of these people look like the Beatles, did they?
None of them look like the Beatles at all. And they only focused it on John and fucking Paul anyway.
Because that's the only two people I actually know. Give me a whole thing on Ringo.
He's Thomas the Tank Engine, mate.
I like the voice.
Voice of Thomas. Yeah, it's fun. I get it. We all know John and Paul, so we're going to focus on John and Paul. Paul, the leader. I'm the leader of the Beatles.
And they do the funny accents.
But he looked fuck all like Paul.
Yeah, again.
And John, I'm pretty sure, wasn't wearing glasses in '63. They had John wearing the fucking glasses.
Again, John. That's how they know him.
I don't think he was wearing the round glasses back then, but that's how people know him. John wore the round glasses.
Again, I forgive that kind of stuff. It doesn't really matter.
Yeah. And also, they're meant to be like fucking 19 or 20. They're meant to be like Millie's age. Like, that
could have been interesting. They could have fallen in love with her, written songs about her.
Well, I anticipate her being on the fucking keyboard at some point, like that Ruby's on the album or something. Something.
He's broken his fingers. He can't play.
Something like that.
That feels more like classic Doctor Who, like stupid, dumb. Cute. Whereas this is, I don't know.
Yeah, like remember the episode with Matt Smith where the Daleks play music and the Doctor goes, that's me on the triangle. And he mimics that. He goes, I got in.
My first mad thing, not mad, I don't know why. There's no TARDIS landing noise.
Come on!
The TARDIS travels instantaneously now.
Oh, we haven't had the TARDIS noise.
There's no...
That is weird.
Oh, it's broke. Is that about truth? It doesn't make the whirring...
He leaves the brakes on.
Whirring breathing. Yeah, has that not made a noise?
I don't think
it's definitely made a noise since then.
I think that's just an offhand
joke. Chib has made a noise, for sure.
I think that's just an offhand joke from...
Yes, that's the thing, but it was funny in that episode. And
wait, don't we hear it at the very end when she's like, hold on, what's that? And he comes into the apartment. I think we hear it then. Yeah.
That's not fun.
Yeah, that's not fun.
That doesn't feel like a journey. Yes, that might be more realistic if you're a time-traveling space machine and you go...
Instantaneous.
But that's not fun.
Yeah.
It doesn't feel like you've gone anywhere. Giving that little whirring and everyone holding on to this shitbox driving around. That's part of the charm.
Exactly.
You can't lose that. If you have that, then it feels like the journey and then things can go wrong mid-flight. Whereas if you just flip it, I don't like it. Yeah. I want it back. Please give me back my whirring, wheezing TARDIS.
And then the Doctor and Ruby, they go up to the roof. We get a very, once again, direct reference. That's me over there with my granddaughter. You've got a granddaughter? You've got kids? Yeah, I do. Well, I don't know where she is. She could have died. I don't know. Don't think about it.
Yes, and then laughs off genocide.
Laughs off genocide. He said it's
fine, which is strange. That's what we were talking about last episode, where he has the range. We know he has the range, but he's not showing us because he's laughing off everything.
And just for some reason, they've got this Doctor so far just being, when he's sad, he's very... Shooty just has a very... Every movement is very strong. Like when he hugs her, it's all very, oh my God, are you okay?
So much hugging. They're always holding hands or hugging.
Yeah.
Like, that's what I mean. It's very chummy.
Yeah.
Like, it's not even just when they're like, run.
There's not an unsurety.
Let's hug a bit. It's not, I'm 2,800, I'm 19. It's very much like, where does good
They're
hate?
the same. Yeah, they're the same. And, you know, oh, it tore me apart. And then her going, but you always win. I'm like, this is episode 3. And we're talking like, what she did then was equivalent to Clara going to Matt Smith in his last episode going, but you're the Doctor. You just, you pop back up with a new face. Like that over familiarity, you always think of something.
Yeah.
Or when River Song goes, oh, you'll leave it to the last minute and you'll reveal.
Knows him, it's like it works.
But then we're in episode 3 and it's like, oh, you always figure it out.
Wait till we find out they're age-old friends.
And this feels like it feels a direct lead on to me.
Yes.
It doesn't feel like there's been other adventures.
Is it because he wrote the Christmas episode fucking ages ago, and then he feels like they've known each other for 2 or 3 years because he started writing it a long time ago?
He's known them for 2 or 3 years.
Yeah, maybe he's known these characters for so long that they're chums in his mind. There's so much you can get from characters getting to know each other and like batting off against each other, whereas these two have had nothing. There's been no fighting, there's been no anger.
Yeah.
Like,
Right.
Rose was kind of upset when the Doctor showed him her world burning. She's like, that's not cool, dude. Like, everyone
Yeah.
I ever know is
But
everyone I ever know is dead.
I think it's, and I'll
That's
give him
some
this
drama.
because the whole point's going to be that she reminds him of his humanity. Like when he wants to kill the Dalek, he's like,
But he
like,
tells
no.
her that directly. He's like, sometimes I need to see things through your eyes.
Yeah,
like, which is last episode. But yeah, it's
When in this, the Doctor doesn't need that anymore because
he's
or
a
like,
new man.
He's a new man.
because he can laugh off genocide,
We have the giggle again, the ha ha ha.
which was well done. I enjoyed that.
Yeah,
Because I was like, hey, that's the giggle. But then the Doctor goes, hey, that's the giggle. And I'm like, oh, it's less fun when we both
yeah,
know.
and then he realizes he becomes very intensely scared.
Which also means you now have to watch the specials.
Another reference, and then she directly references him, and I was like, okay, that's fine.
You can watch 2005 Eccleston without watching previous, and
Yeah.
you get to know them. This is already referencing too much stuff. From
Yeah.
Even episodes that are brand new, sure, but they're not meant to be. It's meant to be the start. I don't think they thought it through, and I think it's quite messy.
Yeah, there's a mix of familiarity and unfamiliarity, and they can't really decide what they want to do. Like
Yeah.
you get these very direct scenes of like this whole thing, like when we turn the music off, that whole sequence was really cool.
Yeah,
I
so the
thought.
reason they have to turn music off, they're on the roof.
The roof of Abbey Studio.
Ruby plays the keyboard. We knew this from the Christmas episode,
She
but
plays
I'd
the
completely
piano.
forgotten because that was
I
months
remember
ago.
it. But they reference that. I
Yeah.
know you play it.
And then
Look,
he's
remember that flashback?
I know you can play. And I'm like, oh, she plays the fucking keyboard. I forgot about that. This is the first time it's come up. They just made such a big deal about it and then just left it.
It's because that's her thing. She's musical.
But it doesn't come up. And I feel like if you give a companion a thing, you obviously don't want it popping
Well, you
up all the
fucked up with
time.
Moffat, didn't you? She was a doctor, but
yeah.
then she just becomes a lovesick
Doctor. It's very good when she does be Doctor, though.
Yeah.
That's good. But yeah, it's just not used as much. And then they play music on the piano because the Doctor thinks if Ruby brings back music to the world, they'll either find out what's going wrong. That's why they're on the roof, so that people can hear. And then the Maestro comes out of the piano.
Very
which, again,
Pennywise-esque.
It's
I
very
thought,
good. It's
yeah.
fun. And that's where we get the giggle. And the Doctor gaps it. The Doctor's known for running, sure.
That's 2 episodes now where he's ran in fear. And she goes, you never run away. He ran away just before.
Again, over familiarity mixed with 2 episodes in a row he's running away in fear. Whereas usually it's like he likes the running.
Yeah.
Like there's an awful lot of running to do and it's great fun. But in this he's scared.
Because they have to kind of acknowledge the fact that the Doctor's 2000 and has always won. In a sense.
He's constantly got a tear running down his cheek. I don't know why. Again, he's just running in fear. And then he has a whole monologue about how he can't fight this one. He can't do this.
It tore me apart last time.
We've seen him face, again, if we're treating this as the third episode maybe, we've seen him face some goblins and we've seen him face a boogie monster. I can't fight this one feels like I should have watched the rest of the episode.
Yeah, and it feels really intense for episode 3 or episode 2, depending how you're looking at it, where
from a deconstructive character point of view, not...
once again, just comparing it, because it's first season, so
You
I
have
think
to.
it's okay.
There's no way not to.
I think Eccleston, when they went back, it was Charles Dickens, and it was a ghost story based around
Yes,
Charles
the
Dickens.
Unquiet Dead.
So that you have now similar famous British icon, the Beatles.
Yep.
And then it's not actually about them.
Except he was actually in that episode a lot more. Charles Dickens was in most of that episode. The Beatles aren't in this episode. They kind of, not tricked, but again, promise of the premise. They tell me we're going in 1963 to meet the Beatles. We see him for like 10 seconds.
Yeah, I thought the whole point would be that the Beatles have lost their magic.
Yeah.
I thought that was going to be the plot.
It'd
Is
be
that helping
yesterday.
them find their... Yeah, and then it's almost BA equivalent maybe, but how the witches were making Shakespeare do something.
Yes,
That
which
there's
again is
someone
another one of his.
Because wouldn't that be it? That they're the Beatles. They're the most important musical band ever. If I can infect
that's why he
them,
didn't know.
the whole world will be fucked because everyone listens to the Beatles.
Yeah.
So then
If
that
music,
would be
if
it.
the Beatles music is bad,
Yeah.
maybe music in general is bad. Did it sound too easy? So that's why he tried to zag and go. But I don't think he zagged into something interesting.
Yeah, because I'm here going,
I think the villain's good.
Doctor Who probably is due a musical-only episode, so having an Abbey Road would make sense. So for them not to do that and go opposite, there's no
Yeah.
music, it's all dead. And then when we were watching it, I was like, oh, the Doctor just fixes it then. Like, just figures out the key. So I was quite happy with the whole bum note. I was happy with the...
Yes.
And then John and Paul come together and...
I like come together.
Yeah, they came together.
only-
Yeah, and then-
They probably did.
Oh.
It was the 60s, baby.
Yes. Anyway, but yeah, so they came and they solved the problem. I was happy that John
I thought that
and-
was nice. That,
was
like
nice
the pianos
that-
in the hallway were fine.
Yeah.
But the not gun like sonic screwdriver can create
Twice
a cone
now
of
it's
silence.
done a USB plug-in.
Yes,
in two
which I'm not mad
episodes.
at. Like,
yeah,
yeah,
it's fine.
it works. But it makes a cone of silence somehow. Doesn't matter how. It's a magical object. It's fine. It does weird shit all the time.
We had force fields with David.
but
in
I
the
don't know
first.
why it helps. Did I miss something?
I think it's because she's using the what's it called, the
Tuning fork.
tuning fork, using that I think to track music,
Oh,
track and sound, I guess.
okay.
Also, it's just cool sometimes to have a character have an instrument.
I thought it was cool. I just didn't know why suddenly when the sound went out.
So I'm trying to track music.
I thought
or-
she'd be like, I hate this. It's a cool idea to do, but then instead of actually using that cool idea, a Deus Ex Machina, little old granny decides to try the piano out, which gets the
Gets,
Maestro to
to
leave, and I was like,
remind her.
okay, that's fine, I guess. But the Doctor didn't do anything.
Yeah.
He muted her for a second. He bought some time, I guess. Something turned up. He was fucked if it didn't.
Yeah, it's a bit.
Like, it's just the Doctor has less agency.
Yeah, I had that.
Even the companion has less agency, honestly. Like, she didn't do much in this episode.
Yeah, apart from all of a sudden revealing to be
A mystery box.
maybe a child of one of these pantheons, maybe a
Oh,
child.
it's got to be related.
Yeah,
There's no way it's not related.
yeah, exactly.
So they go to the future
Yeah, they went to the future. It's
to
apocalypse.
find out that,
Oh.
okay, this is another moment
Nuclear
of like,
winter,
the
so
past
beautiful.
affects the future.
Yeah, another reiterate because we once again we've had that when Martha goes on one of her first adventures, and he quickly says, "No, like it's happening right now. We're right now." So there's all these little things, but in this, because we've got that Disney money and we want to really reiterate.
But I think that ruins it.
Until Maestro came in, and then I was like, "Okay, I'm okay with it now." But
Bringing up the future constantly means that they are constantly changing the past.
Yeah.
They're fucking shit up all the time.
Yeah.
So if that actually is a thing that's happening, then you've got to be careful constantly.
that
and they
future's
show you
not
that in the
set.
first 3 minutes with the stepping on a butterfly. And all they're doing again is reiterating it and then copying an exact Martha line that Russell
Yeah.
has already written 15 years ago.
Yes.
It's just confusing. I keep saying that because I just don't understand what he's doing.
because I get it, but then when this section where Maestro shows up was quite fun.
Yeah.
I liked it.
It goes from me not liking it because I'm like, well, that's stupid. That's going to limit so much story potential. And then, boom, the Maestro pops up. And it's a really fun, harkens back to the toy maker, them walking in on him. Honestly, Maestro doesn't get much to do in the episode. So it's good when she rocks up. So
Yeah,
like
it
for
has to
this
be
section,
wild. Yeah.
this is good. Like, it was a lot of fun. But what I did realize it solidified in my mind was this is now a fantasy show. Doctor Who was never hard sci-fi, but it was never fantasy. Whereas,
You kind of towed the line.
like, I love Doctor Who, and I don't think this is Doctor Who anymore. It's like, it's not my Doctor Who anymore.
If you're watching this, do you get the sense that the Doctor is a scientist, clever guy?
Not at all, no. I barely even get clever guy. 'Cause
Yeah.
he's not flicking switches and learning a bunch of buttons. He
Which he
presses
was
a single
doing with
button.
the knot. I remember being so happy with the knot thing in the
knot
Christmas with the knots when he's like,
Yes,
"Oh, it's like a
that was fun.
network."
He felt like the Doctor. He felt a lot more like the Doctor in the Christmas special than he has
Even
in
had
these
the
jokes.
little glove, like, "Oh, I've been tinkering with these gloves."
Yes.
Like, very Doctor.
I don't know why it was lost here.
We've only ever had this Doctor. We've only ever written by Russell. I'm keen for next week because that's the Moffat Mine episode.
Standing on a Roomba.
So I'm keen to see what Moffat does with like how this Doctor feels under someone else's.
Yes, and also it feels like it'll be a very character-centric episode. I think I'm okay with this being New Who. I think I'm okay with New Who. I think I'm okay with this being other people's Doctor Who, and I still have my Doctor Who. I'm not mad that this has changed.
No.
Have to
The whole
change.
point of Doctor Who is it changes, and there's different eras we all
Exactly.
like and dislike. I have not watched the Jodie era. I'm enjoying this era more than I did. I couldn't get through those Jodie episodes.
Yep.
They were.
That's
These
just
are not
better writing.
These are not a trial. They are fun. Shooty's fun. I'm just. Yes.
This is just better written than Jodie, but Jodie still felt like my Doctor Who.
Really?
Like, yes, it was a worse version, but it was still the same version. Whereas this
Okay.
definitely does feel new. It feels less science, more fantasy.
It's big.
It's going to be hard. I'll get more words as we get through the season and we see how it actually develops. Like, it could change. It could bring me back, but I just don't think this is the Doctor I'm expecting. And that's going to remove some old fans. They're trying for new fans. I just don't think these episodes are going to grab people enough.
This, in terms of camera work and visually and stuff, I sometimes think the Matt Smith stuff actually was better.
Yes, I think less money gives you more fun.
Yeah, I think this is so, like, the set for...
This is polished.
It's really awesome that that's a physical TARDIS set, and
Yes.
it's not the fucking... Even though it'd be really expensive.
The only real difference is you have the whole thing. Whereas
Yeah, it's a
usually they
whole.
had a little slice.
Yeah, you got the whole thing. It's
Yeah.
really awesome they've done that. But then, yeah, it seems to be the trade-off with all these great effects is that sometimes it visually is... So I'm being a bit picky. It does look really
it's true.
good.
And most of the time, TV directors, they get a lot less time to play around. There's a very big difference between having money and having the time to use that money.
Yeah.
Like, a big crane shot, that takes like a day to set up. Like,
Yeah.
you can spend a full day just doing one thing. You can't do that on TV.
Yeah.
You don't have $100 million and a director that people respect.
Yes.
You have some guy that is, they're like, oh, he's pretty good. We should get him in to try his luck.
Yeah.
And then he can build off and then he can do stuff later. It just doesn't work as well.
So, we get rid of Maestro, all good. Music comes back. We see Harry Harbinger's still there, so Maestro can figure out a way to come back, but that's it. He's my big up.
Before all that, Ruby's mystery box. So when in the final fight, Ruby gets captured, and I did really enjoy them getting dragged into instruments. That was a lot of fun. The final fight was a lot of fun. I wish it was a rap battle. Honest to God, I was hoping. She said music battle, and it was fun. It wasn't the devil went down to Georgia. Like, I wanted that kind of. I wanted a riff off. I wanted something
Tenacious
sick.
D, yeah.
This was just kind of like diddle-diddle-doo, diddle-diddle-doo, diddle-diddle-doo. Whereas I think doing a full riff off would have been much more fun. Again, it could just be who was in charge of whatnot. Because, like, what did Russell write for that? They play notes at each other. Like, it wasn't as cool as the Doctor Strange shooting music at each other.
It's weird that's twice now, because Catch was pretty lame, and now this is...
Yeah, again, the man doesn't know what to do when they give him money. He's
Yeah,
like, shit,
yeah.
what if they just stand opposite? I
Yeah.
did write down, this feels like stupid 2005 Doctor Who, though. Like, the Doctor just doing something and someone, like, a hack off. It was equivalent to two hackers hacking as hard as they can.
Yeah,
I think it could have been cooler. But...
Yeah.
During this altercation, Ruby gets captured and she just starts singing. She just starts singing the song, like...
Then the snow comes in. Yeah, it's Christmas. She is Christmas, in a sense.
They say that?
No, but like, it's the
That's
song
your
of
interpretation.
Christmas.
Right. It's like, that's the mystery. She is Christmas.
Yeah,
She's Santa.
It's strange, because...
They give us nothing. We know nothing. It doesn't...
It's another
it doesn't
reminder
make us
that
go,
she's
aha. It
more
makes us go,
powerful than
"What's that?"
we realise.
It's seeing Bad Wolf again, but it's more blatant than... Oh,
More
Bad
blatant.
Wolf.
Somehow.
It's Russell wanted Ruby to sing a hidden song, so he came up with there's no more music, so
Yeah.
she has the only music.
Yeah.
And then someone took music. Who could take music? Jinx Monsoon took music. It's like I feel like it was built around her
Yeah.
rather than her being the garnish.
Yeah.
Another interesting thing, they never separated. We have never seen these two
Oh, true.
on their own.
There's no split offs.
Yes.
Oh, that's usually half the problem. I've got to get my companion back.
Because Beast Below, Amy and the Doctor get separated immediately.
They're both equally kind of good and nice and clever and caring.
Well, that's because neither of them. There's no friction.
There's no friction yet. You're right, there's no friction yet.
It's just not. There's nothing to latch onto for me.
Rose is trying to figure him out because he's very dry, and there's one point where Chris Jackson like leaves her.
And he's kind of an asshole.
Yeah, he like leaves her at one point as like a lesson for
Yes.
misbehaving.
Well, she gets trapped in the sunroom and almost gets obliterated in
Yeah.
her first real episode.
And Martha has some back and forth with him, like about being all the rebound. It's a bit lame, but still. Like that he's closed off, he's very distant to her.
In her first episode, Smith and Jones, she has to go deal with the Jadoon herself because he's busy doing something else. They get to do their own things, whereas in this, they never leave each other's side. When he opens the cellar, and he's like, all right, we got to hide in here from the Maestro.
I thought that'd be the
I'm like,
separation.
oh, he's going to be like, get in, and it's to protect her. He locks her in there. But then he hides down there with her. I'm like, you little bitch.
Yeah, you're right though, because then Donna in her season 4, when he's willing to let everyone in Pompeii die, and she has to be like, can't we just save some people? What would it really matter?
Which again, it's that darkness, that rage, which they've deleted. They did a whole episode.
So they haven't actually done just yet. Maybe they will. Maybe we've had the honeymoon period.
Next episode looks dark.
Yeah, the next episode looks a bit dark. Once again, it feels like these episodes, because we're getting... Is it 8 more expensive episodes? It's 8 episodes, but they're all more expensive.
Which they just keep cutting episodes. Like we had 13 once upon a time, then we had 10, now we've only got 8.
Yeah, 8 used to be the length of a story in Who. So we get all that. I can say now, problem solved. We get a musical number.
2 of the Beatles play the right note.
We sing a song. Obviously, it can't be any kind of notable song. It has to be a new song that's just made for this.
Before the altercation, there's a very big thing that they say. Ruby starts hearing music, and she's like, Doctor, can you hear that? And then he's like, huh?
Oh, yeah, the diegetic.
And he says, I thought that was non-diegetic.
Just a silly joke.
Is it, though? Because he winks. Jinx winks. The Maestro winks at the camera early. Then the Doctor says non-diegetic sound, and then at the end he winks and looks directly at the camera. Do they know they're
just enjoy it? Don't worry about it. Yes, that's what I'm trying to do.
Well, we are enjoying
just
it.
Enjoying
I'm just saying. What are they doing?
The Doctor hear music in his head the whole time?
It's a funny line, but they've done it too many times this episode. Does he know he's a character in a show? Because this is the fantasy season. How weird are we getting? It's a very funny line, but it makes things very confusing depending on how it's taken.
I mean, you could explain it like the Doctor hears music in his head, like when Peter Capaldi said, like, "Oh, normally I have standing cat naps because I just skip to my bits."
Yes.
Like, so if you had it be that the Doctor hears his own score in his head because he's that clever, he does just score his
fun
life
that way. And also they play the theme earlier on in the episode. So it's like multiple times this episode they break the fourth wall.
I think it's just because it's a music-based god.
But it's not a music episode.
Yeah, but she's a music-based god.
Yeah, all you have to do is say the Maestro makes everyone sing to camera. Like, fuck it. Do whatever you want.
Yeah.
But if he never does anything again with it, it's a funny line.
Yeah.
It could get weird if he doesn't, though.
Yeah. So that happens. We get a teaser about he who waits is coming. So he's not waiting, then he's coming. He's coming. And then we have that nice musical, everything's fine.
Do you think it's nice musical?
Well,
it went on for a while.
We get the big moment with the fucking Abbey Road zebra. It's like the film Tom Hanks.
Yes, they do big.
And then we get I think a pretty decent hint. We get up to the top of the building. We pan round the advertisement. It says Chris waits.
Oh, I didn't notice that.
Yeah, so I was thinking Christmas waits, like, he who waits.
Father Christmas comes once a year or something.
Maybe it's a Christmas-related thing.
I did see it and I read it, but I didn't think anything of it.
So maybe Chris Waits is a real person. It's just a coincidence, but we've just been
that's too much.
We've just been invoked. He who waits.
I read Chris Waits, and I'm like, I didn't think anything of it. I thought, it must be a period sign, or like it means something to British people. But no, you're right. Chris Waits and the Carolers. Christmas waits. Carolers.
Yeah.
It could be Santa, honestly. If they're doing everything...
What, Nick Frost is back?
Yeah, if they're doing everything really... that would be good.
It was me, the old time doctor.
They can do whatever they want because it's a fantasy show now.
Yeah, so then we get this musical... I think it's just...
It just went for a while.
I think it's Russell coming back, wanting to have fun, wanting to do something different.
Because again, I don't think he wanted to do this.
Middle 2000s, a grounded doctor was on... it was in the era of James Bond went grounded,
Dark Knight.
Batman went grounded, so Doctor Who in a fucking jacket and trousers and like combat boots made sense. So now we're in this new era where he's thinking, I don't just want to do my shtick again because I did that perfectly in 4 seasons.
But he does his shtick again multiple times.
Yeah, but I still haven't quite got because Moffat flirted with the story, but fairy tale because she's in a 90 Peter Pan-esque, that and all the name, the girl who waits, the man in the blue box. I'm left both these episodes, both 3 out of 5 stars, both still enjoyable. But right now, I'm hoping I'm going to be going, like the first episodes are good, but it really kicks off.
Yeah, I enjoyed the Christmas special way more.
Like, we've got the Bridgeton episode coming. We've got the Bridgeton-esque episode, and we've got obviously next week. I'm hoping this time next week I'm going to go Moffat once again when he's given 50 minutes and Russell's over his shoulder. He's producing some of the best too. And it's exciting that Moffat, with all that money, has opted to go with just foot on a mine.
Yeah, that's why I'm excited, because he's just completely decided not to.
You could have just done this with Maestro's making people sing.
Yeah.
And then you could have had your cake and eaten it. It makes sense in world. And not that you need to do it, but then now, I know you're more maulery than me, despite what you say.
I try not to.
There's no rules right now. A little bit.
But that's the thing. It's like, I'm okay with sciencing, bullshitting things away, but they're not even bothering to do that.
Look at this. They're not bothering.
Yes,
and I know you meant to just be like, it's just
it's a bit
silly.
Of fun at the end
it's
of
just
the
a bit
episode.
of fun at the end of the episode. I mean, I guess you can explain it. Magic is rushing back into the world. The rules are a little bit wavy for a few minutes, so we can have a musical.
That doesn't make any sense to people that haven't watched anything prior. Like this,
and also
their
this
world.
type of like pantheon of gods sucking up elements is all very God of games, God of music. It's all very. That's why I'm just keen for Moffat to go. I'm just going to give you a classic Who.
Yes.
I'm not saying like, look, I've always liked Moffat. I know you're more of a Moffat guy than me. He has his problems that since his ideas are just, he's too much.
He functions best in his singles, so
I've learned to appreciate his stuff the more I've grown away from it.
Yeah,
it's different to the classic, but it's weird because the line always used to be that Russell was character based guy and Moffat was the big idea alien guy.
Yes, concept man.
And it's weird. He still did characters well, but Russell was always good at the dynamics with companions. So it's a bit disappointing that now 3 episodes in, I'm still not getting the dynamics other than they're really close friends.
They're really good mates.
They're really good mates.
It's rough.
And it's I'm wanting some friction. I'm wanting a bit more depth. I'm wanting that moment where Martha sits him down going, you need to tell me what's going on. And that was episode 2 or 3 when Martha asked for that.
That's kind of why I'm like, maybe that's just not the show anymore. Maybe it's just a fun, lighthearted show now.
He was like, I liked being with you because you didn't know who I was, so I got to pretend to be me.
Yeah.
But then he has to be honest with her. Right now, this guy's going, I've lost my home planet twice.
My granddaughter, probably dead.
Probably dead. Oh, you know they are. But yeah, it's ridiculous. I'm adoptive now. Man's had two huge traumas, and
But that's the thing, he did his therapy. He's fine now. Even though, again, if this is your first episode, if the Christmas is your first episode, you don't know that. That's just him. They're making a lot of weird choices, but I think I'm fine to let Doctor Who go. Still going to watch it and review it. I enjoy doing that.
But we're going to enjoy it now we're going to try our best and not be like, oh, back in season 1.
Yes, I think from
other
here
than
on
just comparable, hey, here's what they did something similar before, a bit of it. But
I think this is a spin-off almost. This is a brand new show.
If you want to say that,
with the same essence. It's like,
I think of it like comic books. There's some runs I don't deal with. Yeah. There's just
Classic Who and New Who, like,
very different.
No, they feel very similar realistically.
Oh, good.
Like there's a lot of DNA intertwined because that's what they did. They carried it over almost. Whereas this feels more separated than those two, despite
in an
those
ideal
two being
world
40 years apart.
Right now, you probably eventually, like video game movies and adaptations are getting slightly better because the people who grew up playing them are now making the shows.
Yeah,
you'd imagine at some point you would get. Maybe now you would have got a showrunner who grew up watching the new Who and not old Who.
Yeah.
I'm glad Russell's back because we're here to right the shit with a proven hand.
Yes.
It's like George coming back to Star Wars in some ways.
But whether it's enough, I don't know. They've booked 2 seasons, that's all we know. So we'll see how these 2 go.
And maybe that's why we've got a new companion. We're just trying to keep things fresh, and maybe we've got growing pains. It's different. I think if you don't know what Doctor Who is, you're still unsure what Doctor Who is after these 2 episodes. But that's just me.
Yeah. I think that's completely fair. Yeah, it hasn't solidified itself as anything in particular. It feels very
I don't know what the Doctor's like just yet with these 2 episodes in terms of skill-based.
He's not grabbing me.
I'm actually a little bit disappointed so far with you too. Some people who are watching this fresh or are just a lot more sympathetic.
Yeah, if this is your first Doctor, is he grabbing you? Or is it just pure charismatic energy?
Or if you're like us and you've been watching this for 20-odd years now, are you thinking, this doesn't quite feel like, because I felt like all the Doctors have still been the Doctor with their own little twists, and he right now isn't feeling like the Doctor for me. But that's just me as an old head.
But again, he did in Ruby Road, so it really is. It just seems he has the potential, he has the capacity, just isn't currently.
He did in Ruby Road. He did in Ruby. He was the Doctor in Ruby Road. Yeah. Just right now, he's just adventuring pal. You thought of him as your dashing young companion, but he saw stars fall to dust. Thanks. Peace out. Come on, Moffat.
You should subscribe as well. So we've just watched episode 3, Moffat's Boom. I think it was a fantastic first draft of a really good episode.
That's a good way to put it.
It felt very first drafty. There was a lot of fat.
There was a lot of elements in there where it's a good episode. If people really enjoyed it, they really enjoyed it. So that's fine.
Well, people are touting it as the best of the season. Like people...
So far, I'd
they're
agree.
saying the best episode in ages too. I think I've heard Wild Blue Yonder and this, and I think I'd agree.
I'd agree with that.
I enjoyed this one immensely. I just think it also had a lot of problems which could have been fixed very easily.
I'm looking at it as like a whole series. The initial RTD, the Moffat run, and in those eras, I felt like we had the through line of what the characters were up to. So season 3, it's Doctor coming to terms with this with Martha, like what's happened before. And then in season 4, it
was an emotional thriller.
Yeah, and Donna is challenging the Doctor on his morality and the idea that this Doctor has like a dark kind of side to him that they might have explored if they had another season. All these through lines, maybe out of context of the season. This is a good episode, but me looking at it as a full one, I'm like, this is the 3rd episode. Feels like it's season 2. The same way the Fireplace Man episode was season 2, where everyone is really established.
Yeah.
And we've gotten used. By that point, we've gotten used to David's Doctor. We're really used to Rose and Mickey. And this feels like it would have came in 3-4 episodes from now. Because I'm still waiting, and I don't think I'm going to get it. And it must just be me. For Ruby and Shooty to like click or have any kind of beyond just... Isn't it nice that we travel time together?
Yes.
And I don't think that's coming. It just means there's no depth there. The only depth is we're constantly being reminded the Ruby Sunday special.
Yes, there's nothing under the surface. It really is just 2 friends going on a holiday. But I think this episode for me, and it's probably because of the way Moffat writes, I'm a big Moffat stan, love him so much.
You're more so than me.
Just, again, I've got a list of some of my favourite lines that I'll read out in a second.
Give it time. Everywhere's a beach eventually.
I can't think unless I'm talking, and I can only talk to you.
But the way he writes the Doctor, it did come off very Capaldi era in this. So I don't think it needed to be Shooty's Doctor in this episode.
I was imagining could Matt Smith, but yeah, I think it would be Capaldi or Tennant could have done this as well.
I think Capaldi could have done really well in this one as well. But it did make Shooty feel like the Doctor.
It was his best.
Although he does feel like a different Doctor to what he'd done the last 3 episodes.
But we're still kind of figuring him out.
Yeah, but it just doesn't feel like he's individual yet.
Yeah, there just seems to have been a choice to have just hit the ground running with this Doctor.
Yes, especially with the way they regenerated him too.
But then I still feel with Christopher Eccleston, I'm bringing up bloody Rose again. I had that hour to get to know the Doctor, but this Doctor, and maybe the fans who had been big Doctor Who fans since the 60s, they probably liked the episode because they got the chance to learn how this Doctor worked, where I was learning how the Doctor worked.
I don't really know how this Doctor is different to the other one, except he has less trauma. Like he's less burdened, which isn't really a fun thing.
Therapy time.
Yes, it's that's the only real way he's different to me so far. But he did feel very Capaldi through the dialogue from Moffat and the way he responded to things.
Faith, the magic word that keeps you never having to think for yourself.
Do you get it? Like when he was getting in one of his little epic rants.
Things like ordained Anglican Marine. I'm like, that's Moffat, straight up. Like,
and also that whole concept from the season from the 5. Silence. We had the priest soldiers back then, so he's kind of carrying over an idea, which is fine. Clearly something he just likes that aesthetic, which is fine.
Yes.
I knew the moment Kiss Kiss was said, it would be a thing. It's just a Moffat.
He loves to telegraph.
He loves his telegraphs. In the behind the scenes, like the brief conversations that Stephen was having with Russell in the TARDIS set, he was echoing things that he has said about Doctor Who before, which was every Doctor Who episode should feel like it has a movie concept. Yes. That like even the worst of ones can have something that felt like a movie. And so in this, I definitely felt that there was this like there's a bit of world building going on with this world. That like, you know, he thought about like the machines that clean up the dust.
Yes.
And all these little things that it just felt like he had put some thought into exactly how this culture and war works.
Minus the little settlement. You did get a little fun throwaway line of like, oh yeah, Dad got dispensation to bring me to war because that's how capitalist war is now. But we'll run through the plot real quick. So this one's because it's a concept episode. It's Moffat doing a bottle episode to save money.
It's mainly taking place in a trench, you know.
Yeah, some of the CGI makes it feel like it's not a cheap episode because they bothered to do vistas and like the drones going overhead. But I think this still would have been one of the cheaper episodes, especially if you compare it to something like Wild Blue Yonder, where they had to build a giant like walkway down a soundstage, do all the CGI for the whole time, track it all in. They put this in a ditch so you don't need a green screen. It's for most of this, until they point up occasionally. It's the Doctor walks onto a landmine.
Could have been a stage play.
And he can't move. It'd be a very interesting one. Like, that'd be very fun. I think I immediately liked this episode because he felt like the Doctor immediately, because he hears someone scream and he immediately sprints off to go save them.
Yeah.
And then he just like leaves his companion. He's like, stay here. Obviously, she's not going to do that.
TARDIS is the safest place in the world, so...
Yes, it should be, but she obviously leaves it.
Yeah.
But then he runs off to go help, and then immediately stands on a landmine and can't move for the rest of the episode. And it's incredibly well done on that set.
And having him be nervous, so he's like singing, and then he's going on little like, did you know, rants, the way to keep calm. And
they also escalate it really well. Like, it starts off where he's like, oh, I've got a bit of time, but I have to put my foot down.
And having the bar.
Then he puts his foot down. Yeah, you have a perfect ticking clock.
And then explaining the
and then
visual thing as capitalism.
On. Yes.
So all that stuff's great.
I think they went a little bit too far into the whole message. Like, capitalism is bad, also war is bad, also
and
faith
AI
is bad.
Generation,
like, AI algorithms are bad. Yeah. Like, he just kept hammering it home.
Because I was waiting for the reveal to be that there's different human bases and they're all just shooting each other. But instead it just is, they're getting injured naturally. And then the moment they're somewhat injured, they're then killed. So then the statistics go, oh, loads of people are dying at war.
Yeah, it was a little cloudy in that regard of like why the war keeps going on. The episode that did it better was Doctor's Daughter.
Yes.
Where they've been fighting each other for generations, but it's been a week and a half. Whereas in this, they're fighting nothing and they're standing on their own landmines and shooting each other, I guess. They don't go into how they're hurting each other. Like, we don't know why old mate went blind in the beginning.
But he was blind, blindly following someone like Faith.
Oh, it's a metaphor. Oh, I guess. Yeah, I didn't pick up on that at all. I mean, it makes sense.
Yeah.
But they don't say how he got blinded. We see his mate get blown up by a mine, the same mine. But they don't go into why they're fighting each other. So I wasn't really when it was, oh, they're fighting no one. It was drip fed a little. Like, the Doctor's like, there's barely anyone out here. Like, why are they fighting?
That this company, like whatever it is, basically an AI algorithm is running it.
Pretty much.
So it needs to expand. So therefore, it's creating fictional fake wars. So you keep buying. I'm not sure what that means.
They started the war, but they started the war with no one. Yeah. The way they explain it is they landed and apparently shot the gun into the air and said, "We come in peace."
Then the AI goes,
and then because that counts as combat, which that's the thing. It gets messy the more you think about it. Like most Moffat stuff.
Is it I was worried that he was, because he has the bad habit of going, but
yes.
Like his cleverness gets in the way, like with Dracula, I think is the ultimate example of him being too
fantastic
clever.
First episode.
Yeah, but just being too clever for his own. And Jekyll, as much as I like Jekyll.
I never got around to Jekyll.
Yeah, once again, fantastic first episode. But then he just gets in his own way. He always wants a bigger idea, a cleverer idea.
Yes.
And he was saying, and it made me very sympathetic towards the story, because he was saying with Russell going, the Doctor's really hard to deal with as a character because he's so clever and so well-to-do.
And the writers can't be that clever.
You can't just simply have him walk into a spaceship and there's a problem, because he could, as he said, he could solve that with his left hand.
And then they gave him the sonic screwdriver, meaning he could solve it even quicker.
Yeah, so you have to put him in situations where he's really on the back foot, and in this episode, he's really on the back foot. And I went, you know what? He's absolutely right. The Doctor would be very difficult to write for.
Yes. Oh, even just the world, the fact that you can go anywhere and do anything, it's like, choice paralysis.
So that makes me more sympathetic towards this episode, because
but that's their job. They've chosen to do this.
Yeah, I know. Well, the Doctor's on the mine. Doctor's on the mine. Ruby comes out. What's going on? I've stood on a mine.
Harry, I'm standing on a landmine.
So all that was really good.
Yes, he's immediately panicking.
It's their best stuff together, which annoyed me, because we're then confirmed that this is her first time on a new planet.
Yes.
So therefore, this has to be fairly linear.
Yeah, they couldn't move
because weren't you telling me that maybe there was a 6-month gap between...
yeah, well, one of our comments pointed it out was apparently Devil's Cord was meant to be episode 6. But
they got rearranged.
Yes, so they've pulled Devil's Cord out of later on and put it to be part of the premiere.
I could see that.
Because I assume they either thought it was a much stronger episode in general, either it gave the tone better, or maybe they just wanted to put Jinx Monsoon's face on everything. It could be rage baiting. I don't know. It's hard.
It's a more fun episode than that one. Like
Yes.
the one we're watching now.
But again, we're saying don't write space babies. Don't make a weak episode your first episode, and we won't have this problem.
Yeah, because this episode to me just felt like it was meant for because it's Moffat, a more established Doctor. So I'm here still trying to figure out. I still feel like I am. Like I remember.
I agree. It didn't build on anything. Like Ruby got no real development in this.
Once again, we're just reminded what her situation is. That's
and
all.
she's musical again.
Who's my next of kin?
Yes, that made me very annoyed. We'll get to that at the end, but yeah, no one really grew. As in, like, I guess
The Doctor's a bit more accepting of Faith in the end.
I don't know if it's more accepting or he just knows that people do need it. So when he sees her grieving, it's like, okay,
And
it's fine. It's fine when you're grieving.
He's annoyed at the when Faith is done wrongly. Like
yes, I guess when it's used as an excuse.
Faith.
In the cold open, there's two soldiers walking through. One of them gets blown up. One of them's already blind, and the blind guy gets confronted by an ambulance, played by Susan Twist again. She's the one that keeps popping up, so she's probably the most interesting through line we have. Honestly, I don't care who Ruby is. I care who Susan Twist is.
It's a very Russell thing. Once again, it's on point for Russell to have very obvious.
I don't think normies would notice.
I don't think no one's been that. But I think he's hoping that when it's revealed, you're going to be like. She was there the whole
it's
time.
That chick. But the blind dad gets smelted down into a little urn.
You can see like an eyeball in it. Like,
yes, it's a bit fun. But Ruby's not nearly grossed out enough by that when she
considering
finds it.
This must be a second or third adventure.
And she almost vomited when she got snot put on her from babies in Space Babies.
Very accepting of the situation.
Whereas lifting up a human corpse with a very obvious eyeball and ear on it, and she's like, I found this, it's a bit gross.
Well, at least now we explain why she says you always fix something. If that episode was meant to be later in the season, then...
Yeah, although again, he didn't fix anything in the finale of this.
Yeah, well, we'll get to that. So we meet Splice, who's the daughter. In the initial scene, seems like as someone who works with children, I'm a teacher, it's felt like a 12, 13-year-old to me.
Yes, definitely.
She goes out with them for whatever reason to go find
She leaves
Dad.
the settlement. She goes in a war zone
independently of Mundy. Okay,
yes, she goes solo. But she says, where's my daddy?
Also, we're saying, where's my daddy? She sees a hologram, runs stream like that's actually him.
Yeah.
And then she then says, oh, he was a hologram, where's he gone? And I was very confused because at first I thought, oh, maybe they're going to do a thing where they've made them believe that your dad's not dead. His whole consciousness is now an AI. So technically you can still speak to him. But then it gets even worse that when things start getting really stressful, the AI comes back and goes, want to look at some photos? And she sits down happily to look at photos while chaos happens
in the middle
around
of a
her.
war zone while the Doctor's getting shot at.
Okay, so why is one? She's went from being 12 to like 3 or 4 or 5. Like she's become a baby child, and I just didn't understand what that was. Like,
yeah. Although Moffat never really wrote children very well, or women. But
he makes women, like in this, once again, when we meet Mundy, she's like, oh, because of our, tension. Like, I was like, once again, it's a very Moffat woman thing. Like,
that was one thing that was completely
bantery,
pointless.
chatty, flirty. Yeah.
Yeah. Before we meet Splice, or like as we meet Splice, we also get introduced to Mundy, who's played by
next season's companion, but will not be Mundy.
No, it seems like her story ended.
They simply just liked her and
it
must have
seems
wanted
a lot
her back.
like, they shot this episode and they were like, do you want to come back? Like, you were really fun.
Which has never it's happened, but it hasn't happened this immediately.
And it was also that forefront of a character as well.
Yeah, like Amy Pond was like...
she was like in the background covered in makeup.
Then she's with a new Doctor, new situation.
Yeah, whereas Russell says this is timey-wimey, so we know that she's going to be the same essence.
We're going to try to explain it.
It could be that they thought, oh shit, we have to explain it, but who knows. But then,
I didn't notice until it was pointed out there.
Yeah, me neither.
So I don't think it would have
they
been
didn't
a
have
problem.
to, but they're probably going to. They're going to turn her into Clara or some shit. When I was talking about it being a draft episode, that was part of the thing that I think would have got cut in a sharper copy. You'd give us more time with the Doctor and more time doing things rather than a weird side relationship.
The love story stuff with
that's
Mundy
when that should have got cut.
Should have got cut.
Like, we were fine with the daddy and the daughter doing their thing, and then the Doctor and Ruby doing their thing. We didn't need 2 extra people to come in.
I don't know why Mundy and the daughter could have been formed into one character. Maybe you make Dad slightly older, and then the daughter's a fellow soldier who's with him.
Entirely possible, yeah. Because then they basically just needed Ruby to get shot. Because surprise, Ruby gets shot because it's Moffat, and he has to immediately kill a companion. People have to die.
And I felt that, like, if this was a 2-part, as you said, that would have been the stinger.
Yeah.
Ruby's dead. The thing's going up. Is this the moment?
It could have been a really fun two-parter. Like, it was a really fun single episode, but I think they still managed to rush it.
Yeah.
And they Deus Ex Machina.
Particularly towards the end, where
that's the thing.
it
He
felt
Ex Machina's everything just worked out. And again, the Doctor really didn't do anything.
It seems to be a track record now of...
This Doctor runs away. No, at least he was very Doctor in this. Like, fantastic. I think they touch on a little bit the way he plays off some of the sass. Like, it's going to be a moment. When he's I need you to get me something. It's going to be
a moment, yeah.
I need you to get me something so I can put my foot down. And she's like, isn't that going to be hard? And he's like, it's going to be a moment.
Oh, it's going to be tricky.
It's going to be a moment, yeah.
I did like that.
He played that so well that he could be like the snarky Doctor.
Yes.
Capaldi had a little bit of it, but it was more like old granddad being a bit more
But that also felt like if that was Donna and the 10th, you'd have something similar. You can imagine her go, won't that be dangerous? And it'd be a moment, Donna,
Yeah, that's the thing. I don't think Ruby really shined in this episode very much. I like that she wanted to hand him the thing instead of just tossing it. Like, she was willing to put herself in danger for the Doctor.
Yeah, then the gun situation and all that.
Yes, she hasn't been in much danger yet. So it's good to see that she has a bit of a fire. But Ruby dying does really play into the...
It's the escalation of tension. And I think all that's great, like when we were told in this scene that you're dead anyway.
Yes.
Like, so there's no getting out of this. And then when you're told, but because you're a Doctor God, like the way, because it breaks you down, when breaking you down, you'll explode. It's not just
the Doctor, because for a bit there, the Doctor's like, okay, I'll die, but like it'll be okay. Everyone else will survive. And then he's like, okay, this isn't the mine I thought it was. I'm going to take half the planet with me.
Yeah. And so I really liked all that, in the scriptwriter, like, that's very good, Steve. Like, I was very
good on you, Moffat.
But as I said last week, this Doctor really needs someone who isn't Russell to write him. And I think because Steve probably wrote it not knowing much about Shooty's Doctor, he just kind of wrote a Doctor, which it's not surprising that you can see Capaldi in that situation.
That's the thing. It's like he feels much more like the Doctor.
Or he's thinking, I need to write a Russell type Doctor. So then that's why I was thinking, I can see 10 in this situation. That it felt very...
Yeah, he's definitely more doctory.
Shooty to all these Doctors that are around him.
It almost feels unfair.
It's unfair, but also it's because we haven't known him enough. I keep talking about the overall thing because when I'm watching Doctor, that seems to be what I'm most concerned about is how all this is work, because I want it to work really. I want Doctor to keep going, and I want it to. It's such an obvious basic, and the way I'm doing it, I want it to make me feel the way I did when I was at school,
want that nostalgia.
And so I'm fully aware that. It's me just growing up, and it's me just not being with the times. And since I avoided the Jodie era, maybe if I'd forced myself through it, I would have been very grateful to have an engaging episode.
Yes, but this is leagues above.
He right now still to me doesn't feel.
He hasn't defined himself yet.
Hasn't quite defined himself.
Yeah, which I think is probably the only downside of this episode.
He feels very like a Russell Doctor, particularly a 10 Doctor. Like he's outfit wise, he's very conscious of his outfits,
right,
and all that. And we did get some nice little. We got the fish finger and custard, but that's
so unnecessary.
Apparently, there was a Capaldi reference in there which I missed, but
yeah, probably. So Ruby dies, and we get more mystery box stuff. They go through the effort of earlier on when the ambulance measures the blind dad's age, it says calendar age, and it knows his calendar age instead of just saying age, because when it did Ruby, it said 3000 because she was born 3000 years ago, even though she's only 19. Unnecessary? I don't because Mundy wasn't like, wait a minute, you're 3000? There was no reaction to that. And he had to go to the effort of changing everything to be calendar age. Why would it do calendar age? That means this thing has a database of everything. Again, it doesn't matter. It was a bit of a fun line. And it didn't click onto the Doctor and say the Doctor's age at any point, did it?
Because it couldn't figure out what the Doctor was, because it's only scanning for humans. So it couldn't figure him out. And then because she gets injured, it moves on to her. Because the way the machines work is if you've got the least bit of an injury, it's killing you. So then the number can go up, so then we can just keep the cycle going.
Yeah, if you're damaged, it puts you out of your misery.
It's like a horse at a racetrack.
It's like, oh no.
Yeah.
Which again gets too dumb if you think about it, because they're fighting no one. But then it escalates even more and more, because when she's dead, the Doctor's stressing constantly because it's saying she's about to die. And then it starts to snow because she's a mystery box.
We don't know why it snows. It seems that to me that she exists.
She has to be Pantheon related.
She's a focal point.
Yeah, she has to be Pantheon related for it to be this.
She's
dramatic.
a focal point of time or something. It's
got to be something, which is why I don't think I care. It's like it could be anything. It's so broad. Whereas at least Susan Twist rocking up over and over again. I'm like, what are you up to? Like, does she know that she's everywhere? Like, that's more interesting to me than Ruby's parent is probably the trickster or some bullshit. Though who is my next of kin? I think it's mainly grating on us because it's been every episode.
Every episode we've been hit with it.
Yeah,
and
if it wasn't every single episode, I would probably be like, oh.
It now makes sense why that Abbey Road went straight to her floating in the sky doing a magical thing. Because it's like, yeah, by then we probably would have
mystery companion.
We probably would have built up to it more to her doing that.
But even then, that's 4 episodes out of the season that have already done that.
Daft, but I wonder if in future you'll have fans go, oh, flip them around.
I did say last night to someone that basically, I reckon this season might actually be better on reflection. So after the finale comes out, we'll look back and we'll be like, oh, and then
I don't think that's it.
It's not fun now, though.
It's weird how 8 or 9, if you count the Christmas one, it's weird how having just 8 episodes were compared to the 13, how that's really like limiting. You know, you only think, oh, it's only 5 episodes, but it means that they don't have an episode where it can just be a fun 40 minutes.
Yep. And if you're peppering story arc throughout it, instead of that being spread over 13, that's now a lot more. Like, you're getting bombarded every second week minimum.
I'm grateful for the B episode.
Yes.
The Agatha. Even though I remember going, oh, yeah, the B episode, but I recently rewatched it for...
It's a wasp.
A wasp. It's fun. It's really silly. Yeah. It's just David and Catherine having fun.
It gets to show Catherine a lot better. Like, Donna comes out very big in that episode.
Yeah, it still has that. And I was like, but then you're grateful for those type of just silly episodes that happen. Where with this, it's like they want every episode to be a blink, a banger.
Ganga.
Because they have less, they have a more bigger budget. Disney probably wants people to come back every week and go, wow. So they're trying to hit it harder.
Oh, and it's the point you were bringing up, how, God, this poor doctor just can't seem to go an episode without tears running down his face.
Yes, immediately. That's how he solidified himself in my head. He's the doctor that cries a lot.
He's the doctor that cries a lot, very emotional. I think if I'm just summarising it, it started off incredibly strong. It felt like the Moffat stuff, but then as it got, I said to you, it got worse as it went, I felt.
Yes, definitely. I think the concept's so strong. It's kind of like the emotional through line goes down, but the escalation of the actual drama in the episode goes up.
Yeah.
So it's like less is going on, but more is going on.
I'm going to sound like such a hypocrite now, but I'm like, God, I wish he kind of went a bit, he went Moffat big by the end. Like, I know they can't have it be, but they can't have it be, and the doctor conquers the whole algorithm problem as well, which they kind of actually did, didn't they?
No, the dad did it through the power of love, which people might get mad at. I'm not mad at it. I just wish the doctor caused it more. Instead, the doctor was like, hey, can you have a look around? And then the dad solves the problem, and the doctor's like, oh, I can get off the mine now. Like, the doctor didn't do anything again.
Yeah, and I suppose it comes down, like, because I don't want to sound like, oh, if the doctor's not solving everything by himself, then it doesn't count. Like, obviously, it's completely fine. But there seemed to be a balance in the past where the companion would be the emotional centre. I'm here to keep you on the straight and narrow, Doctor, because you can go, which is the whole point.
It feels like he doesn't need a companion, because he's fixed now.
Yeah. I think my issues are still with those. It's with the core pillars of the show.
There's no interpersonal drama between them.
I don't particularly have a problem with this episode. It was a fine, good episode, but I went in going, man, I hope we see more Shooty's characterization. I hope I really click with Ruby this time.
Yeah.
I wasn't too stressed about, man, I hope Moffat fucking smashes it and gives us a bling.
I think I did get that Moffat part. I won't think of this episode as the episode where Shooty really came out and like Shooty solidified himself because he was standing on a mine. He had nothing better to do but to doctor. I got a really good Moffat episode. I didn't get a really good Shooty episode.
I think that's it.
And a lot of people are saying that you don't need interpersonal drama between your companion and your doctor. It's been since episode 1, baby. In 1963, the doctor kidnaps Ian and Barbara, and Ian is ready to like beat the shit out of the doctor and be like, take me home, and then they have to work together. And then he's also like, Doctor, you're a bit of a twat, you know that?
Yeah.
And then he's like, they're at each other's throats every now and then, which does grate on you a lot because it's 60s acting. they're going from like best friends to like, you listen here, you young whippersnapper, and they're going back and forth so dramatically. But there's always been interpersonal drama between the companions and the Doctor.
With Matt Smith, Karen and Rory. Like, that's the only time they ever did this sort of love triangle situation, which was pretty popular at the time, Twilight and all that. Like, which man is
which
she going?
team?
You know,
Tumblr probably frothed over it.
Over it. But point is, in that, there was all those frictions. Like, she's there, she's running away from her wedding. Rory comes in, and Rory has a bit of a problem with this guy because he's this magical man.
From episode 1, like, Amelia Pond runs away from her wedding, and they do the whole pan over to the wedding dress.
That's what
and it's
she's
like,
avoiding.
Oh, that's something.
Yeah.
Whereas again, Ruby's just wants to go on a trip with a good mate.
And Rose is running.
I say that too often. Like,
yeah, no, it's fine.
It just keeps coming back.
But Rose, even if you look at Rose, she has. Why would she want to leave? 19. I don't just want chips. She didn't like her life.
And her boyfriend, she wasn't sure if she wanted to even be with her boyfriend.
But then he has the advantage of having, like, this Doctor's incredibly guarded, hasn't had a companion for a good long time. So then there's all that friction there. But it's been there.
Yeah.
In New Who, apart from maybe the fam. I mean, where the fam's like, I think the Doctor's a bit sad, but then they never actually do anything with it. They just
did a lot of. The writing isn't good enough there to even blame anything. Yeah,
but there is
I can't blame the dynamic there.
There is some kind of attempts at friction.
In the flux, they decide that she's lying to them, and she's like, "What aren't you telling us, Doctor?" Like, there's a lot of manufactured drama, I guess. So Chibbers, as bad as he was at a lot of things, he knew that he needed that, so he did try to sew it in.
So it is
like they killed Ryan's grandma immediately. So like that was something for him to do.
Yeah,
so, like they had stuff.
And so briefly putting aside this episode, as solid as it was, I mean, if I had to give it I'd give it a light 7 out of 10.
I'd go 7 or 8.
I was really liking it the first half. I was really happy with how shooty. I was like, obviously he can act. He's acting very well. I'm still not sure on this dynamic, but that's just obviously a personal preference for me.
Yeah.
But then as we get into the moment that the girl turns up yelling "Daddy," Mundy appears, all that, and then the way it all gets solved.
It gets convoluted pretty quick.
Because I was there going, exactly, what's happening? I was a little bit. At points, I was slightly confused exactly because we aren't seeing the grander situation because he's built this world.
Well, how many other soldiers are there? We've seen a total of 4 soldiers. 2 of them get murked immediately, and then we're left with 2 other soldiers. It's not a battlefield so much as like it was a battlefield.
And so I was there going like, man, would it have been better if it was simply just we didn't know what the outside was like? Yeah. But the fact that you give us a glimpse of the outside, that makes me want to go, well, what is going on over there? And it's weird that we've all kept it, particularly when the discussion is about the grander stuff. A company which only exists as a word. We don't have any representative of the company. We don't have a man in a suit going, oh, the algorithm says. Like, we don't have that, which if this was maybe a 2-parter.
The Ood episode.
That's what I'm thinking.
Tennant.
The Ood episode
where you see the corporate bullshit.
The corporate bullshit. I thought maybe if this one episode was on the mine, then maybe the next one is off the mine, off to deal with the big issue.
Or even just leave the Doctor there for 2 episodes and make Ruby have to go do something while the Doctor's just there for a day. Because Shooty can pull it off, I reckon. Shooty could probably pull off just being on a mine for 2 episodes.
As Moffat was saying in the special features, in the special interview, he was saying how even the worst of Doctor episodes had great ideas.
Yes.
And this is one of those where he's wedged in some really fun ideas, like the world building of this planet, this war. Really good, really cool. Once again, Moffat for me is a guy who just needs to write a novel. He needs to write a good fantasy sci-fi novel, and I think he would be really good at it.
And he could plug his holes, like he could
do it. I really think it suits him. He's one of these guys who just hasn't realised he should write a novel. I know it sounds
less exciting. You don't get to see the product.
But he wrote some Doctor Who books, and apparently they're pretty good. Like he did the 50th anniversary novelisation.
We touched on it last week a bit, how we were saying RTD is the character guy and Moffat is the plot guy. And he does that in this episode. He kind of forgets to do good characterization.
And how much of it is Russell? Like Russell going, oh, well, you used to have an anti-capitalist bit in there.
Yeah, it felt too preachy in a couple of places. But that's the thing. It's like he forgot about all the good character work that he should be doing, but the plot and the escalation and a lot of that's really good. I don't think the direction was very good in this episode. I think I do need to say. Just blocking and maybe the way they had to work around the set. I'm thinking of the part where Ruby is about to shoot Mundy and old mate rocks up from the background. You said it's like he appears out of nowhere. It is, but they don't even do any inserts. There's not like quick cuts of like
him running,
it's like what's that in the distance?
I heard a gunshot. Maybe they did do it. He hears the gunshot, wants to go running. But maybe they just went, "Oh, we don't need that shot."
Because they're literally about to get shot, and then just in the background he goes, "Oi, oi," and then he shoots her, and I'm like, "Where the fuck did you come from?" There was nothing interesting going on there. He just popped up and shot Ruby.
I think you hit the nail on the head of it being a really good first draft. That if we had a chance to go through it again, you maybe would have got rid of the love story.
Yeah, cut the fat.
And I said maybe make Mundy the daughter character or a surrogate daughter.
Yeah.
Where's my general
She thinks you killed my dad. Then Ruby. Then you can still kill Ruby. And then the daughter killed Ruby. Then she feels bad.
Yeah. Then she's got the emotional input of having seen in AI form. And obviously I don't want to do the whole, it would have been better if, but if the AI had been, because the girl goes,
he needed
my
to
mum
pick a cause.
Get gathered up. So we have the religious angle, and religion's being used for the space Amazon. But the girl is blissfully fine. And at the end, when she's like, my dad's gone, but he's not gone or whatever. I'm like, but you're holding him. He's right there. His eyeball is in the blender.
Yes.
And so for her to be like, I thought it was going to be this dark ending of after all that, she still thinks that, mum got gathered up and her dad's been gathered up.
Yeah.
So I was thinking it would have been cool if that AI was more like him. So then there's this whole thing of like,
well, he is the love comes through at the end, but she doesn't get to deal with that. It really is the whole, he needed to pick either war is bad, religion is bad, or capitalism is bad, and go in on them. Like pick one and then actually drive that point home rather than just being like, oh yeah.
Because they don't pray, they don't do anything particularly religious.
No, they just have vicar things.
Which is very similar to what he did with the Silent Angel thing.
Yeah, he just needed to go further with the character stuff, but the escalation, everything story and plot-wise was really, really fun.
Just needed tuning.
Yes.
But I think if someone wants to say that this was the best episode in this season...
easily, I'd agree.
Yeah, I'd agree. There just doesn't seem to be a connection other than the Doctor always has a companion.
Yeah, there's no reason for them to be together apart from that it's good
And if
mates.
you want to say this doesn't need to be the case and you want to go through the history of Doctor Who and point out situations where the Doctor simply had a companion and there was nothing more to it, then that's fine. But of New Who, it seems to have always been consistent that the companion and the Doctor have some kind of friction, some kind of more connection other than the Doctor always has a companion.
I have an idea. What they should have done is, because I'm obviously smarter than Russell T Davies that gets paid millions of dollars.
Once again, I want to stress that these guys, they'd write rings around me. Yeah, I'm not saying I could do it any better, but
this season's through line should have actually been Ruby's parentage, but make the Doctor actually want to find the parents. Do you know, in the first episode, he says, I can't take you to find your mum.
Yeah.
Make him scan her and go, something's fucking weird, we need to find your mum. And then that's what they're doing. They're bouncing around trying to find the mum. We need a reason to be together.
Yeah, and I guess also it's the fact it's a returning person who already had his say with Doctor Who.
Yes.
So he's here going, because he's a creative person, going, I don't want to just do the same again. Which I think maybe some of us wouldn't have minded. And I think he kind of got that out of his system with the free specials.
Yeah.
Particularly with Blue Yonder.
And I think
that felt straight out of season 4.
Like,
you could have put Wide Blue Yonder in season 4.
Yeah.
And it wouldn't have been too out of place.
Maybe he doesn't know who Shooty is either as a doctor.
Maybe part of me's there going, does he know it? Does he only know how to write one kind of doctor?
Yeah.
And it made me go, how much of the Doctor characterization comes from the actor?
Yeah.
How much it comes from the screenwriter? Because I remember Moffat initially wanted an older man for Matt Smith, but until Matt got in, then he went, okay, it's Matt.
What I'm hoping for is next week, 73 Yards. It's a Ruby almost, I think it's a Doctor Light. From what I've seen, it seems like the Doctor might vanish immediately, and then it's about
she's
Ruby.
By herself.
She needs it. Which is a bit rough because now this is episode 4. We're almost in the middle of the season.
Yes.
And we're only just getting... I hope we get to know her very, very well in this episode. I think this could make or break her as a character for the season.
For us, maybe. Maybe everyone else is perfectly pleased with Ruby.
But again,
Sunday.
on rewatch, maybe it's all fantastic after we've seen the finale. Maybe it all comes together. But tell us what you thought. Do you like Ruby? Is Ruby well liked? I know people like... She's charismatic. She's not a vacuum. Like Ryan and Yaz, pretty charisma vacuumy. Not especially Ryan.
I should be doing more.
Not enjoyable to watch. Whereas
I'm annoyed I can't ride a bike.
Whereas watching don't tease him. Whereas watching Ruby,
I can. I'm allowed to. I've got dyspraxia.
Whereas watching Ruby, I at least enjoy watching her. I just don't care so much.
That's it. It's one of these. It's almost episode. It's almost a sequel, prequel stuff. Yeah. Technically, all this is better, but I'm over here looking at the prequels, going, at least it was kind of organised.
It's fun though. Yeah.
You know, there's elements over there that were better.
But yeah. Tell us what you thought, and don't forget to subscribe because we talk about lots of things. Thank you very much. Goodbye. Well, what is 73 Yards? 73 Yards is Welsh folklore. It's a bit spooky.
What was it you said last week? This felt like a really good first draft. Like, it felt like, some nice ideas here, but you didn't quite stick the landing in the end. And I've left asking questions as an audience member I don't think I should be asking.
Yep.
Like, so wait, how does she stop the nuclear prime minister happening if by going back in time and being a crap version of the Haunting of Hill House bent neck lady?
So the Doctor and Ruby land in Wales, and he immediately knows it's Wales. He doesn't have to lick the air. And then they go outside, and he loves Wales. It's almost like a Welsh writer is talking about it. I've never been to Wales. I don't know if it's actually any good. It does look pretty. I'll give him that.
I went to Wales twice. Once accidentally because we took the wrong eggs off a roundabout, and then second time was intentional.
Well, your stories are just as interesting as Ruby Sunday's. I've been to Wales twice, one to see a musical and one to break a boy's heart. They get into it immediately. Like, this is a Doctor Light episode, and the Doctor's gone in the first 2 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, I'm often here going, hey, what are the characteristics of this Doctor? So far, not checking where his feet are going. Like, that's twice now.
I didn't even think of that. 2 episodes in a row, he stands on something
and which makes it kind of
trouble.
funny, considering that he's one of his first lines in the first episode is him saying who steps on shit. Him in the butterfly, how about I step on? And then he's proceeded on 2 occasions to step on things that cause problems.
At least he didn't say watch your feet, Ruby. Like, that would have been a great like supercut of watch your feet, Ruby, and then like bang 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 bang.
Maybe he's dyspraxic. Maybe that's it. Ryan rubbed off on him and he's giving him a bit of dyspraxia.
No.
Why did I choose this face?
It's because of Ryan. So that's 2 episodes in a row he stood on something, but we didn't get him crying, so that's a plus. I think they actually made this one because he was on sex ed. I think this was a sex education.
Oh, really?
That's what I'd heard ages ago.
Because it wouldn't have been Barbie because they did Barbie before.
Yes, and
Doctor.
this was shot like May last year. Or
ish. Yes, it was.
Yeah, this was a Doctor Light episode, and it's almost lighter than every other Doctor Light episode. Like, even Blink, the Doctor pops up a bunch in it.
This is Russell going, no one remembers turn left.
I didn't even think of that. I mean, it's not that
it's not the same, but
it's a little bit.
I love it that Shooty probably just got up and walked off. Like, he obviously, for the effect, would just got up and walked off and just probably went straight to his car, straight to sex education.
The other thing that comes back from 2 episodes in a row, not being able to watch where his feet go, 4 episodes in a row, 3 episodes in a row, he doesn't solve the problem. Or the problem is Deus Ex Machina. Once
again, I mean, it's an overall problem for me. We don't have enough context for this whole show yet.
If this is your jumping on point.
If this is your jumping on point, you're like, it's Doctor Who about the chick and he's just some background guy. Because it's 2 episodes where he's been kind of, for whatever reason, been put aside for 2 episodes in a row. And also
somewhat sidelined.
And I was going, that's why they maybe put the Beatles episode at 2 instead of 6, because at least it was a more traditional Doctor episode.
He's the most active.
Because that means now, in a linear sense, you've had fairly naff space babies, landmine boom, and now no Doctor at all. They probably were, whoever was in charge of distribution was like,
we need to give some Doctor.
We need to give, just have 2 traditional, like Doctor Who-y episodes.
I think Boom would have been a fun opener.
It seems like next week's is another, like, we're following some random character in a Black Mirror situation.
It did.
And Shooty and them are just there. I'm like, can I just get a basic bitch episode, please? Without any foreshadowing of Snow, just a basic bitch episode.
It could be the fact that maybe RTD has written so much Doctor Who, now he's trying to write
specials every time.
Yeah, he's trying to do something more interesting than just a Doctor Who episode, because he's written 35 Doctor Who episodes. I don't know. We do talk a lot about the overall season because it is kind of the most interesting thing. It's more inherent to this season than any other season we've had before. Like, it feels like this season lends itself to thinking about it as a whole season. Probably not as much as Flux.
Every Doctor got an episode where they just got to be themselves. Matt Smith, probably the most obvious. Like, 11th Hour is just, it's Matt Smith figuring shit out. Even David Tennant, even though he's in bed the whole time, they still gave him 5 awesome minutes where you're like, this Doctor's cool. Capaldi, and even fucking Jodie in a shit episode still got an episode where she got to post-regenerate muck about. But Chewie just hasn't got that and hasn't had an episode where it's all about Doctor doing Doctor things, unless you want to count the Christmas episode where you got to do it a bit more Doctor-y.
Yes. That still feels like the most Doctor-y he's been, minus a couple of very
It's the only episode where he actually had the official uniform on. I know he's always changing outfits, but I wouldn't mind him just wearing the outfit just a little bit more.
It helps the icon status. It does. Like, there's a reason
like
people cosplay.
It's a hero, you know?
Because the man can't watch where he walks, he immediately steps on, not a landmine, he steps on a fairy circle.
Yeah, and then at A, we've invoked the whole line, so like the earth and sea at war, salt lines, some kind of lines, yeah.
Yes, Ruby reads out things.
Yeah.
She picks up a scroll,
like
reads
memories,
it, and then he vanishes.
And the Doctor's
And then he's
gone.
literally just gone for the next 45 minutes. It's kind of weird.
Yeah, he's
in
completely
a good
gone.
way. I'm glad they did it because it's interesting.
Yeah, it's interesting they did it. It would have been more interesting if this was like
they
episode
resolved
9
it.
or 10 after 6 episodes of regular stuff, so we got to know Ruby and Doctor a bit more.
You see, no, I think this was a good one to get to know Ruby.
Yeah,
I don't think we super did.
I learned that she must have great skincare to be still looking like she's 19 when she's 40. I
God, they
thought that was
tried.
going to be a reveal. I thought someone was going to go,
she was trapped in
like a
time?
perception filter. Someone was eventually going to go, you look really good for 40.
Although they showed her dating a man that also looked about 20.
Yeah, so when she got off and she was old, I actually expected it still to be. I was like, is it still just going to be whatever the actress's name, still looking 19?
I was like, no, please
because
don't.
that will be fucking hilarious.
But then they didn't, at
But no,
least.
they actually just got to know who did a better job at playing Ruby in a
Oh,
film.
I liked her. She was nice.
She was so
anyway,
good.
anyway.
Sorry.
So the Doctor's vanished, and then Ruby's like, "Oh, where's the Doctor?" And then she potters around for a second, and then sees a mysterious woman doing.
It finds it.
This.
I thought witchcrafty, religious-y stuff. I couldn't really make sense of what she was doing, which was part of the point. It's one of
She
those.
was rubbing her, so like she's doing this, and then she was like gesturing a little bit. She was doing a lot more than they would allude to her actually having been doing later on.
Like I thought, because at first I'm going, oh, someone watched It Follows. You know, instead of it walking, which is what makes it scary in that film, I guess Russell or...
I don't mind. I think it's still pretty spooky if there's someone.
I like
always.
the distance of like that you can't quite make out the face. You can't quite, because you don't get a full look at her hand motion. You
Yeah.
don't quite see what she's meant to be doing. That stuff was really good.
I think the start of the episode is quite strong.
She sees the fucking woman. At first, she's kind of weirdly playful about it. It's not. She
Well, she
doesn't.
just thinks it's
she's
some
not
random.
super clear. There's a bit when she kind of dashes forward a little bit excited, and then she's like, "Oh, okay, you were always this distance from me."
Yes, they didn't show that well.
Yeah, they didn't
Like-
show that. They didn't make that clear.
Because they're on such a long lens when they showed it, it kind of just looked like the camera might have been in a different spot. Not so much that she was always further away, because they had no real landmark.
Well, you probably didn't know this technical stuff more than me. I thought this was probably the best looking episode, particularly when she was in the hills and the
And
mountains.
the pub as well. The
Yeah,
pub looks great.
looked great.
Like, it did make me think, because again, I was so pissed off. I made half a video that I never released about why the Jodie Whittaker era looks so garbage, because it was
Low angles and barely any lighting.
yes, and it was basically what felt like high school
Saturated.
students given really expensive gear. So then they just shine RGB lights on everything, and everything was like flaring, and they had cool anamorphics, and like, look how good we are, guys. But whereas this actually looks like professionals, like it's because it's Bad Wolf shooting it. It's Bad Wolf Productions. Bad Wolf also shot his Dark Materials and stuff. So
Oh, cool.
They're they're a real production company that works with Sony, and they do real things. So it's like it's nice to see.
Meanwhile, the Jodie era had writers who never done Doctor, and I won't be surprised if you got cameramen who never held a camera.
That's what it felt like. It really did feel like that. But this show actually looks really, really good now, which is hilarious because like you could never say that about Doctor Who previously. So the show at least looks good now. But then Ruby goes
Runs into
Oh, Susan Twist. She is in this episode.
it's our
I thought
direct interaction. Have I met you before?
they did I thought the lady at a distance, I thought that It Follows was Susan Twist until Susan Twist rocked up. And I'm like, oh, okay. And then they're actually talking, and she's like, don't I know you? And
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, we're actually going to get some Susan Twist lore maybe. But then she's like, oh, okay, bye. And bugs
Yeah.
off. But then we get the first the super interesting part of the episode, which is, or the crux, I guess, where anyone that talks to this spooky woman at a distance, immediately horrified, runs away from Ruby. And it happens 3 or 4 times throughout the episode.
Yeah, they run away from Ruby, but it doesn't seem like they run away from their life unless they're a nuclear a pro-prime minister who then quits being a prime minister.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. They run away.
Well, I guess the guy quits coming to the pub, so there was some
But that's because
quitting
Ruby's
element.
there. So it's like he doesn't want to be near Ruby and the woman, which I got.
Right.
So she goes to the pub. All the scenes in the pub look great. It's actually probably the spookiest part of the episode. Like, I thought that was going to be
For
the
a second,
vibe
I
going
thought
forward.
that was the whole episode. I thought we were going to do a Hateful Eight all
I thought
in
it was
a pub.
small town.
People were going to disappear one by one, leaving Ruby by herself.
Yeah,
Because there was such a defined group of people.
Yes, we had Adam Lambert. We had there was also another Zoomer.
We had a older actress who I've seen crop up in a few.
We had our
things.
fourth creepy old woman of the episode.
Yeah,
This episode loves old women.
For a second, I thought it was going to be like 2005 with the whole weird humor of how do you pay with your
Which
phone.
didn't hit me during.
Didn't hit.
But I laughed after. Like, during, I don't know whether it was direction or what, but like the joke itself didn't land because I think I was thinking, like, it wasn't it's
don't know what year it
2005.
is.
I was already thinking, is this woman stupid? She doesn't know what year it is. But we hadn't been told what year it is. I think it was just confusion which dampened the humor. But then after they were like, oh yeah, it's 2024. Like, we have online banking. You idiot. We're not in the dark ages.
Like maybe that was the joke that she's assuming because we're Welsh in a village we mustn't have this stuff, but it just wasn't.
But like I was thinking, you have to be stereotyping them for that joke to land. Whereas I was more thinking about Ruby doesn't know what time she's in, and then afterwards I'm like, haha, that was good.
Yeah,
like I don't know.
No. It was just a weird moment that stuck out to me.
It could have been direction.
The scary stuff. That the woman is good. She was shot well initially. Like it was quite. Harrowing. We've touched on there.
And all the stuff in the pub, they start talking about the folklore of, it sounds like they're making up who Mad Jack is.
Yeah, I thought it was a play on words like magic, Mad Jack.
Oh, maybe.
I thought it was a play on that.
But then like, anyway.
Because that scene confused me.
It again dampened the feeling of the episode with humor. Like, it felt like that was a really spooky bit, and I thought
that
it was
stuff
going to be good.
became prevalent because when the Prime Minister guy is going, people called me Mad Jack. I'm like, oh, so that shit was important?
Well, Ruby goes back to the TARDIS, and we get an interesting moment, which I think was bad for her character, if anything, and mainly, again, bad for the series as a whole, because she goes up to it, and the Doctor's gone, and she thinks the Doctor has just locked her out for some reason. She doesn't think he's vanished because of magic. She thinks he might have just locked himself in the
Which he might have done if he approached the woman, but I don't think he did. It's not clear exactly what the Doctor...
Yeah, he's
where
just
the Doctor
gone,
went.
and he doesn't come back, like, in that
even the
timeline.
TARDIS. Yeah, because really he would have just hopped in the TARDIS and flown off.
If he left, yeah.
If he ran away.
Because she thinks he's in it. She talks to the TARDIS as if it's him, and she says, I might just go home. I haven't even known you that long.
Yeah, like, it's weird they're playing on that so much that like we've only had a few adventures.
It's Space Babies Boom, then this.
Yeah.
Which is what it was supposed to be because they moved Devil's Court in from episode 6. But it's just funny to hear her say, oh, we haven't even been together that long, when we know there's been a 6-month time
You
jump.
always solve everything.
So it's like,
yeah.
they should have just deleted that line, and it makes this go away.
Just edited it away.
It would make this more interesting if Ruby really was like, we had a good 2 adventures, but I guess you don't want to talk to me again. But she's also not really upset about it. She just goes, oh, I'm just going to go home. I don't know.
Yeah, like there seems to be well, once again, it's because you don't know much about this character.
It's just a very plastic way to do it. Like, if she thought, or maybe if he did talk to the woman and then he ran away, she would feel like he's just being a big dick to her. And that would be the friction we're after, right?
Yeah, for me, I don't know much about Ruby. I don't know much about this Doctor. So when things like this happen and Ruby goes, oh, I guess it's just how the Doctor is. I know, obviously, something's wrong because the Doctor, at his core, wouldn't do that. But then, because both these versions are so unknown to me still, I'm like, okay.
I feel like if she knew something was wrong, maybe it'd be more interesting because she's like, oh, the Doctor wouldn't have just left me.
Yeah, but then she
instead
goes back home, which makes sense.
Home.
She's a 19-year-old, she's in Wales.
If she was annoyed at him, it would make sense.
Go home.
If she thought he ran away, it'd be interesting.
Yeah.
But because he's just vanished, she's just like, oh, I guess he's gone. But then, yes, you're right, she goes back home. And then turns out the woman that's always a particular distance away, turns out it's 73 yards, if you guess the title, is constantly following her. You notice that on the train back, no matter where she is. There's always this woman 73 yards away. Her mum comes up with a clever idea of, oh, I'll let you talk to her on the phone so that you can actually discuss. But then mum turns and runs away. And then the mum will never talk to her. And the mum changes the locks on the house. Yeah. And it's really, really dramatic.
You're not my real daughter. We have a fairly nice shot of snow with the...
Yeah, the mum locks her out, and Ruby Ruby's upset about it, but really not overly that phased, because we start just skipping through time.
Yeah, because then we go to we're 25 and we've got long
which
hair.
I missed the first time. My wife had to point it out to me. I missed the birthday cards.
Yeah, you know, the actress is actually 19, so but most people were watching it probably would assume she was in her mid-20s anyway, when she actually is the age.
Which was fine. I'm fine giving her long hair, but then they put her in glasses and smear a bit of cornstarch on her head and call her 40.
And like, look, I'm not saying 40-year-old women are decrepit, but they're not 19.
They're not 19.
Like, I'm not. I look different when I was 19, and I'm 30.
But then she's going on dates with guys that look like you. And
yeah.
So then it's like, well, she's not 40, or she is 40, looking 19, going on dates with 30-year-olds.
They just were like, and I was there going, this episode's so weird already. If you just want to say that she's somehow time locked in that moment and she's not aging, that'd be more interesting, because you've already brought up the perception filter.
Kate Stewart says the line, "I think this timeline must be suspended along your event."
Right. That to me felt like a really big, like, what do you mean timeline? But she just kind of says it.
It's a weird thing
that
to
the
say.
idea that unit, there's parallel universes.
They're the TVA now.
Yeah. So I was there going, okay, but that seems like a really like big line to say, and no one's reacting to it.
And Kate Stewart's in it because somehow Kate Stewart finds Ruby and comes and talks to Ruby about the woman.
That she's the carryover all the way from Matt Smith.
It's fun. I like her. Yeah, she's good. Lethbridge Stewart does all her government-y spec ops stuff to go talk to the woman, but then all of those people run away, and it's less run for their life in fear again. It's run away from Ruby.
Yeah, just
and
completely
they all look
cut
at
her
Ruby,
off.
And it's eerie, I guess, but it's not spooky.
It's just eerie, and then the fact that Ruby isn't driven mad by it. Instead, she starts getting a weird comfort from her, which would then reveal that because it is her, so then it's...
Then, not till later on. I guess she's never heard her, so she's always just
the only
around.
Ironically, she's the only consistent thing in her life.
Yeah, and then we start skipping
leave.
through the years so dramatically, just to get to 2046, where Roger Ap Gwilym is running for office, because in the intro, the Doctor has a single line about, "Oh, I love the Welsh, except this one Welsh Prime Minister, Roger Ap Gwilym, who almost sent the world to nuclear war."
It completely flew over my head. I did think it was really funny. Where he's like, "Oh, wait, what year are you from again?" I thought, "Oh, that's a fun line from the Doctor."
Yeah, because it is such a brief line.
Turns out his policy is get nukes now.
It worked.
Yeah, but it's so weird that he was openly like, they never even fired nukes in the Great Russian War 2030. Pussies.
Ruby's watching him on the TV, and he's saying all the same problems we have now, which I guess is a commentary that maybe war never changes, but instead it just feels like it's not 2046 if we're just saying the exact same things
there's some
that happen now. It's just not
weird
interesting.
reference about like, oh, that's app, by the way, not apps like those things we used to have on our phones.
Yes.
I mean, app as in of Wales. So like, such a weird, like, I mean, I guess he wants, hey, it's been 20 years. There should be a bit of difference. If you look at the difference between 2005 to 2024, there's a lot of things that are different in terms
so what
of
do we
tech.
have now?
So what would it be in 20 years?
But then she literally just uses an app on her phone. So it's like, that's stupid. But he's talking about his policy, and it is... Everyone's worried about the cost of living crisis, all of these things that are literally like right now. I'm like, well, that's the least interesting thing you could do, is just to parrot now and say, ooh, commentary in it. Things don't change.
He really likes bringing in his little political commentary, old man.
People always say Doctor Who's always been political.
It has. But
not every episode. And not constantly, not forefronted.
Sometimes it can be a little bit more hidden.
So Ruby has a bunch of failing relationships over the years.
Which she doesn't seem to care about.
And then by the time we're in 2046, she looks at Roger Ap Gwilym and goes, oh, that's the guy that the Doctor mentioned
this is why
40 years ago in passing.
20 years ago.
20 years ago in passing. Which I get is fine because it's the last moment she saw the Doctor, so you probably would burn that into your memory.
And he's somehow related to that, because he goes, people called me Mad Jack. Mad Jack.
Which she
stepped on the Mad Jack
on
thing.
the TV.
But only joking. But that whole Mad Jack stuff was then revealed to be just a joke by the people in the bar.
Well, maybe they were just riffing on actual folklore.
Yeah.
That's the problem with this episode. Nothing is clear.
Nothing's clear.
And not in an interesting way. It's me going, the fuck is happening?
Yeah, you're asking the wrong questions as the audience member.
I'm not asking whatever Russell T Davies wants me to ask.
Yeah, Westworld had that problem.
Which
you're
is that
asking
again?
All the wrong questions.
It's just RTD in his own head. He knows everything, and he's like, "Oh, Russell, you're so clever," and then only half of it makes it to the screen.
Yeah, because there's like, I know why I'm here now. It's like, what? There was a reason why you were here.
Yeah, it's like you would have been there anyway. It's not Harold Saxon. It's not you accidentally came back in time just in the right moment, and the Doctor, and it's not that I know that voice.
I don't understand why the guy was just nuke happy. Like there was nothing about him other than he was pro-nuke.
Politicians in commentary.
Is he trying to say that a politician could be shouting, I really want to find nukes, and we'd still vote for him?
We would.
And maybe that's the point. Like, Don't Look Up had the whole, like, we could literally have a meteorite in the sky, definitely about to hit Earth, and people would still ignore it.
Yep.
Even if it was as clear as that, because that's what global warming is.
That movie sucked.
Oh, that movie sucked.
People fucking loved it. Heavy weighs the hands that has the message.
Yeah.
I don't know, heavy-handed message is what I'm trying to say. But she decides that she needs to stop him. And to do that, I'm like, oh shit, we're getting some Ruby initiative. She's going to do some stuff. And then she walks into his field office and says, I want to do stuff.
I'll even carry the codes.
And then cut to her carrying the codes.
There's been some good cut moments in this episode, like with the woman there at night and it's daytime, and then there, straight away, we cut straight to her.
You're a big fan of transitions in this one?
Maybe I've just been watching a lot of Wes Anderson of late films, you know.
Anytime a character's in the middle, you're like...
Match cut, yeah, you did a match cut. Edgar Wright, Wes Anderson.
Filmmaking.
Yeah.
She's not positioning herself close to Roger. She talks to him like one time in passing, and then he goes off to flirt with a girl who then decides he's a monster. It could have been interesting, but he's not even the bad guy of the episode, because again, all we have to go off is that he's nuke happy, and the Doctor said, oh, except that one Prime Minister that almost brought the world to war, because I guess that means that the Doctor knew about him, so Ruby could never get close, because if Ruby was actually friends with him, the Doctor would go, oh, I know Ruby from that Roger Ap Gwilym thing. But instead, she has to stay at a distance so that the Doctor didn't say, oh, Roger Ap Gwilym, the worst president, you know, the one that you got rid of in 2046. He wrote himself into too many knots, maybe.
Yeah, because then the way she gets rid of him, because she then reveals, I had to be sure that he was bad.
Before that, he's doing a big thing for Prime Minister. He's about to get the codes.
He wants 10,000 people. They brought the nukes off from Pakistan.
I don't know what the 10,000 people or the not touching grass was about. Maybe he was going to put a fairy trap on it or something, and he was going to use those people
just because
somehow.
they wanted, if you didn't say keep off the grass, then no one would have made a big deal of her being on the ground.
Okay, yeah. So it was also that people pointed guns at Ruby for standing on the grass.
She was aiming and
pointing a phone
at him, at the Prime Minister, basically.
An app from her phone. But my thought was, wouldn't you be able to tell how far away you were if he's on the end line and you're at a football stadium?
I'd also say that, I mean, obviously you just do it. It's meant to be like a countdown for our benefit, but if she, for the majority of her life, has had a woman perfectly 73 yards away, she probably becomes really good at being able to just self-measure what 73 yards is at any one point.
And because she brings that up to Lethbridge Stewart, so she's the one that knows that it's 73 yards.
So she probably would be able, by that point, to eyeball it pretty well.
Oh, she talks to the not girlfriend that's terrified of him, and she's like, oh, he is a monster? Cool. And then she stands 73 yards away, which is funny because that's a circle. But obviously the woman wanted to be next to Roger Ap Gwilym because that's where she appeared. Because otherwise she could have been 73 yards behind her.
He looks at her, does a runner, quits everything.
He's different from everyone else because everyone else just runs away from Ruby / the woman. But for the last 10 minutes before that, I thought, oh, fuck, this is a two-parter. Because so little had happened. We'd spent so long just getting through Ruby's life that I'm like, this has to be a two-parter so we can do something interesting in the second part. But instead we get a Deus Ex as always, with this season as always.
And the Doctor not solving anything again.
In fairness, he wasn't there, but yes. Yeah. And then he runs away, and unlike everyone else that just runs away from Ruby and the woman, he quits being a politician, he resigns, he is defeated.
More relaxed, nice Prime Minister, we're told quickly. More relaxed, nice Prime Minister will come in. But by the end, she's old, she's ready to die.
So we just keep going through time.
Yeah,
it's like that doesn't solve the problem, and the Doctor comes back or anything because she defeated Mad Jack.
And the actress they have does a wonderful job of sounding like a miserable old woman in a home. Like, I used to make it snow. I'm always lonely, but I'm never alone. I'm like, God, I heard my granddad say random shit like that too.
That was my biggest laugh, was when it's like, okay, Grandma, let's put you to bed, because she's like, I used to make it snow.
We can turn the lights on and off with words. And she goes, oh no, we did that when I was young.
Which again,
they do such a good job with old woman Ruby. I was there going, man, what if the Doctor had a 60-year-old companion?
I had the exact same thought. I'm like, you know what, let's keep the old broad. like that would be, because we've always had like old Doctor, young companion.
What if you flipped it?
Old ass woman being like, fuck Doctor,
Zimmer frame.
what are we doing?
Yeah. Then all of a sudden you get the reveal, which you kind of were
falls
guessing.
asleep in her bed, and then she just wakes up in the field.
For whatever reason.
For no reason.
It turns out the hand motions don't mean anything.
No, because don't step and...
Yeah, like it was
not related.
Not related. I thought it was like some witchcrafty thing.
Doesn't matter.
Doesn't mean anything. And
Russell said, I stood in a pier to find out exactly how far 73 yards was from somewhere else. Why? Just so he could be like, you know what's a creepy distance? 73
maybe
yards.
73 is a number that means something in Welsh folklore.
That's what it's just confusion. It's just questions.
So then she then sees her, but then in doing that, tells the doctor to not step on. I knew the moment we were going forward in time, like when it was 1 year, I was like, oh, maybe the doctor comes back. But the moment it was she's 40, I was like, okay, we're gonna reset. We're gonna Groundhog Day reset.
I knew we were gonna reset, but I was still hoping for old Ruby companion.
Yeah. So when it's all over, I'm like, well, how does she stop the Prime Minister then if she's not on that timeline?
Someone else has to do it in 20-something years.
It's not clear.
It
goes from being a weird horror, like, who's this woman following me, trapped in a Welsh village horror story, but then it becomes such a grander scale, stop nuclear holocaust.
Yeah.
I was just very confused.
Ruby has no agency. She's
kind of rolling.
Until the last second, I got nothing from Ruby except that she's willing to leave things alone for 70 years. She's like, oh yeah, her mum never talked to her again, mind you. She's like, this is fine for 70 years. The whole episode just happens around Ruby. She's entirely passive, even with the curse and the woman. Like, everything just happens to Ruby the whole episode. Until she holds an app at the very end and somehow manages to do that.
She holds the app.
She does nothing. App. It's just, it's a nothing episode of great confusion that had very interesting moments occasionally.
Yeah, but
it didn't give me anything for Ruby, and also it reset Ruby anyway. So anything she learnt on this journey is gone.
Yeah. So unlike the Catherine Tate Turn Left, where she does take those experiences
and she
back
remembers,
with her, she remembers it. This isn't the case, and then we're left pretty much where we started. Apart from you see Mrs. Flood briefly, and you see,
to remind us she exists.
You see Susan Twist, which are two separate old women characters,
which they might not meet, or they might still meet. Because
one of them maybe is the Rani. We don't know who the Twist is. We don't know what the twist with Susan Twist is. Other than those two little, reminder, these exist. One could argue you could skip this episode.
100%. Which is sad. I didn't not like the episode.
I never will feel the need to watch this one again.
Yeah.
Like when I'm rewatching through this series, I will skip over this. I do it with other Doctor episodes. Sometimes I'm like, don't need to watch this one again.
Yeah, it's an interesting episode that he didn't take to anything.
I'm shelving it. I know this might sound bad. I'm placing it with that fucking 2012 season 2 Olympic episode where the Doctor runs the torch.
Fear her.
Who gives a fuck
Not
about that
episode?
Not a Fear
Her fan?
Who gives a fuck about that episode? I like it less than I spoke about it because it actually didn't do anything.
So again, we kind of like
freaky.
We like the Christmas special a fair bit.
Like Christmas, Space Babies is looking all the better. And
shit, Space Babies top 5.
Yeah, the Beatles one is fine. Boom is probably the strongest one, but that's not
still has issues. And then this one, I'd put this one above Space Babies, which is weird considering there's no Doctor. Well, I wasn't conflicted because it wasn't
anything.
But it wasn't. Space Babies actively annoyed me because the Doctor went out of his way to save a booger.
Yeah, but there was no anything.
I'd rather watch this again than Space Babies. If I had a choice, this over Space Babies.
I'd just watch neither.
Fair enough. Tell us down below. Also, don't forget to please subscribe. We're like 200 and something away from 1,000.
Best episode of the season.
I think I agree. Not like, it's fantastic. Everything about it's amazing. But it was the most interesting sci-fi concept we've had.
It was the most complete.
It had a resolution.
It worked. And the ending of it made me then like all the other bits more.
Yes.
It then made me think, oh, that's great.
I've been complaining about it every week. There was no aha moment in every other week. This one had an aha moment, but it wasn't the aha moment that the episode, I think, thought it had.
Basically, Russell T Davies must really like the Bryce Dallas Howard Black Mirror episode, where everyone's rating everyone.
Yeah, it was half the Daniel Kaluuya one.
Yes, even the actress he has in this even looks somewhat similar to how
the
Bryce
whole aesthetic.
The whole aesthetic, everything. It's like, oh, hey. And is simply, it will be referred to colloquially as the Black Mirror episode.
Which I think is okay.
Yeah, and it's fine because I think the idea of pitching that Doctor Who is a world and also a genre that can do stuff like this. I mean, its most famous episode of Modern Who is Blink, which is Doctor Light. And so I can see the argument for having these kind of like Black Mirror or Twilight Zone stories set in the world of Doctor Who, or maybe the Doctor who just walks by in the background for 2 seconds.
Did you ever watch Mythic Quest?
I got a few episodes into. I think I watched the first season of
Mythic Quest.
They did
one episode out of every
yeah.
season. Barely anything to do with it. Really liked it. I think that'd be a good formula for Doctor Who as well, which they kind of...
That's what Russell did. I mean, obviously, you've got the infamous, I'm about to act up with this fucking moaning Myrtle concrete slab.
Love and Monsters.
Yeah.
Yep.
This concrete slab's going to make me...
We've even got a bit of a love life.
Oh, let's not go into that.
I already forget the chick's name.
I don't even really want to go plot by plot for this one. It's basically it's a commentary on TikTok and Zoomers on their phones constantly.
Russell T Davies, I've somewhat criticised, saying he always goes 11 out of 10 with his points. Space Babies would be one, and this definitely would be one. But then in his defence, after watching this episode, I immediately started washing the dishes, and because I cannot simply do something without being engaged, put my 2 headphones on, so I listened to a podcast and could not hear my wife yelling at me. So I was like, I guess he has a fucking point, eh?
That's the thing. It annoyed me for like the first 10 minutes almost about how on the nose it was. There's one point where she has to walk, but normally she gets directions from Dot and Bubble.
And it's become like a balancing point.
Yes.
That she physically... I thought of it as... So she's got the circle around her.
And that's the thing. It's like you're in your own little world. That's the commentary. TikTok Zoomers on their phones.
Literally,
it's your own little bubble. So Dot is the little projector that she can talk to. Dot is kind of the phone. Bubble is the world, the social media.
Which I thought would be like a TikTok thing, when it's just simply communicating. Although you can see your subscription, so she follows the hot guy.
Because they have Ricky September, it's almost a TikTok, but they do it more in a social manner. Like it's the social of social media, which makes it a little bit more okay almost. Like it doesn't beat the point down as much. It's not just she's watching cat videos constantly. Like that would have been very 2012. Like it didn't go that far at least. But it was that she doesn't look at people in the eye. She's always talking to them over the phone. So I'm glad that he took that section because like I'm constantly on my phone, but I'm always talking to people. Like, my gran will get mad at me if I'm on the phone at the family dinner because she's like, you're always just on your phone. It's like, well, I mean, I'm talking to my friends. It's like, so I think that made it feel less boomer talking down to TikTokers. It was more like, I know you're talking to your friends, but sometimes maybe you should see them in real life.
I'm guilty of that.
It annoyed me in the first 10 minutes, but then I kind of blended into it. But also, the social media commentary is the least interesting part of the episode to me.
Oh, yeah.
Because later on...
What? Why not?
So she's stuck in her own little world, and the whole thing is, because it's a Dr. Light episode, because Shudigat was off filming Sex Ed still, and also they couldn't have him there and have Millie be on set, because then that's another Dr. Light.
But then I did think, because since it's all through the screens, that they probably would have filmed it, and then when she was available, hence why there was more than I expected.
Yes, that's the thing. I reckon everyone filmed early, and then... Well, all he had to do was go to a soundstage for most of it, pop in on his way back.
From what I understand, when they were at the very end in the sewer, he's wearing his Jaffa Cake Doctor outfit.
He's wearing the outfit that you've wanted all along.
Yeah, it's the one that he was wearing, because she was wearing the same, when they revealed their outfit in the car park.
Yeah.
And since this is meant to be
it was possibly
one of the first
time they were together.
they filmed, then there you go. I was like, okay, cool.
Yeah.
And
it's a great outfit that we're never going to see again.
I preferred the one he's wearing in posters, the one they went with, the blue and the brown, because I do just think it's a bit too similar colour, but still look good in motion for the camera. But yeah, and you know, I kind of like the kind of that, you know, Life on Mars sort of 70s 80s English look.
We are less than 200 subscribers to 1,000. You should totally subscribe. That'd be really cool. Then my wife will think I'm doing this for a reason. They get into it relatively quickly. Like, they don't really waste time cramming anything down her throat. We get her little daily routine, and then it's suddenly the doctor tries to talk to her, and it's like, hey, man, something's awry. Oh, sorry, hey, babes, something's awry.
When she is walking to work, and it does make it clear that they literally just follow it like a sat-nav. They don't even think where they are. Like
they trust it completely.
Into it, that they don't even pay attention to their environment. and she walks around.
I guess that's why they did it.
I
was annoyed at the whole she can't walk forwards without it.
I liked that because I was
that seemed too far to me. That's just such a basic thing.
Well, because you're meant to think that they've been doing this, and this is.
I would understand her not being able to find the exit or not knowing her way around.
Yeah.
But with the whole, like, oh, I can't walk in a straight line.
Well, I think it's because it's like...
That's probably the only thing I didn't like.
She walked robotic, like straight, stop, turn. So
but she tries to walk forwards and she falls into a...
Yeah. I was trying to think about it, and also I thought their far distance would be shit, because they're only ever looking immediately.
Yeah, would have been an interesting way to do it.
Like, we're not interested in diving into that, but
yeah, it's just she can't walk forwards without. I think that's the only part of the episode I didn't like. Just I'm like, that's annoying.
Oh, I thought it was I thought it was cute.
It doesn't really matter.
It doesn't matter. And then they kind of throw it away because she immediately can walk when she needs to walk.
Once she...
So the idea is she gets used to it quickly.
Yes.
And it's
like it comes back to her maybe, but it just annoyed me that first one. That's stupid. You do have the doctor being like, you can't walk without it. Like I was like, okay.
I love that line when he goes, you can't walk without it.
Yes.
like the idea that he desperately wants to physically be there, because the joke of the episode is that it's then revealed this is the most simple situation ever.
Yep.
If the doctor was physically there, it would be so simple. There are slug monsters moving like slugs.
Most of the time people walk into them. Like they're not actually...
They walk, yes, they're just... Yeah, because the AI, it's revealed that the AI is been driven mad by their drivel. As they say, it's Love Island, because it's only people between 17 and 27.
They're all vapid rich girls and boys.
And Susan Twist is Mummy.
Yes, we do get the Susan Twist cameo again as Mummy, and we get more reference to it, like the Doctor and Ruby both recognize her,
pointing it out.
But they don't know where from.
Well, he points out directly, I remember her from whatever.
Oh, I remember her. Wasn't she the chick on Castarian 3?
Yeah.
And then she's like, but I remember her after that.
Yeah.
Which maybe means that Ruby somehow remembers.
Oh, yeah, she
gets
was
confusing
saw her.
with
She would have directly spoke to her in 73 yards.
But then she didn't remember that, so it's timeline messy again. But again, who knows when this episode was supposed to be. But anyway.
It's a cheap episode, actually.
I mean, depends where they filmed, because they do have to make everything pretty. They had to clear all the roads. It's a very pretty looking episode.
Shot on a campus, right?
It does look like a university when they go into the thing at the end. But it's a very nice looking episode, which I'm glad about. It's probably the best looking episode, I reckon.
It's shot so close in because of all this. So, like, the camera angles are very, like, you feel very close to them.
And it's all bright Wes Anderson graphics. Like, everything looks very nice. Yeah, everything's pastel-y. And everyone's got outfits that can complement the background. I'm like, that's nice.
You know, she's got a doctor who...
Dr.
At first,
P.
I couldn't tell if they were AI generated, some of them, like
I think Dr.
P.
P was, yeah.
And so he's monitoring the peeing, like, oh, you can go to the toilet now, because, like, she doesn't even know when she needs to go to the toilet.
Do I need to pee?
Urine content is 0 for the 3rd day in a row. Well done, Lindy. Remember, don't waste a day with daily waste.
I thought that was going to be what was preventing the slugs, that some of them are just holding in their pee or something.
You thought it was the Macroterra almost, like...
Yeah, and the doctor was I think they wanted that to be the lead off, because he's like, have you ate something? Have you drank something?
Yeah.
And then you got the reminder
they were trying to red herring us?
Like the kind of joke of she wanted to piss herself. He goes, hey, looks like you want to piss yourself. That felt like a red herring. Like, hey, remember the whole pee thing? We've done that twice now. So the 3rd time it'll be important.
Yeah, I definitely thought it was going to be a Macroterra, like when they start talking about, oh, they must be from the outside world, so they've broken in. So there was a good amount of misdirection. Yeah. But the aha wasn't very satisfying to me. The Doctor tries to break her out. That's the whole episode. Like you said, it's super simple. It's just the Doctor has to get dumb girl from point A to point B.
And I think we saw a little bit of sassiness. Like, just obviously Stephen taking note of how this Doctor Who works. How... Seems like a sassy,
but this was filmed first, which is weird.
Filmed first, it made me laugh. Like, you need the thing to walk. Like, I thought that's good.
Yeah. I also really liked Ruby in this episode for the short period of time, which is funny because I didn't like her in 73 yards because she did nothing.
It's the most I've liked both of them.
Here she felt like, I think they just had a drive. They had something to do, whereas things weren't happening to them. They were trying to make stuff happen. And because they couldn't make something happen, there was more of a barrier. They were still besties, but here I think it worked. He said something mean and Ruby was like, oi, like, be nice.
And the old overtly Shooty revealing, obviously, that this Doctor is gay or attracted to men or just whatever.
People are going to have a field day with that one.
But Shooty himself is queer.
Maybe?
I think he came out as queer. But yeah, so it's not that big of a deal. I mean, you know, it's Doctor Who, he's 2,000 years old.
Well, isn't this all very modern?
So I think the fun thing is it's that the character we have, even though I know it's a Black Mirror styled episode, I didn't know just how, I mean, full on by the end of it, it's been structured to be Black Mirror. We're with the Doctor in it. Like, it's Black Mirror with the Doctor in it. I'm not saying that they own that format, but it is very directly like Black Mirror.
It doesn't have to be the Doctor. It could have been anyone breaking into their network to try to do it.
And to be fair, it's the best Black Mirror episode I've seen in a good while. Because Black Mirror's been shit of late.
She finally tries to escape. Her dot and bubble runs out of battery, so she's running away, and she meets Ricky September, who is the famous TikToker, basically, in this world. Everyone loves him. His followers count says everybody. So I was like, that's fun.
And I assumed, which I think maybe, that he was going to betray her, that he actually is in on this, or there's going to be some kind of reveal that it just felt too easy that he was there to save her. And it's him, it's the person she loves, and
maybe it is like he's written a couple of different misdirections that certain people might pick up on, because I didn't get that at all. I just thought he was a nice guy, which was interesting because I'm like, oh, it's that guy. It's the douchey TikToker. He slowly reveals himself to be just a really cool guy.
And Doctor Who-esque in grabbing the hand. And, you know.
Yeah, he's like, I guess he's the closest they have to someone that takes charge and is smart, because he reads. He's the only person in the entire city
it turns out he turns off his dot and reads and kind of has a board in his mind. He's
a fake influencer almost.
Fake influencer.
Which again was a bit of fun, because he becomes a really nice guy, and then you're like, oh, these two, like, you get, dumb vapid girl is getting a little bit out of her shell because of smart handsome guy, and she's like, oh my god, you're so crazy, you turn your dot off.
Yeah.
And then
and that's what I thought it was going to be, that I always kept waiting for her to grow, but she doesn't grow ever.
Yes, and she's unbearable for so much of it.
She stays unbearable the whole time. And I was like, this is weird that they're not having her, because I imagine by the end of it, it's the whole,
you get your
she's
redemption.
ripped her shirt off and she's throwing the dot away and she's become action woman.
I checked the time
and
at about 15 minutes left. I'm like, how are we going to redeem this bitch?
Yeah, because she just is refusing to learn.
And then in a pretty funny bit that I don't think anyone saw coming, Ricky is saving her life.
That whole situation is actually hilarious. We've got to crack the door code. For us, when you look at the situation, for you and I in that situation, any human in that situation, it's a really easy situation. She has to walk to a building, avoid the slugs that are moving slowly, walk down the stairs, and they've got to hack the door. And turning out hacking the door is just repeating the number that's been spoken.
I mean, the Doctor made the numbers come up, but that's what it is. Yeah, he has to type 100 numbers in, and then like the door will just open. It's like, again, super easy.
But you don't really think about it.
It's almost killing time in the background while she's doing stuff. But then the thing that annoys me is, because he made the villain so stupid, as in the big slug bad guys are no longer a threat later on. The Dot becoming the bad guy is what annoyed me, because it's so out of nowhere. It's just like, you have this mysterious bad guy, and now suddenly, because you need third act tension, you're like, oh, this little psychokinetic ball is going to kill you.
For that. Yeah, we have a Star Wars. We have the Star Wars with the stick.
Yeah, it does is do that. But then it puts Ricky in danger, and she just immediately betrays Ricky, and it's so fucking funny, but in a great way, because it's like surprise funny. I didn't see it coming at all.
Yeah, because when he was giving her the speech of like, the slugs can't come down here, I waited for the door to crash open.
Every time there was a close up on a character, I was like,
waiting for it.
I kept like, this guy's going to just get slugged, because they were like, oh, we're stupid and didn't see. But no, they don't out of nowhere slug. That's the aha moment that I also didn't like. Okay, there's three things I didn't like. Where the Doctor gets so worked up, he's like, oh my god, they're doing it in alphabetical order. That's how they're killing people. I'm like, woo! Like, I don't give a shit about that. Like, that's not...
because his whole thing is like, why... It's also because...
He says it's a big deal because that means someone made it. Someone made these slugs that killed everyone.
Yeah, I didn't care much for the ignoring. I actually would have minded if it was simply just because you're slightly more aware of your environment, you've defeated this slug problem. Like, because you're just slightly more aware of it, you would... It's like in Shaun of the Dead, it's scary for about 2 days until they realise, they're just kind of walking slow. They're like drunks.
Push them over.
Yeah, push them over. So the army reserves come in and we can contain it pretty quickly.
But they do wipe out their home planet, because I guess they were the same. So she betrays him, and then because she says his name is Richard Coombs, and then she saves herself. She looks at him one last time and just closes the door. And surprise funny was so good, because this utter bitch that I've been like, you suck, and just like I don't really want you to get redeemed. And it's like, oh no, you suck. But then we get an even better thing because then she meets the Doctor. And the whole time she's been dismissive of the Doctor.
But she was accepting of blonde eyes, blue hair, Ruby. Blue hair, blonde eyes. Fuck's sake, Stephen.
Yeah, she would block the Doctor immediately and was happy to talk to, not happy to talk to Ruby. She was like, oh my God, Ruby, you're so stupid, but would talk to her.
Well, that whole sequence was great. We should talk about that. Ruby's like, yeah, could you just look in front of you? Like,
yes, I liked Ruby there.
Yeah. That whole sequence where you realize just how idiotic these people are.
And how insufferable this bitch is. Because she's like, I would do whatever I want.
A teenager doesn't want to put their phone away. It is like that. It's like, yeah, but if you just put your iPad down for a bit, we can actually do something productive. So I did really relate to that stuff. It was good.
It's like within 3 minutes left, they're all like, okay, we've escaped to the canals. We're going to go live out in the outside world where it's safe. No more dot and bubble.
I'm thinking, but all of you are just as stupid as these people.
Yeah, I'm like, you don't have a chance to survive. And the Doctor says, I can just take you somewhere. And she's like, oh, no. And then the whole time they've been talking about, oh, the doors were locked since the cleansing. We've done this since the cleansing. Everyone's bubbled in. And then she's not overtly racist because a lot of people have missed it from what I've seen. But she just says...
The woman says that's a magic box, big on the inside. That's voodoo.
Yes.
Excuse me, sir. That's voodoo.
And voodoo is...
Before this, she says a line, and then they each have a little racist line. But I can't remember what she says first.
She says, it's one thing to talk to you on the screen, but to interact with you in person.
Yes. And then it's like, oh, this bitch is a space racist.
Racist. Space racist.
Baby-sized space babies.
Space racist. Her friend says, her friend randomly plays the trumpet because that's her thing.
Come on, you don't get infected or something.
Yes. She says the voodoo line, and then she says, before it gets infected, and that's when the cleansing line hit for me. And I'm like, oh, fuck. Very space racist.
But I guess if they were that racist, I'm amazed she wasn't like, look, there's one of them.
Yes, because that would have been too obvious for the story later on. It's better this way.
Or maybe they're at least separated or like clear. Also, he's vague enough on how the culture works that maybe.
Yes, there's a line earlier on as well where she's like, oh my God, are you two in the same room? Because Ruby and the Doctor are on the thing.
You're right.
And they're looking at each other constantly. So we're like, they're just sitting next to each other.
She's horrified.
That's so silly.
She's horrified.
And then she's horrified that they're in the same room. And then she says, this is a conspiracy. And we're like, oh, she just thinks it's weird that they're on two screens, but they're together. And it's no, she doesn't think a white blonde girl should be with a black guy. And I'm like, that's what I mean by it. It dominoes through the whole episode backwards, and you're like, "Oh, this fucking bitch! Like everyone sucks." And then you realize, "Oh, everyone's been white."
Yes,
I'm
amazed that I never noticed.
It's probably the best thing he's ever done commentary-wise, because I'm like, "Oh,
never noticed."
Yes, and should we have, or should we not have?
The fact that
Do we consider white society normal?
I think
that's not good.
It'd be interesting to see if someone of another race picked up on it.
They're all in very white makeup.
Makeup.
They're all made
bright.
up.
I guess maybe the palette colours, but the black hair.
But her thinking that everyone else is stupid because they don't understand. Like Ruby just telling her things. You're right. She was like, "Oh my God, you're so stupid," because that again is how kids can be. If you're like, "What's skibbity toilet?" and they're like,
"How do you not know what that is?"
Are we racist? Did we not? Because we didn't realize. That's why it's good.
Yeah, but then is it? You're watching something. I'm watching something at 9 o'clock in the morning, and it's But then no, I was there. I went to my wife. I went. It's only been white because I went. Is it a race thing? She went. No, it's not a race thing. I said. I don't know. I feel like it's a race thing.
Might be space racist.
And the moment she went voodoo, I went. It's definitely a race thing. And I said, yeah, it's only been white people, hasn't it? She went. No, it couldn't have been. No, it has been. It's only been white people.
It's good. It's the first time we've thought back through an episode because, like everything else, I'm like, everyone's like, oh, I thought so hard about 73 yards, and it's like, no, that just didn't make sense.
Just didn't make sense.
He just fucked around, but then you fell for it.
He did well with this one.
He did very well,
and
that's the thing. I thought it was a fun Black Mirror episode up until the last 5 minutes, and like, oh, this bitch.
But then it improved it.
Oh. Again, dominoes. It was so good.
We've pointed out that Shooty maybe tears up a bit. It's actually really good.
I didn't like the tears. I loved his shout. Okay.
I loved the laughing, then complete frustration because he's like, you are going to die.
Because they're idiots and they shouldn't go into the wilds because they were told forever not to go into the wilds. I'm glad they didn't hammer too much stuff home. Like, yeah, I like the fact that some people miss the race thing.
Some people miss the race thing.
Yeah. That's the thing. I think the voodoo line is the most forward about it, but everything else, some people have viewed it as like class, which I guess is very similar linked, but because they didn't have followers, like I've seen people pick up on it like that. But
It's definitely intended to be racial.
It's definitely a race thing. But I'm glad that it's not so blatant that it's like annoying, because it was every couple of lines they said, it was like, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. And then, so the Doctor is the Doctor. He values life. So he says, I know you suck. You can think whatever you want, but I can save you. Come with me, I will save you. And they're like, oh, no. And then they all valley girl off into the distance, and he just starts screaming and laughing. Yeah, it's a nice little riverboat they had too. I'm like, where they get a riverboat?
And he's there screaming, and I was, I know we're not going to see it, but I was hoping the Doctor would go in the TARDIS, go forward a month or two,
double check,
and then just open up and go, how's it going?
Just slugs everywhere, and they're like,
does this box look all right now? Like, hey, fuck you.
He screams, he laughs, and then he's like, because this is the first time race has affected him. And I think
did gender affect him in when he was a woman?
One time he almost got witch found. They were like, she's a witch, burn her. And then another time, Stephen Fry was like, the Doctor's a man.
But in racist America, she wasn't questioned, was she?
Not at all, no. Ryan got slapped, but I don't remember
more race focused.
Yeah, I don't remember her
being a woman.
It's the South, baby. But yes, so here it's the first time it's affected him, and I think it would have worked better not off the back of an episode that was Dr. Light. So I think the season as a whole has harmed this reveal and his journey. Like, I never wanted it to come up constantly. That would have annoyed me.
But then it can't be an arc, can it? Like the Doctor
I don't want it to be an arc.
I can't go to 1950s America ever now.
He wasn't in last episode. He's barely been in this one. I just don't think it was as strong for the Doctor as it could have been, because we don't know him. And like, I think this would have been a really fun opener, honestly. This would have been better than Space Babies for me.
Yeah, imagine if it was like a sleeper pilot that you think you're just watching this original Black Mirror show, and then the Doctor appears and it's a backdoor pilot for Doctor Who.
Something else completely.
Would have been a fun, because I was surprised
but how do you get people to watch it, I guess?
I suppose they did the Doctor Who title cast, because they didn't do it last time for 73 yards.
If it didn't make sense anywhere, it shouldn't have been here.
Yeah, but they did it.
Yeah.
Which is fair enough.
It's fine.
The Doctor's in this more than he was in the last one. And yeah, I liked his scream, his frustration. It's not so much that
I love that, and
they're
then
being
he started
racist
crying.
towards him. It's that they're that idiotic.
Yeah, their bigotry is getting in the way of saving lives.
And then it just, the reverberation of the whole episode. You're like, oh yeah, they can't do anything.
Best bit by far.
It's the easiest problem in the world for a Doctor Who story. It's the joke. It's the easiest problem ever. And the only reason the Doctor is in there is because the shields are so good he can't get in.
Yes, the security is so high.
I'm glad you liked it, because I was worried you would be. And I know
it's literally those three
bar.
things that annoyed me.
Yeah.
And two of them were stupid, and one of them was a bit of a plot contrivance. As in, RTD was like, fuck, I'm at page 30. I need people to panic. It was a short ep too. It's like 42 minutes or something. He's like, I need people to have more of an issue than they do currently. I need a reason for him to get left behind. Slug out of nowhere is not going to work for me. Let's do AI thinks that you're all stupid. And
I thought he was having a bit of commentary on consent, since there's the whole, can I hug you? Can I hold your hand? When we saw that, I was just like, oh, that's because it's 2024. Like, that's how RTD writes now. But I also thought it was a little bit more okay, because it was literally her first hug. He was like, oh, like, do you want to hold my hand? Like, is that cool? And she's like, yeah, that's cool. But he might not have sucked. We don't know if Ricky sucked, because Ricky talked to the Doctor. And he says, yeah, I know how to do it. Like, he's being nice about it.
The line, I studied codes. Like, he seemed like a nice guy, because everyone else was completely unbearable. It's a very nice subversion of expectations, to quote Ryan Johnson.
It's amazing how it is just in its elements. It's incredibly simple, but it worked.
It's almost like the TikTok commentary was a veil over the race commentary, because the whole time you spend thinking, oh, it's TikTok commentary, and they're like, oh no, we're all racist.
All racist.
Shit.
Yeah. Overall, though, strong. It's the strongest episode series so far, and it gets me excited for next week.
Before the best bit at the end, it was still up there, probably only just under Boom for me. But no, it actually being well written and clever.
Yeah, where the ending of 73 yards made it worse, the ending of this improved 100%. It even more, made it better. But by the same writer too. It's crazy, eh?
Someone was commenting on 73 yards saying ambiguity is the point, Whereas like that works better here, where it's like we don't know who made the slugs really. Like there's a lot of stuff we don't know, but it works and wraps up well. We have no idea what happens to her. Like her story's open ended by the end, but it wraps up really well.
We know
Whereas
what
73 yards was just like the fuck.
They're walking out there unprepared.
we know what happens. I'm glad he went with the title Dot and Bubble. He said in the behind the scenes it had several names. Like one was IRL, which was a bit too cringe for me. He also said he brought this idea up with Stephen Moffat and Karen Gillan 10 years ago.
And they said it could never be done. Because of the race thing, maybe?
Maybe. I guess it's just like... But then...
Or maybe the actual effect of the glowing ball.
It could be. Because like this episode did look really good. The slugs even looked really great.
Very good.
Best of the season.
Best of the season so far.
I'm not worried about next week, but in the next time on, they showed birds.
Seems like the most fun... Seems like a normal Doctor Who
It seems very
episode,
normal Docky.
which I'm pleased about. Thanks, Doctor Who.
Yes, I enjoyed my time today.
Yeah, it's the first time I think I've left going, oh, good. Enjoyed that one.
Which maybe that'll mean I'm looking forward to next week, which
Same.
would be interesting, because that's what I want again. I want to be looking forward to the thing I'm about to watch, not pleasantly surprised.
Yes.
Tell us what you thought. Did you pick up on the racism?
Did you think it was too heavy-handed?
Did you notice that it was only white people in the episode? That's probably what I'm most interested in, because like I feel bad for not, but should I feel bad?
That's maybe the
That's
point.
the fun part of the episode, yeah. It makes you think, doesn't it? Not 73 yards, you dumb bastards. So that was the Bridgerton episode. Last week we had Black Mirror, this time we had Bridgerton.
And next week we'll have a Doctor Who episode.
Hopefully. What did you think?
It was both what I've been asking for weeks, a basic Doctor Who episode that I feel like we haven't actually got since arguably the Beatles episode. When I was looking down the thing today after the episode, I was like, oh yeah, we had the Boom episode, which felt, even though it was technically, it also felt like, no, it was a little bit special. The Doctor's got his foot on a bomb. And then obviously the last two, which were just shooty light for reasons. So to actually have like a regular Doctor episode without any baggage of it being like, oh, it's Ruby's first adventure. It was kind of strange to be including the Christmas special 7 episodes in and finally getting like just a standard Docky Who.
I mean, if I want to be a bit of a wanker about it, I could say this was almost Dr. Light because it didn't really feel like the Doctor to me. But hey,
yeah,
I do agree with you about the whole it felt like Doctor Who. But that kind of stopped about 5 minutes into me. Like, I felt like the setup was all very Doctor Who.
Well, they did one or two things that you were calling for of late.
Which...
The splitting of the companion and the Doctor.
Yes, they weren't buddy-buddy together the whole time. And that did honestly help. It did... I enjoyed Ruby more when she was solo.
As did I.
It was fitting for her because it was so Bridgerton and she loves Bridgerton.
It's referenced.
This almost feels like what should have happened in The Devil's Court. When she said, where do you want to go? She should have said, Bridgerton. And then he's like, you know, that's not actually what that was like, right? And she's like, I want to see Bridgerton.
Oh, this is so Bridgerton.
I don't know about your partner, but my partner was a bit more, you know, piqued because she's a big Bridgerton fan.
She does watch a lot of Bridgerton. She's like up to date and everything like that. I watched a bit of Queen Charlotte. To me, Bridgerton seems a lot more gossipy and snarky, which is what that's the premise that they were going for. Like, the reason the baddies were there, they were there for the drama. They were Bridgerton fans.
Which I like that.
I like the idea.
The baddies don't need to every week want to kill the world.
Yes.
Even though there was some implication of like, oh, we'll be the queen or we'll work our way up.
That was the worst part of the episode for me, the monologuing from the bad guys of, we're going to kill the world with cosplay.
Which I think I probably just preferred the idea that maybe sometimes, or most of the time, the Doctor is dealing with like small
potatoes.
Yeah, and I actually quite like that it was like a cute problem.
Yeah.
Like they are cosplaying and obviously they're killing people, so that's the point. We got some killing people. I liked what this episode was trying to do because we actually had some character beats. Like I've been watching,
although the pacing still felt off for me.
It did. First I was quite surprised at was that it's been written by 2 people. I think one of their last name was Heron. Like,
Kate Heron and...
Which I was like, because they're bird villains.
The other chick. That's what you got.
Yeah.
I think Kate Heron was the one that worked on Loki. And if you go back through the channel, you'll discover I fucking despised Loki.
Well,
and apparently I'm in the minority because the like to dislike ratio on those videos is very low. People love Loki and I'm just standing there like shouting at clouds.
It's bad Doctor Who.
Yes, that's I'm just like, everyone's like, it's good Doctor Who. I'm like, no.
I was quite surprised they were in the mix already. Like there wasn't a 5 minutes out the TARDIS opening up going, whoa, it's fucking Bridgerton.
I liked the idea of that, but also we haven't had enough of them just hanging out.
Right, yeah, because I kind of like my little hangout in the TARDIS 2 minute, you know.
Like, where are we going next? What are we doing?
Yeah,
and then like, there's some trouble, I'll tinker.
Yeah. What's the character vibe right now? Like, I feel like That was Matt Smith and Amy almost all the time. You'd have that little 2-minute in the TARDIS.
And it's them without other characters, which is what is interesting. Whereas we haven't really seen these two interact without everyone else.
It's classic like Sherlock Holmes. You start at the apartment, you end at the apartment. You know?
Yeah, it's always there's stuff going on with these two. So there is a beat at the end of the episode that kind of shows them more friendly.
A little bit something more there with this doctor.
Because they were finally alone. But I think we do need more of them alone, actually just hanging out, which is the beginning of Devil's Cord seemed super friendly. Way too friendly.
Well,
because
this is where it would have slotted in around now, right? This is 6, so they would have came in just before or after then. The first thing so they're dancing and they're having a great time, and it just seems like a Bridgerton holiday. They're both in period appropriate costuming, and they're having a great old time until the doctor kind of gets a little signal on the sonic that something amiss is occurring.
He goes to look for the interference and finds it's a gentleman on the balcony brooding, and she sees some commotion go on, and she's like, Bridgerton drama? Hell yeah, I'm here for it. And I really enjoyed that she scuttled off just to go see the drama because she thought it would be funny.
Yeah, and we did see earlier, we got the introduction of one guy going, oh, we should duel. Right. And he goes, oh, I should have been you. And then he just takes him. So we learn that this is the danger.
Yeah.
That they are...
The danger.
They are sucking someone's energy in order to become them. They're basically killing people in order to be them.
It gave Family of Blood vibes with the I'm taking over the thing. I think that's what they were going for. But they weren't threatening is the main real problem. There's a body count of 2 in the whole episode, and we don't have to have a bunch of murder. But I think they were just playing them as much more
they aren't
scary.
Working towards anything. Like if you think of like the fireplace man thing, where it's still period, and
there's a mystery.
Got that vibe. But yeah, it's like, why do they want you? Why are they here? And it's all kind of leading up to a crescendo moment in a ballroom.
Well, my aha moment that I always talk about, that I endlessly go on about, and we had one last week with the bubble. But this week's aha moment was, spoilers, there's 4 bad guys instead of 2.
Yes, yes.
And I screamed. I
kind of expected that to eventually come.
You know why I also expected that? Because RTD in the behind-the-scenes interview of last week's episode, he says, make sure you're counting how many aliens there are by the end of the episode. Like, that's the whole twist, is that there's 4, and then, oh no, there's 5.
Yeah, it's
like,
a bit.
He gave that away, so the whole time I was thinking, there's obviously more than 2. But even without that, even if I was just expecting, like, there's 2 bad guys, the sudden introduction of 2 more random people from the crowd coming forward and saying, I am also a bad guy, wouldn't have rocked me off my chair.
Exactly. Surely when the doctor keeps hitting the sonic screwdriver, he's just subbing every time.
He's subscribing to the channel. You should try it. It works really well.
He's hitting subscribe, and then he's hitting the notifications, and he's hitting like, and he's sharing it.
Yes. So, because Ruby goes off, the doctor goes to meet Rogue,
who he's suspicious of because of the TARDIS.
Because the thing went ding.
The thing went, it's a thing that goes ding.
When there's stuff. One of the best lines of all time. And so he goes up there, and then there's a little bit of banter. Did the banter land for you? Like, how did you feel about their initial chemistry?
Flat.
Same. The gay community fucking loved it. Everyone apparently...
I'm very happy they did. I mean, the old mate, Russell T. David, saying, man, don't you miss Captain Jack? Well, here he is again.
The amount of tweets I've seen that are, it's Captain Jack but better. I disagree so fucking hard with that.
Because this is kind of the heart of the episode, is these two
This is
clicking.
all the episode has going on.
Yeah, and it's the first time we've actually had Shooty's Doctor actually have to be charactery. Actually, we have to dive into his character. So the initial balcony thing when they both think the other one's the villain, it turns out. They both think the other one's the problem. That, to me, felt kind of weird, the tone, where they're both being rude to each other, but Shooty's like, you're being rude. And
yeah, the whole, you should brood differently, you should brood like that. I get that there's a joke there. It just didn't land for me. I don't know whether it was delivery or direction from the flat angle just at the back there.
Maybe. As someone who's heard my wife talk about Bridgerton, she didn't like season 1 but liked season 2, and she particularly likes the tension of the will they won't they, and she really judges shows quality, shows like this, on that will they won't they tension.
Yep.
And she really likes Bridgerton because she feels that they balance it really well, and it strikes that chord. And I think they really missed the trick here of not having this be something that could, like, we see this guy again on the Christmas special, and that will they won't they continues.
He'll come back at the end. He says, find me.
Yeah, it'll come back. And because I felt like here there was something more. It's not unheard of for the Doctor to have a male companion. Famously, the second Doctor had Jamie.
It's will they, will they?
It's will they,
it's
will they.
It's they will, they will.
They will, they will.
Because they both fall instantly in love.
Very quickly. I suppose it's meant to be they're both missing someone.
But the Doctor doesn't feel like a 2,000-year-old alien. I'm not mad at a flirty Doctor.
Because we've had that before.
We've had it slightly. Like, we've had cheeky flirt. I think it would be actually kind of okay if this guy was just very flirty. But the fact it wasn't that much flirty was it was like, oh, I actually like this guy, so I will flirt with him to try to fuck him. Like, 9 and Jack was very cheeky. Like, Jack pushed it on 9, and 9, flirted back as a joke. But even if 9 was serious about it, it wasn't like, oh, 9 instantly fell for Jack. There was friction there. He didn't actually like him.
Yeah.
Jack was basically still a bounty hunter. So, 9 going, oh, you're a bounty hunter. Stupid. You're decent, but we have some conflict there. Whereas this was, oh, you're a bounty hunter. How very dashing and sexy. I want to have sex with you. Please have sex with me.
Yeah.
That's just 10 with Jack. Jack pushes on the romance on 10. River pushes the romance on 11. Because, again, they're so old. It's not unheard of that they fall in love. The first Doctor gets engaged in, his third story. He makes Coco for an Aztec and accidentally gets engaged.
Of course.
He meets her and he's like, you have a lovely mind. He's not immediately like, oh, I want to fuck you. And also, he was young, cum drunken in love, baby.
Yeah, because they walk around. I kind of forget whatever their conversation was, because they walk through the gardens.
Dull.
It was dull, but then only becomes interesting when the gun comes out. You're like, oh, he's a space person.
It was a nice fun.
They walk to his spaceship. There's a fun little joke about the shed, and I parked it behind a tree. Probably could have been.
Yes.
I was like, God, you could have hit that
punchy.
line a little.
I got to check who directed it, but yes, it doesn't
feel punchy as maybe did on the page.
That's the thing. I can look at it and go, oh, that's a fun line, but it didn't hit. Which is the same with the balcony, oh, you're not brooding. I can imagine 10 doing the, oh, you're not brooding, this is how you should brood, and it coming across as funny. Whereas here it just fell flat for me.
It did, and it's direction more so. But then they go up to his spaceship, which is a pretty cool looking set, considering it's just a one-off set.
It looked like a bird.
So when his spaceship, and there's a you're the bad guy. No, you're the bad guy.
Sorry, it's a fair portion of the episode.
Yeah, because
that's what I mean by this episode hinges on their relationship, and it just didn't land for me.
But it's simply just them. He's dissecting him, going, "Oh, you played D&D," which never actually came back. Because I thought with these guys LARPing, cosplaying, the D&D aspect would play into it a bit more, but not really.
It's a very gay nerd episode, and it's very much like, oh, here's your 2 gay icons that are going to make out. It's not Captain Jack Harkness and the Doctor. They're going to smooch, and then we're going to have D&D referenced. We're going to reference cosplay. Look how cool we are. We have Bridgerton too. Look at all these gay things you love. It felt like that to me. And I'm not against gay icons. I watch most of these things. I play the hell out of D&D, but I don't leave my dice in the middle of my spaceship console. Just not in a container. Give him a cool rack. Also, who names? Oh, the line is, oh, is that where you got your name? You named yourself after D&D. No one would name themselves Rogue.
Yeah, it's meant to be
Rogue
a tribute to his old. Yeah, it's
call yourself Shadow McKill Man.
But it did feel like someone who Wikipedia D&D.
Yes, it 100% feels like.
Oh, Rogue will do.
Ugh. And then also, he's roguishly handsome. We're so clever. Click, clack, click, clack.
Yeah.
That's what annoyed me so much about that scene. It was just look at all these things that will make Twitter go crazy for.
Yeah.
That's what this episode feels like, whereas there was no real substance for me.
So after they kind of kick, they realise, and we get for the Doctor Who fandom, which was
oh, you mean something else that's going to make Twitter go crazy?
Your Leo, whoop, whoop, is that we see Richard E. Grant as one of the faces of the Doctor.
The Doctor gets registered as a shapeshifter, which is stupid to begin with.
No, he technically...
Oh, really?
He technically is a shapeshifter.
Barely. That's not what I'd call a shapeshifter.
It would qualify.
The man has to die. But also, what technology is registering...
Has his shape shifted?
But what technology is registering that? And he also doesn't know that he's the Doctor.
It's fine. But I disagree. It's
Prisoner
fine.
Zero in the 11th hour.
They repeat that, but not nearly as good with the high.
Because the 11th hour says, who are you? And he says, I'm the Doctor. Google me or some shit. Then they start Googling the Doctor and they're like, oh, this is the Doctor. So they're playing this. Whereas he's somehow registering his DNA and checking what he used to be.
Just for the...
I know it might just be a go with it, but they just wanted to redo 11th Hour. But we're 6 episodes in. It's not as impactful as the Doctor walking through the next one. Like, that's cool as shit. This was just like,
well, Shooty hasn't
look
had
at all these
that.
other people. Yeah, 100% for me, he still hasn't had the I'm the Doctor.
They'll get a little hint of it, but Shooty's Doctor has no arc right now.
You see 14, 3...
But you see him very early, like, because you're expecting to see it linearly. You're expecting to see David, Jodie...
Which, again, is a Twitter thing, to be honest, because, like, months and months and months ago, I heard someone say, or read someone say, that they want the I'm the Doctor basically run, like, stepping through the holograms, but they want to show them non-linearly because fuck canon.
Because time.
Nothing matters. No, honestly, to me, rules matter.
Yeah.
Like, I need that. The Doctor needs to have a timeline. No, it doesn't need to. Okay. I like the Doctor having a linear timeline, but showing them non-linearly seems like it's just to piss me personally off. Like, I think Russell T Davies said, fuck that Daniel kid.
I think it was...
It's a fuck canon. It's a... Chibbers was a good guy, my mate.
It can be that. It can be... Doctor's always had a few loosey-goose. Matt Smith jokingly says on Sarah Jane 500 times.
You can die 507 times.
And Russell wrote that one, and he wrote... And I remember an interview at the time saying he threw that in going, it's so funny how there are some things in Doctor Who that can be loosey-goose and other things that are definitely locked in. And the 13 one has been locked in, and it's no more legitimate than any other part of Doctor Who canon. Peter says later on, you could shoot me. I know how many regenerations I have, man. We'll be here forever. And I thought, great, leave it at that.
Yeah,
we don't need to worry about it anymore.
But, like, I don't know, playing them out of order, there's something that just grinds my gears of that. I just want a rule.
Okay, well, surely what grinds your gears is that we have
that we have Richard E.
Even
Grant.
though it's one could just say, a simple, cute reference for those paying attention.
Yeah.
But it now ostensibly canonizes the Flash Doctor Who, Ninth Doctor.
So there's a few things
or
it could
the comic relief Doctor. I half expected Rowan Atkinson to crop up, and I would have burst.
You see, that would have been funny. To me, that's a joke. Richard E. Grant is weird.
Because he's in that comic relief episode. So you could then argue the comic relief has now been canonized.
Yes, you could say. That's the thing. It's either the Curse of Fatal Death, or it's Schalke, the Flash animated
Which he
Doctor.
didn't look, because that's a very vampire.
It's very sharp.
Very sharp. He didn't
and
look
also,
like
I don't
that.
think he wanted to do that.
And also what's weird is that Richard E. Grant has been a character.
He is the great intelligence who stepped into the Doctor's timeline.
And that was kind of like a...
Maybe things up. Who knows?
I think it's just meant to be a cute reference to...
Or it's because the writer Kate Herron also did Loki and is friends with Richard E. Grant or really likes him and is like, I like to turn characters into alternate Richard E. Grant.
I think it's because if he was just one of the rotations when they were all there, then you could have just had a fun for those who see it. But he's like the second or third one that shows up.
He's for a reason.
He's there. So then most people looking, as we are going, where's the Matt Smith one? Where's the Eccleston one? You get Richard E. Grant, the non-Ninth Doctor, cropping up.
And also John Pertwee they've used a weird old photo of him that's like from the 5 Doctors or something. It's like, it's not him. It's a random
older version of him.
Which again means Screen Rant can write 17 different articles about each individual hologram. It feels like it's built to make Twitter explode and make people watch the show.
Or it's just a fun
or
reference.
Or it's just a bit of faff.
A fun, cute reference.
But then we've got non-diegetic sound. Like, when will they stop fucking with me?
Yeah, but...
Leave me alone,
Well,
RTD.
maybe it all builds towards something.
It won't.
But then also, as we're saying, we've really got... It's a fun part of the episode for little nerdy guys like us.
It would have been if I wasn't such
is
an
it
angry
also
wanker.
because we see the fugitive Doctor and all that?
Oh,
that
canonising Chibbers even more?
It's a way of not canonising Chibbers, just going, hey, Doctor Who's kind of a mess. Just kind of go with it. But Chibbers, to me, he went from going, hey, the rules are fast and loose, to going, I'm rewriting everything.
Yes.
And so now none of this makes sense.
So you reckon RTD's just blur? He's just smearing everything.
I think that's what RTD's doing. He's smearing.
You see, that would make more sense if this wasn't pitched as season
I
1.
wouldn't be surprised if the script just said the Doctor's previous incarnations rotate around him, and then Russell or whoever it is in the post going, "Hey, just chuck Richard E in
it's
there."
personally sitting there going, hee hee hee.
Well, I think it's that, because the screenwriter probably would have just said that. Just said, "Hey." Anyway, I feel there was chance here, and I was falling in love with the idea of Rogue and the Doctor more than what I was actually seeing. A companion who both of them think the other one's a sidekick, almost like it's two Sherlocks, maybe working together.
That's just Captain Jack's first episode, though.
Right, I know.
Because he's like, yeah, it's the whole...
Just run that again, then. Like, I mean, we've had the young blonde companion loads of times.
It's our first video coming back in. RTD is repeating himself constantly.
Yeah,
It wasn't even written by him.
To me, I was like, this would be kind of fun when they're like hiding under the carriage, they're working things out. When they become friends, it's like, you've shown me your car, let me go show you mine.
Mine's bigger.
That whole scene could be cut out because then they get back to the hall and there's a bit more urgency. We have to help. Loki maybe is guilty of that sometimes. A lot of just kind of ambling and waffling at each other.
Aimless is how I point it.
Because we get in there, we almost kiss. Like,
the Doctor found a corpse and then found out there was at least one murderer around, and it wasn't the guy he thought it was.
It should be worried about
back,
Ruby being by herself.
But instead, he bothers to go have a chat about his emotions, which is fine. But then says,
"We've been wanting this.
Come travel with me instead." Like, Miss Men falls in love really quickly.
I did think they missed the trick with the world, won't they? Like the idea that Captain Jack Sparrow and whatever that other...
Martha Rose?
Parts Caribbean. How you have Captain Jack Sparrow and Will Turner. How both of them are kind of like...
I think we said the other week that a love triangle between Ruby, Doc, and someone else would be fun. Because they're both constantly fighting over the same men.
Even though I knew we wouldn't get on, I was hoping that... I thought he added a new flavour that made me go, I wouldn't have minded a big swing if this guy was actually the companion. And then it's like two heroes. Two men. We've done it before. It'd be kind of different and new. But it just feels like maybe we just wanted to play it straight. Like, at least perceive like we were playing it straight. I like the idea, but they missed it. And it feels like that was what the writers were more interested in. Anyway, meanwhile...
Everyone seems to be saying that Jonathan Groff was incredibly charismatic, but I didn't feel it. Like, he gave me nothing.
I always feel like I'm in this Twilight Zone where I'm the one who didn't get it.
Yeah. This episode feels like a 100% I didn't get it because of how gay Twitter is fucking frothing at the mouth.
Like, yeah, I get it. It's exciting to see the Doctor, like, kiss, and it was obviously quite important, I guess, for Russell. I mean, the Doctor... has never actually, you probably know, has never had a male-on-male romantic kiss.
Yes, I think so.
I'm absolutely fine with it. I just wish they'd maybe let it cook. We let it marinate a little bit. That this guy, I was half expecting it to be playing his emotions at the very end. He's like, I'm not a bounty hunter, I'm here for the jewels, and then...
Well, my wife was expecting that the whole time because Jonathan Groff was in Glee, and the whole time he was in Glee, he made Rachel Berry fall in love with him, and then tricked her because he was on the opposite side of
so I was expecting that.
So that's what he's good at.
Double twist.
Like, that actor is good at being the heartbreaker that'll betray you. Whereas this, no, they're just in love. There's no friction.
Yeah.
You want character friction? No, they just love each other.
Kind of like how Ruby and the Doc become
they
best
love each other.
Friends.
I
Confirmed best friends.
I wrote that down because I'm like, really? Just best friend? Like, oh, that's my best friend.
Would you chill out on the best friend?
Like,
yeah, it was odd because I'm like, it's this Doctor's best friend, right? The first face this face saw, but not really. It's like, you know how you absolutely brought that the 11th Doctor and Amy, it was like you believe that relationship is as strong as it is.
Because her whole life, his whole life.
It's the first face he saw. He was there when she needed help, and Moffat managed to make that relationship in one episode feel believable that she would get in that TARDIS and fly with him.
Yeah.
But then by the end of it, and then when he sees when he regenerates, it's heartbreaking. I can't imagine in 2-3 years Shooty regenerating and seeing the spirit of Ruby and going, babes. I can't imagine it. I really think with that stuff, they've missed it. But
we've barely talked about the actual plot because nothing happens.
Meanwhile, back in the manor. I could do like a Miss Whistledown, like, meanwhile, back in the manor, Ruby is talking and her TARDIS dialect thing doesn't seem to work.
Well, I mean, she's speaking English, but it's not...
It's meant to...
I found it funny, at least.
I did. So in this, I'm like, isn't it meant to be that... because remember when they go to Pompeii and he's all, and they're like, remember it's Latin, and he's like, hello, love, apples and pears. Like, she's hearing her specific regional accent.
Yes.
Going by the rules, it's meant to be she's hearing okay, and she's meant to be hearing all that back.
It is funny. Before the big twist, Emily was quite humorous. How she's like, what is this okay? She's like, oh.
Which then that was a bit of fun. Somewhat sinister when you realise that she's a cosplayer too, and so she's just enjoying it.
She's a bird.
I don't know why they were birds.
The makeup looked really good though.
Other than just, it's fun that they were birds.
Yeah.
I liked how one of them just looked ridiculous. The blue
guy with the mustache.
Absolutely ridiculous.
But their makeup looked really good. Like, there was some impressive work.
What even is the deal there? She follows the drama because she thinks it's fun.
She just becomes besties with Emily. They find the maid that turned into the Duchess. It feels so background to the Doctor meeting a handsome man.
Yes, we need her to do something.
What's curious is Russell talked in the behind the scenes about how this episode, Katie Heron had the idea ages ago or something like that, and she brought it forward, and they needed it to be at a party. Like, this whole thing happened at a party. So they had to decide what party it would be, and they had thought about, like, 1920s, 1940s, like, brass bands and everything going, and then nothing worked for them, and then they finally settled on Bridgerton. But to me, this episode doesn't work at all without Bridgerton. Like, this episode has nothing going for it, except it's Bridgerton, and that's
hilarious
cool.
just how... I mean, with the Billie Eilish, it's very Bridgerton.
And then
it references the whole, like, she wants the drama and she wants to enjoy it, which kind of becomes, because that's what the villains want and all that.
They need to cause drama to bring out the cosplayers, because the cosplayers are there for drama.
The Doctor
so they need a scandal.
Rogue.
And the Doctor decides what's more scandalous than a black man and a white man. If they dance, that's going to cause scandal. And Rogue's like, I don't get it. And he's like, you obviously didn't think about this time period, did you big idiot? And then they go dance and everyone's like, oh, mercy. They're all like, oh my goodness, this is crazy, a man and a man dancing, scandals. And like, that was kind of fun because it's using that aspect of the episode. It's playing up what the cosplayers want is its drama. Like, if two men danced in Bridgerton, there's a really weird moment where Rogue proposes to the Doctor and the Doctor stops the charade for a second and says, I can't. And I was actually like, there was that, what? That wasn't acting. That was him.
Yeah, it was a weird
the Doctor
beat
for real.
Sure, but they're not clear on it at all.
Yeah, it's just confusing. I think it's their moment of vulnerability where they're like, oh, the Doctor really did love him.
Because then they're hiding from them in the carriages.
That is the most boring chase of all time.
In
any Doctor Who, it's just through an open courtyard, they just run away into the distance. And I'm like, holy shit, this is not threatening. This is not exciting. We haven't seen the bird people be overly strong.
There's no stake raise, which sometimes you kind of need.
They try to raise the stakes after the chase by having all the bird people gather together, and they all go, we're going to cosplay as kings and queens in England, and we're going to cosplay the planet to death.
That felt like a second, third draft of, oh shit, we need something. We need to just throw a line in.
It was garbage. Like, there's no bomb, there's no, I don't know, there's just nothing exciting. It's just like the Zygons. Like, the Zygons can do something crazy.
It did feel, yeah, that's it.
Whereas these guys were just like, oh, we're going to pretend to be the king and the queen and make people go to war because it'll be cool. Like, I get what they were going for, but I don't think they needed the threat. They could have just been fans. What I think they should have done, in my infinite wisdom, of course, I think the bird people didn't have to be bad guys. The bird people should have been more like the tall banner Cafalata. Porcupine people, they were just there by accident and they seemed to just be cosplaying. It's also weird to hear the Doctor talk about cosplay as if he's from our time. Ruby referencing cosplay would have been all right, but I don't know, the Doctor just being like, it's cosplay, but that doesn't matter. But they should have just been actual cosplay fans that wanted to get involved, and by them getting involved, they were causing issues with a big pivotal moment in history. And it's like, oh, we need to keep this pivotal moment exactly the way, because this is a fixed point, and if they fuck with this, that'd be bad.
Yeah, but they said, if only royalty was here. So then you're left going, oh, but that would have been the stakes raise if 1813,
Instead,
if Queen Charlotte rocked up.
Instead, they're going to ruin this ball and then go to England and then try to stuff up.
It might have been a bit messy, but turns out the friend of Ruby is actually a secret royal, and if they get control of her, I don't know, anything.
That's what I mean by the episode had nothing except the Rogue Doctor romance that missed for me completely.
Yeah, which seemed to be the big point, that if that clicks for you, all the rest is just kind of noise. And I do hate episodes like that where really the characters are the focus and really the problem's just here for the... just because they need something to do.
Because they had to. It's not interwoven cleverly. They had to.
Skirted the worst of Jodie's era. So you have to invent all this bullshit. I've never wrote a sci-fi story in my life crap just so you can get your two scenes you had in your head before you started writing it.
Yeah, exactly. That's what it felt like.
It's not as bad, but it's definitely skirting.
Yeah.
It all comes at the problem of everything else being kind of lame.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, Ruby's story is enjoying it. This happens. Twist is that the friend she's had actually wants to consume her.
Which super doesn't make sense, like that her friend would cosplay that well the whole time when everyone else is breaking character. It's literally for a third act twist, because we have the twist of, oh, there's not one bad guy, there's two. Oh, there's not two bad guys, there's four. Oh, there's not four bad guys, there's five. And by that point, I'm like, cool, already picked it. And then, did you pick the twist? With the next twist?
Well, you know she's not going to die, but I was thinking it was because she's special that the consumption meant that it failed, or
she would live, they'd find her on the ground. But no, as soon as she walked out, I'm like, but then she does the weird neck crack.
Just because she's a committed actress is how it's revealed, is that.
But she never saw any of them net crack. To me, it was just super obvious that, oh, that's actually Ruby. And then he's like, oh, I'm going to capture them. And I'm like, oh, he's going to capture them, and that's Ruby.
And we have this...
But Ruby walks out. They think Ruby has been taken over. So then the Doctor sees that, and then Rogue is like, Ruby's dead. And the Doctor's immediate reaction is to burst into tears.
Another tiered count.
It's every episode.
And then
except 73 yards that he wasn't in.
And we flash back to Ruby's mum telling the Doctor, do look after my kid. I was like, is this because this episode was fairly short and this little 2-3 minutes got it over the 40-minute mark?
Possible. Honestly, it was 42 minutes.
Because why do we need this, like, absolute, oh, God, not Ruby?
It's because the audience is stupid? Maybe they realise we don't care?
Think about it. Episode 1, 2, 3. This is the fourth time we've actually seen them together properly.
Yes.
Properly.
Yeah.
The thing is, no one believes that she's dead at all. No one believes it.
Especially because she's nothing but a mystery box.
So what's the point of this meant to be? Is it meant to be the Doctor needs to go, I need to stop gallivanting, I need to be serious with my friends? Is that what it's meant to be?
No, it's the Doctor will be vengeful. Also, back a ways, so Rogue's plan is to incinerate the bad guy. Instead of just shooting them in the chest, he wants to put them in a triangle that freezes them until it charges, then it drops them into an incinerator. Shoot him in the chest, dude. But then the Doctor decides, also stupid sci-fi premise to start with, that seems weak. And then secondly, the Doctor changes it so it freezes them, and then instead of dropping them into an incinerator, it drops them into an alternate dimension that is...
Oh, we're going to get to that.
That is empty, and they can live out their life. Am I not mistaken that that's 13, leaving the Master on an leaving that guy on an asteroid to die?
Season 2, when they end up in the alternate Cyberman...
Pete's World.
Yeah, I remember the Doctor saying, back when Gallifrey was going, I'm going to pop to another dimension and be back in time for tea.
Yep, but we can't do that anymore.
This Doctor's like, I could if I really wanted to. Like, you can't. Obviously, it's 15 years ago, I get it, but...
But we stopped dimensions. This is literally the Doctor sending someone to another dimension to die of starvation.
It was so unclear of he's going to incinerate him and then it's incinerating ready.
But also in Flux, the Doctor drops someone through a portal and leaves them on an asteroid in the middle of space. And everyone on the internet was angry because they're like, he's just going to die. He's going to starve to death and die in 3 days. And it's like, that's not allowed. Everyone was very, very vocally angry. Whereas the Doctor was going to drop a bunch of people into an alternate dimension that he says has no people to hurt, which means either it's only vegetation and they're going to be vegetarians until they die, or they're just going to die.
Yeah, once stupid. Again, felt like because, you said, it's meant to show the Doctor's vengeful. What's the great example? It's the Family of Blood, where we have a montage, and that's obviously for that Doctor to show that he was getting used to playing with power.
How long will they live? 600 years? Good, they should suffer for killing Ruby because he's crying.
In the moment, I was like, oh, great, it's just the Doctor solving a problem. And there's nothing else going on because it's been a few weeks since we've just had the Doctor walking around being the focus. It's been 3 episodes where the Doctor hasn't actually physically walked
or solved the problem.
Or done much. Which even here, did he? Technically, no, Rogue solved the problem.
I mean, a bit of a Deus Ex.
We sit out, looks up, we kind of have a wrap up. Rubes, sorry, love you. He puts the ring on his finger, like another additional, it's a little, I'm going to come get you.
Because he was in love with Rogue.
Really didn't land for me. And it's nice that the Doctor kiss, and it's nice that, it's nice.
It's good that the gay community feels represented in a show that they have always felt represented in.
And it's not that it isn't possible. In the Fireplace Man episode, the Doctor has a relationship with Madame Pompadour.
But also definitely more one-sided on Madame's side. Yeah. And then he says, I would let you travel with me, but I can't for reasons.
And he cares about her because the Doctor cares about people. And obviously with her, he's been a part of her life, so he feels that need.
She has the Amy effect where the Doctor's been there her whole life.
Yeah. Which it makes sense that Moffat picked up that idea and went, this is really good.
It's kind of clever.
Yeah, I want to use this again. But with this, it's you've known him for 2-3 hours, my guy.
Yes.
Immediately lost interest the moment they got together. She wanted that will they, won't they, to stretch a bit
that's
more.
the premise of Bridgerton for me, is you
The
get
will
that
they, won't
spicy
they.
conflict.
You know they're going to. It's how we're going to get there.
You get some fucking plotting,
Intrigue.
you get intrigue,
Dark
relationship,
secrets.
heartbreak. But none of that really happens in this episode, which I feel like was a massive waste.
Massive
Whereas if you
waste.
wanted to base it around the Doctor getting
Bridgerton.
into a relationship, you could do that within Bridgerton. You could make it a big scandal. Like, you can do that. Family of Blood does a lot of work in only 45 minutes.
Well, it's
a
two-parter,
two-parter,
so.
but a lot of the Doctor's build-up of that is in the 45 minutes in the first one. None of it really lands for me, unfortunately, which is like the whole reason the episode exists, which means I'm just kind of sitting here like, they danced for a bit in Bridgerton and then there were birds. There was no real threat. There was no real payoff.
I really liked it's a bit obvious, but it was cute, him singing the Willy Wonka song.
See, I didn't like that. I don't know. It just felt strange. Maybe it's because none of the rest of it
Maybe if
landed
he
for me.
whistled it.
I think it feels like it would have worked for like Ruby walking into the TARDIS for the first time. Not a guy that already is a spaceman. I don't know.
Well, what our problems come back to, unfortunately, is that this is an 8-episode season where 2 of the episodes the Doctor wasn't available. So you're left going, I wish they just did 13 episodes and they were cheaper and they were 40 minutes. Because the reason why this isn't landing is we don't know much about this Doctor, because it's the first episode where the Doctor actually feels, character-wise, it's a more, here's Shooty's Doctor's character study, and all we get is, at the end, he goes to Ruby, you know me, I'll just move on, I'll be just right. And she goes, no, it's all right, let me give you a hug. And I'm here going, but this is the therapy fresh start Doctor. Like, it's meant to be, the whole therapy thing for me was meant to be clean slate. We're not bringing any baggage from the last 15 years. So this is meant to be, then, by that logic, the first kind of major bump in the road for this Doctor.
This isn't season 1. This is not season 1. I'm sorry. This does not work without 15 other years of the Doctor.
Here's a good example. The Kylie Minogue Christmas special. Even though, she's a one-off companion, but it's meant to be that tragic of, we could have been something.
And it was the come on the adventure with me at the end.
At the end.
Not, you were pointing a gun at me 5 minutes ago until you found out I wasn't the bad guy. Also, I'm really horny. Please come and hang out with me.
So it kind of works with that character because we've known him for 2 seasons now.
Yes.
But with this one, handful of episodes in, we don't know what this Doctor's deal is. So then when he's sitting around falling in love with someone after 2-3 hours and being very upset, it should have just been, hope I meet you again because I think we could have something special here. Instead, it's like, my fucking husband died.
The love of my life has died.
But Russell in particular likes his kissing Doctor.
He loves his kissing Doctor.
And so it's just Russell being Russell. And I'm sure 15, 20 years ago, Russell probably wanted because, when you watch season 1, 2, the Russell era, he's got plenty of gay shit in there. He's just being more subtle with it.
Yeah.
And you lot, you critical few, you analysing alcoholics out there might get annoyed at seeing gay stuff, but it was all the way back in season 1, baby. Like, he was doing the gay shit from day one. Let it go. It's fine the Doctor kissed the man, but if you are a long-time fan, you simply like, I just don't like the Doctor kisses because,
I think it was really clever the way they were like, oh, we need to commit a scandal. And the Doctor's like, what if 2 men kiss in the middle of Bridgerton? People would flip out.
Yeah.
Like, that's a great reason for them to kiss. Like, they had a great reason for them to kiss.
And then maybe there's a spark there.
Then
It's a bit of a stereotypical moment. So it'd be like, we're kissing for the sake of it, but is there something there?
Oh,
that could have
would
been
be
it.
a bit of scandal. Like, we have to kiss. But for that to work, you would have to give these 2 characters friction.
That's what I wanted them to have.
If they had massive friction the whole episode, because one was a bounty hunter and pointed a gun at the Doctor, a way more Jack-Doctor relationship that they wanted to obviously emulate, and then all of a sudden they have to kiss because it's the only way to draw out these bad guys. Oh my goodness.
And there might be something there.
Yeah, fighters to it's the whole, you're very angry at the person you actually want to...
And then it should have been not that he's actually evil, but at the end it's like...
Do the Rachel Berry thing. He betrays.
Or like, he betrays, but it's like, I'm going to take him back because I want my bounty. And he's like, oh, you cheeky bugger. And he goes, it's for the best anyway. And they drive off and it's like, if we meet again, it's going to get hot, mate.
The Black Cat Easter episode, where at the very end of it, she steals the flying bus. You needed that rather than, I'm going to kill myself for this little blonde girl.
Find me.
Also, stupidly, imagine building a trap and It's an Indiana Jones style. You can swap one.
That was really weird because they're meant to be leg locked, but then...
And it's not even... They didn't even trick the machine. The machine actually says exchange accepted or something. Like, it has a voiceover saying, like, oh, I realize you took out one prisoner and put someone else in. That's fine by me.
Was that a loop line? Because someone went, wait, hang on. This doesn't make sense with the logic of the trap. We need to quickly...
Because it's leg locked. What if we write in words?
I've got no problem with him kissing a man. I just wish we had the friction, but this whole season so far really seems to struggle with character friction.
Yes, 100%. Everyone has to be friendly and loved.
I don't know why that's been the choice, because you were doing it really well 15 years ago. I just don't know why. It was right there. It's two guys who are used to being the main character of their own adventure knocking elbows. Like, how would it be like a crossover?
Make them kiss.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Is this Dr. Gay?
Yeah.
Like,
right?
Like, there's so many things you could have done. Instead, they were just like, everyone's friends. The doctor really wants to fuck.
So there's
Doctor
no character
falls in love
tension,
immediately.
and there's no real villain tension. So you end up just having a bit of a wet blanket that was almost a good idea, that you can see the good version of this.
100%. Like, the first 5 minutes, it felt like a Doctor Who episode.
Oh yeah, when we're in there, we're in the mix, and it's like the Doctor's having fun. And I'm like, oh, this is what I've been wanting for a few episodes now.
Mysterious stranger, and then it starts to just fall flat.
Not a great week for Doctor Who, in my opinion. And I've only realised talking to you how much I'm like...
I felt pretty non-eventy, but yeah, now that I've talked about it through, I'm like, yeah, very non-eventy for me.
If the relationship had clicked really well, we would have went, oh, well, the whole episode was meant to be about them, and since they were so fucking good, it's okay, the birds wanted to do fuck all.
Which again seems to be what Twitter seems to be latching on to.
Which is fine. Great. If it worked for you, it worked for you. Did it work for you? Tell us in the comments, and be sure to subscribe. Let's get that 2K subs. La 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 la.
The Legend of Ruby Sunday? Is Ruby Sunday legendary?
No.
No? What didn't you like about it?
It's just nothing. I feel like Russell is existing in this alternate dimension where this is episode 13. And we've had this big, long run-up and all these questions that I'm asking. So to have the Doctor in his Grease outfit, Doctor in jeans, fucking hell, rocking up and asking like, hey, unit fam. I was like, okay. And then going, oh, this woman keeps cropping up in my life.
And then showing two adventures that we've never seen before.
Yeah, right.
The cool robot one and the cool blue skin, pointy-haired lady that everyone thought might be this episode.
Yeah, what was that? I was so confused.
Also, Ruby has the line, look at me now, Mum, I've explored the universe.
So I'm sitting here thinking, have I missed 5 episodes? Because it just feels so wild to me, the way they talk. Because it's in previous finales, particularly ones by Russell, it felt like you were leading into a lot sooner. Like the season 3 finale is like, we're at the end of the world, he becomes the master, we then lead into the 2 finales. So there's like this lead in.
Yep.
In this, we're racing in, they open the doors to the Doctor, the crash land, because the Doctor can't just simply beam him like he normally does.
It was very much
we've got budget.
The 50th anniversary, how they dangled the TARDIS over London just because they could.
There was a lot of budgety just because they could in this. I felt the last episode was Bridgerton, just having a chill time in Bridgerton, and now we're acting like we've just had at least 2 episodes where we've been going, who's this woman?
Yeah.
And they haven't really pondered it. They've just occasionally went... So, okay.
They're relying a lot on the YouTube and TikTok marketing where they're like, look at all the times the TARDIS groaned. Look at all the times this woman popped up.
Yeah,
remember?
I barely remember any of those groans.
Remember?
I had a lot of that with this episode. Fucking hell, there was one big remember how good the Master reveal was. Like, you are not alone, Sutekh.
There was one time in a Torchwood promo that they show Doctor Who and then goes brrr and says Torchwood when they revealed the Torchwood show, because Torchwood was the code name for Doctor Who back in 2005. Halfway through, I felt, wow, this is kind of a slow episode. But the more we got towards the finale, I felt like it was actually building quite well. And I thought to myself, this one's actually quite well directed.
I had the exact...
Really?
I thought this looked like the most dull, flat... It just looked... There was no composition in any of these shots. And it feels like it's seasons 1, 2, 3, and 4, except now we've got 4K, 8K cameras.
It does look very polished, but I'll admit that, yes, it doesn't look like there's any very well set up shots. It's all just very standard, looks good.
The spaceman coming out the water in the start of episode 6.
Yeah, there's no set pieces. It's just very nice. It does look nice, though.
Yeah, it looks nice, but then...
Because they've got money, they've got gear. Yeah. But I guess, yes, it's not as creative as you'd expect.
The Doctor's crash landed, and he's asking everyone a favour.
And we've replaced the scientific advisor.
Yeah, right.
I do love Lenny. Lenny's fun.
I love him. He's a better actor. And you've watched this show he was in?
No, I've only seen him in Taskmaster.
Oh, was he on Taskmaster?
He's in The New Year's Treat.
He's a very good actor. So the previous unit director from the David Tennant, like she was that role.
Scientific advisor.
Was she not available?
Oh, maybe she's traveling with 10.
But maybe this will be a new thing. Whenever we go back to unit, we've just got another new scientific advisor.
Are they dying? Is it a dangerous job? The Doctor has come to unit so that they can use facial recognition to find this woman on Earth, because the Doctor says, everywhere I land, she appears, so she must be here. Which is a fair point. I'm like, okay, rather than him looking for her or like hoping to bump into her again, which I guess is why Bridgerton, she was just a picture, because by this point they've apparently realised.
Yeah.
But then also they've had those other adventures that they show off screen, which I don't like. I'm wondering if they were just because they needed more pictures, or whether they needed trailer bait, or whether they wanted...
because all of them were just trailer headshots.
Either they were cut episodes because they decided to cram everything into 8 episodes, or they were just trailer bait.
Yeah.
And I don't really like either of those options, because like, show me. I like off-screen adventures, but also I feel like our characters haven't been built up enough to have off-screen adventures.
Yeah, it's the issue we've had the whole time, is that still the character work and all that just is constantly been an issue.
I did like the Doctor and Ruby a lot in this episode, though. I don't know why. The Doctor was moving around doing a lot of things, and I think I like when the Doctor does things.
Yeah, it's nice when the Doctor does things. David Tennant was on about how he really liked having the big coat because he could do pocket acting, and he could really... And I think about how people say, oh, you want to dress for the job that you're in. So if you're in the outfit, you feel like it. Like Robert Pattinson felt like Batman when he finally put the suit on, and it helped him. Christian Bale said the same, how he could do the voice when he had it on.
So this is you getting up the fact he doesn't have a consistent costume?
That it maybe affects just the way he kind of moves, that he's not putting on the outfit.
Some consistency helps. Like a few of the outfits we saw in the promos, how it's like, it's usually a long coat, it's blue and orange, it's like he's playing off. If he had a motif, I think it would work well.
That's it. By him not having a consistent outfit, I wonder how much that affects one's performance, that you're not putting on the outfit.
He feels more like Shooty, less like the Doctor. Yeah. Me, when I used to cosplay as Matt Smith, like, you have this bad boy, you're flicking him around, you feel like the Doctor.
You feel like it. And so many actors say this all the time. You get the outfit on, you feel it.
Yeah.
Is it just what he felt like wearing that day? Do they open up the wardrobe and go, what's it going to be today, Shooty?
Yeah.
But I thought for the finale, we'd put him in the promo outfit.
Yeah. Despite all that, he still felt like the Doctor to me.
Okay.
Which is a good thing.
He's still feeling Doctor. He's feeling Doctor.
I think it was because he had more to do this episode than a lot of the other ones. Even though it was relatively standstill, he was at least bouncing around within those walls they put him in, and he was commanding people. So he was making decisions, ordering people around, sometimes getting them killed, which is very Doctor-y, honestly.
And when he goes to Rose, he goes, "How's your uncle?" He's meaning number 10, right? I'm like, who's her uncle?
Oh, yeah.
It must be 10.
Yeah.
14. Because 14.
Yeah, so it must mean David Tennant. But then later on he says he can't cross his own timeline. But also they know each other immediately, which does point to the fact that 14 must some point regenerate into Shooty.
That 14 will have to eventually just lie down and fade away and he's Shooty.
It was never clarified, but it seems like Rose and Shooty have met before. So there must be a point where 14 actually properly turns into 14.
Kate Lethbridge Stewart, who's acting her arse off, like shivering.
Kate does do really well there, but also to be the director of unit, I feel like you have to be more okay with people dying.
Yeah.
And then she stops Ibrahim from doing something interesting because she's worried about losing another agent. You're a military leader. You got to be okay with sacrifices to do stuff. No one shoots anyone. I love that they always have guns, but the unit people never just open fire. But we pretty much spend this time split between Susan Triad and the Doctor.
Yeah, we get revealed what Susan Triad is.
Immediately, before the intro credits, they're going through the things that it could be. It could be Sutekh, it could be Susan Tech, it could be TARDIS, it could be Subscribe.
Well, the
Doctor works out that she
might be his granddaughter.
That S Triad is an anagram of TARDIS, and that also Susan is my granddaughter. And everyone's like, that's why we've been watching her. That's good.
Yeah, it was funny.
It shows that unit's actually doing something.
Yeah, because if they can't solve things up to a point, then the Doctor comes in and goes, here we go, and what's the point of them? Yeah, that he thinks it's his granddaughter, and then obviously he has to, which you don't see often, the Doctor has to explain regeneration before he's regenerating.
Which I don't love, because it happens a lot this season with him having to explain everything to Ruby, because Ruby hasn't been around long enough, they haven't been together long enough, she hasn't seen anything. So it's like earlier on the season he says, I have a granddaughter, and if that was supposed to be episode 6, I can see why they moved it, because like they're very close together. If he's like, by the way, I have a granddaughter, by the way, my granddaughter's here, it's more like allude to early on. And then it's like, oh, I have a granddaughter.
Yeah.
Remember I told you about my granddaughter? And then he says, oh, by the way, I can also regenerate. If this is season 1 and you're a new fan and you're Ruby because you don't know what the hell's going on, just getting told that he can change his face is a bit strange. Because I guess Rogue also mentioned it last episode with the whole face changing. So it's a lot of us being told that he can regenerate with us not really having anything to grab onto there because we're new fans and it's a first season.
And I'm not sure if this is a big reveal. He goes, oh, so you've got a family out there. He goes, oh, well, not yet. So the idea that because Time Lord stuff, that he met his granddaughter before he's met his kids.
And it's like, I guess Susan could have time traveled.
But that's because back in that initial, he was the old fogey, as you said.
Yeah, they needed a young girl.
Was just a 53-year-old man, but a post-war 53-year-old man.
Honestly, they cut William Hartnell out of most of those episodes.
Really?
Even in season 1 and 2.
He was already struggling back then, right? Like, what did he have? Like dementia, a really early dementia?
I think it's Alzheimer's eventually. Yeah. But even in season 1 and 2, he flubs half his lines and he can't do much physically, so they just make him go do something else while Ian does everything.
But in that, he's the old fogey with his granddaughter.
Yeah, and that's why he had a granddaughter.
And you can run with that. Oh, it's the old man. Obviously, he has a granddaughter. They reveal that Mel, his old companion, she's working inside, and then, turns out Susan Triad is really nice and really awesome.
I do enjoy that line of like, turns out Susan's just a really nice person.
Yeah, and then they have a little joke. They make a reference of evil genius with tech. You know, we always go after evil geniuses with tech. Well, except the obvious one. Then you cut to him going, we'll get him.
Oh, that's how you took that. Okay, I took that as the boss.
The boss.
I don't know whether the Sutekh is the boss. Spoilers.
Well, he's the one who waits. Then we just get all that.
But Rogue at some point says, everything's so much harder now that I have a new boss. Okay. And then the Meep also says, the new boss. So that's what I was wondering, whether someone is the boss and Sutekh is different.
I saw them as just being
you think Sutekh and the boss are the same?
No, I don't know about the boss. I'm just saying that line about we'll get that billionaire.
You just thought it was. Okay, it probably
Elon Musk or Jeff Bezos. It's up to the audience to pick which one you want. And that's part of the problem. There's so many billionaires.
Yeah, okay. I'm probably just too conspiracy brained at the moment. But yeah, no, I took that as a conspiracy, as in like the boss is that billionaire, so we're going to go after them later. Not, yeah, you're probably right. That's more Russell coded. Like,
yeah, just having a bit cheeky fun with it.
The doctor says we have another mystery woman we have to deal with, Ruby's mum. And then they're like, okay, we need to figure out Ruby's mum. How can we do it? We can't go back in time. And then Harriet says, it's 2004. There's CCTV footage. And Harriet, I think, got put into the credits 3 or 4 weeks ago. So everyone immediately saw Harriet and thought, oh, Harriet's the only character without a last name. She's probably Harriet Harbinger, because we already had the Devil's Cord with Harry Harbinger. So now it's Harriet Harbinger. It was very telegraphed, which I guess isn't a bad thing, but it's just funny that the entire community figured out literally all the Russell twists several weeks ago. Harriet says that they have CCTV because it's 2004, which was a funny line to me because we all think about 2004 being a very, very long time ago.
God.
And she's like, no, cameras existed. And it's like, oh yeah, obviously. They use the time window that the Doctor banned them from having in the 1970s. And then they use the LED volume stage, which is the time window, which I thought was a fun use of it, really.
Yeah. I thought, this will just be a volume.
Yeah, we need a big sound projection stage. Let's use one that we actually have. And that way, if it looks a little shitty, it's part of it, which I thought was fun. I did have a little chuckle where, you've got to go back to your mum's house and find this video. And then she goes under the bed and finds a freshly labelled Ruby 2004. I'm like, would that not be battered and beaten? Especially after they say they watch it every year. Yeah. I got big Madam Web flashbacks when she pulls out the drawer of her childhood orphan things from under the bed. Just the I'm an orphan, so I keep all of my orphan things under the bed is very Madam Web, and it's hilarious to me.
So the mums decide, I'm going to come with you, get Mrs. Flood. And I'm thinking, we're bringing Mrs. Flood, but no, bringing in Mrs. Flood to just look after Mum. And I guess Mrs. Flood and Ruby and Rose weren't there on the same day because the eye lines, I know I'm probably exaggerating. It's like she's looking here and then Ruby's actually over here. My point being is that was shot like shit. She goes, I want a cup of tea. And first I had flashbacks to Ben Stiller and Happy Gilmore.
Could you do me a favor? You see that lady? She's very important to me, okay?
Could I trouble you for a glass of warm milk?
You could trouble me for a warm glass of shut the hell up.
So remind me of that. Then she breaks the fourth wall and it's like, hey, remember me from the Christmas special? I'm back again. And people reckon that could be the Rani or Susan then.
The time window scene goes on for probably the good middle chunk of the episode.
This is what I want us to understand. they are using the videotape, CCTV footage, and Ruby's magic snow stuff to recreate the image.
Yes.
It's a hologram.
Yes.
But they can't move and they can't interact. So I was like, are they there or are they not there?
They can't interact, but the time window allows them to see through to that point.
But they're not there. Because you've got him with the gun.
It's risky because it's a time window. It's like you can break a window. Like, you can look through someone safely through a window, but you can break the window if something goes horribly wrong.
Is that the analogy they used?
I assume that's why they're going with window.
But they didn't use that analogy, did they?
What, that you can break the window? No. They
I
probably
wish they
should
did,
have.
because then I would have got it. Or okay.
Yeah. But all they were using the video for was for GPS positioning, basically.
Yeah.
Because, like, then they can track something which they can point the window at. So I assume they can point the window at anything they want to. I don't understand why they didn't rewind. They could have rewound. That to me makes sense. If you're looking through a time window, you can rewind through the time window and try to get a bit of view on the face.
It's going critical.
Yeah, but
Not
then
that it matters.
as soon as the guy's like, oh, I can have a better look from over here, and the doctor's like, yeah, allow it. I'm like, oh, rip that guy. So we get the doctor causing someone's death, which is always nice.
Yes.
In a horrible way. But he makes a decision and it blows back on him because he gets too concerned with the current situation and not enough with a human life.
Yeah.
And then Kate is not happy about that. So they are trying to look at Ruby in the past and they can't see Ruby's mum. I do like that they still had the doctor rock up. I wasn't sure if they were going to keep that timeline canon.
And this is separate to the Susan thing, right? He's doing two mysteries at once.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, not overly separate. As in, like, yes, separate, but also Sutekh, the groaning TARDIS thing kind of comes in at the end of it because it bleeds through the videotape a little bit, is what I think they're going with. So they did not reveal Ruby's mum. Like, that is a mystery for next week, I guess. This week we get the Sutekh reveal, which is the TARDIS has been groaning a little bit every episode because something's wrong with it. Turns out an entity has latched onto it, and somehow that comes through the time window, or at least is triggered by it, or maybe it's only revealed through that. So, like, it was always there, but something with the time window makes it a little messy, and it kills a guy, and then they go, oh, something's wrong with the TARDIS.
Then he's, like, aged or he's sand.
Because it's a little bit, I don't want to say messy, but it's loosely connected. Like, this thing kind of causes this thing to happen, which kind of causes this thing to happen. But the end result is they realize that the TARDIS has something attached to it, and then kind of all this while, the Doctor isn't even in the building. He's moved on to go talk to Sutekh because he thinks Susan is his granddaughter. She just says, oh, I have a bunch of dreams. So she doesn't seem to know what she is.
Yeah, like, is she a harbinger?
Yeah, she becomes a harbinger. She does the exact same thing that Harriet gets, where they turn into servants of Sutekh because Susan technology, Sutekh.
Obviously, you know, we're getting the Sutekh, you know, it's all breaking down. And then did you catch the one where it said subscribe?
It's the pyramids of Mars. We get the god Sutekh. I don't like the way they're treating Sutekh as a god. Sutekh is a god, but Sutekh is also a race of aliens called the Osirans, which is like they're godlike aliens, which I think makes more sense in my brain in this universe. And they can be all powerful. They can be like, they can ascend to another level of existence if they want to. Like, that's a little bit Stargate-y. I don't know if you ever watched Stargate.
No.
But what they do here is Sutekh appears as the god of death in a big ball of CGI. That's how he appears in some of Pyramids of Mars. The rest he has the helmet on. But it's a little bit weird because other Osirans exist. Sutekh is a thing. Everyone called it. So it's kind of funny.
Yeah.
So why was Susan Triad throughout history so much if she was just a harbinger?
Like, yeah, they've got to explain this.
I don't know why.
She's connected. Yeah.
Unless I missed something.
No, that's his question to her. You dream a lot. And so in her dream, she's in these different situations connecting her to the Doctor.
Yes. So how is she physically somewhere else? Because the Doctor has interacted with her.
Historical. Like, I don't know, maybe when they look at the image and see the old woman in Bridgerton episode and goes, oh, that's Yes. Maybe Ruby and the Doctor see the Susan Triad, but everyone else just sees, like, maybe they're...
But then, still, why?
It's all,
It feels like more of a thread that Russell has put throughout just to make us remember Sutekh.
Yeah.
It's a mystery building into this without any real reason, unless next week they reveal something.
I think I'm right now to say that it's a finale, which means that everything that we've built towards with this season should be coming to fruition.
Built, yeah. Apparently it will. Russell says that 99% of things will be explained in the finale.
I don't care about explanations right now. I care about the fact that I'm not invested in anyone. I'm not invested in the mystery of Susan Triad. I'm not invested in Ruby trying to find out who her mother is because it's not brought up enough. I'm not invested in this Doctor yet because I don't really know him still. And so when we're coming into the finale and I'm still like, okay. And that was my problem, which might just be with me. And maybe there are other people who are completely invested in Ncuti's Doctor now. They've had enough episodes with him and they get it. But the last episode was just a regular Doctor episode that we had some issues with, but was a regular Doctor episode. It's like going from the fucking Wasp episode into the finale.
It feels like it does start this episode. Like, it hasn't really been building. It's just like there's stuff around.
It feels like it was
then it starts building.
Like backwards, that he wrote this episode going, oh, well, we'll build up really well. And you didn't. So,
well, that's the thing. They needed to see something, and then we needed to see them heading to Unit, or at least say, we need to go to Unit to investigate this. We needed more of a Susan-based
and I'm not
mystery.
Saying, because if you're going to do the companion mystery, which Russell didn't really do.
The companion themselves weren't a mystery. There was a mystery around the companion.
Martha was a mystery because I can't believe that you fumbled that bag, because you're such a cool companion that they fumbled.
It's most similar to Clara.
Yeah, but Clara was... Oh, God, it is. But Clara's done so much more better, because... that was anyway, because you're seeing her, you're interacting with her, there's the questions of who she is and what she's about. Yeah. And even though it ends up being just she was falling through time, and
that's a little bit more what I wanted from Ruby that I kind of forgot happened with Clara, is that the Doctor kept her around a lot of it, or got her in the first place, because she was a mystery. Like, this Doctor didn't really seem interested in Ruby's parentage until this episode.
Having it snow is not good enough.
Yeah.
You might as well just go, remember Ruby's special.
Yeah.
And just have the text flash. Because that's all that is to me.
Pretty much.
The only time that was used that I liked was when it snowed and it couldn't get through the glass in 73 yards.
Oh, when she was sad.
I liked that. It's ultimately my disappointment with it, that even if we have a great episode next, I'm not invested in this Doctor. But it's the first time, really, in the Doctor I've actually committed to watch. The whole episode is just waiting for the reveal. And we spend 20 minutes in the fucking volume. I know it wasn't 20 minutes, but it felt...
It might have been.
Fucking hell, it really did go
I'll
on.
time it.
Like, it did go on. Like, just...
Because it was the crux of the episode. I think after the volume moment, it started building quite well for me, but then it has to end because it's a two-parter. I think this might have been a really good movie-level... like movie event
Special.
episode, because then it would build into a proper finale, and then we wouldn't have the problem where we feel like we've been chilling out doing adventures, suddenly we're doing the finale. It would feel like we need to do a bunch of stuff, and then it's like, oh, this builds. The next episode is going to be an hour long, apparently.
Okay.
And it's going to start where this one ends. I don't think we really need the cliffhanger. I think it would have been better off with, this is the movie level finale, everyone come and watch. Like, look how good Doctor Who is now. Like, we have a budget. It's not the 60th, but Doctor Who's back. And then everyone sits around on a Saturday morning watching an 1.5 to 2 hour long Doctor Who episode where it just builds and you're grabbed the whole time. I think that would have worked really well.
What did you think of the trailer sound when the volume broke down? Made me laugh my arse off.
Doctor doesn't cry.
He thinks about it. The tissue's being reached for.
He punches a wall because he got some guy killed. Even though last episode he said, I'm the Doctor, I just move forward. And then this time Mel has to pull him out of it. Good moment for Mel. That she's because she was always a bit like that.
It was nice that Ruby and Rose, because, you know, Ruby and Rose are best friends.
Two shades of red.
Yeah, you know, and we've established that already, that Ruby and Rose are complete best friends throughout the whole episode.
They're the same age, and Gen Z just gets along with each other, I guess.
Yeah, I know. It's a small thing, but it's like, well, what are you hugging? What are you hugging?
They were very friendly from the get-go. I mean, they're both linked through the Doctor. They're both the same age. They're both just good good people. Well, Sarah Jane and Rose get over it really quickly as well, because they bond over the dumb shit that he does. And they're like, oh, because he is the same.
Yeah, it's just normal character thing where they don't like, then they begin to like.
Well, this episode also has no character tension. I thought they would for a second, where...
Oh, yeah, it's nothing.
After...
They're hugging each other. Ruby Sunday.
Oh, not just
Let
them.
me love bomb you with me PowerPoint I planned. That's what I was working on this whole week.
Not just them, but after the guy dies, I thought Kate Stewart might be a bit more annoyed at the Doctor.
Yeah.
But she kind of lets it go pretty much immediately, which again is good because she's a military leader. But then the Doctor punches the wall. I just feel like it would be like, it seemed like it was building up to that. She's like, don't go back there, soldier. And then the Doctor's like, no, you can do that. I've got this. Don't worry, I've got this. And then he's wrong. And that should feel more impactful from everyone around him.
Yeah.
Like if Ruby saw the Doctor get someone killed, like that might make her go, uh-oh.
So there's a fun bit where Susan Triad turns out there's no audience there, and there's this whole thing of, oh, must they cheer my name?
She was so cringily funny when she does her little dance to get out
Well, this is
there.
what I wanted to bring up, because I think that's a subtle, if you watch Parks and Rec, like the Leslie Knope, get on your feet. But I think it's more of a Theresa May, a conservative British Prime
does she do
Minister.
something?
When she walked out on stage, she had a very rubbish, weird, like elbowy dance.
So does Trump. He
Yeah.
always works out. But it was charming with Sutekh. I thought it was making her a little bit cringe and a bit more like non-threatening.
How can this
Because it's
be?
like,
Yeah.
look at this old lady try to dance. She's so silly.
Yeah, so everyone's separated, it's looking bad, and then we have even the music, we're going for the same energy as the Master being revealed, I felt.
Oh, the quick cuts between all these things.
You and
all
the alone, the
Yeah.
editing, Sutekh, it was the wrong anagram, and all that stuff, and him looking absolutely horrified that it's Sutekh. Remind me a lot of the Master reveal that Russell's
definitely.
already doing, and it's a little bit of a theme where it feels like Russell's just kind of picking up what worked before, but I know there's only so many things you can do.
So Sutekh gets revealed and we end on the cliffhanger because we know it's Sutekh. We get a big CGI smoke monster Sutekh. Ruby is about to see her mum because the Doctor sends her downstairs. Ruby is at unit. Harriet Arbinger and Kate are upstairs at unit, and the Doctor is with Sutekh and Mel at Sue Harbinger. Who,
TARDIS is out of the Doctor's control, we can assume.
yes, and somehow is possessed by Sutekh. I hope that we get an explanation of how
He
Sutekh
uses
is
that
back.
connection because you were there in the thing, so...
Yeah, because Sutekh was re-imprisoned. It's all connected, but by very thin strands, and I'm hoping everything actually links up together.
I'm not saying that the beat for beat of this script, like we said before, is fine. But to be at the finale and to still have the same kind of shoulder shrugging, I think we've built up to something way too quickly. And like the Master build up, you could argue is a 3-season build up because
it's also 3 episodes because you get Utopia.
And then you have a whole 2-episode based around the Watch, so we know. But then I'm saying is you can argue 3 seasons of my planet's gone. I'm the only one left. And someone like me at the time, the young crowd, I didn't know the Master was. So for me watching that, I was like, oh shit, it's another Time Lord.
You also get an explanation of who the Master
and
is.
so the build-up of 3 seasons of I'm the last one, which I thought was always the Doctor's thing. He's only ever been the last one.
Yeah.
So then to be told there's actually one more and he's like the worst one ever, I was like, like 12-year-old, 14-year-old me's mind was blown.
You that had never seen Pyramids of Mars or any classic Who.
Didn't have a clue about any of that
but
stuff.
that's the thing, you've seen New Who. You still don't know who Sutekh
No, I
is.
only know him through retrospective videos and stuff.
Which means anyone that treats this as series 1, I feel like the Master build-up, it's also easy to grasp because he's a Time Lord.
He's the Doctor's Moriarty.
This we just know he's a god because there are other gods, but the Doctor has beaten those other gods. But this other god is bigger than the other gods, I promise, because he's a big smoke monster. He's the god of death.
It's disappointing that Russell has went back to the same technique he did, which was fine back when he was reintroduced to everything. It's the Dalek season. It's the Cyberman versus Daleks. It's the Master season.
Yeah.
And then it's my end game because I'm leaving now. So to then have him come back for this season, I'm doing something new, but actually I've reached deeper into the trunk of Doctor Who villains.
Yeah.
And I've pulled out Sutekh this time.
Which some people will like. This ending doesn't work unless you're big into theories or you know who Sutekh is. Because Sutekh, in the way they've built up Sutekh, it's just like, oh, you're a new god. You're a big bad god. I promise he's the big bad.
It's been messy. It's been rushed.
I don't want to say messy. I want to say
rushed.
very loosely connected.
Yeah, because if you're someone who hasn't been on the online forums and hasn't anything, has just been watching this weekly going, oh yeah, what is it with that woman? Then turns out the reason why that woman is cropping up everywhere is because she's a harbinger for an even bigger bad. You, as you just said, you go, well, what does that mean to why she keeps cropping up?
I think that's the loosest thread for me.
Even in 73 yards, which no one can remember now, you had a crop up there.
She was around just to be around.
For the audience.
Yeah, as a TikTok compilation, oh, look who that is.
Yeah.
Like,
as finales go, as part 1, the first part 1 of this season, it's the first 2-parter of the season. It's amazing how just 5 more hours will do for you. But I just thought as an episode of build, it was just building up to next week, which is actually where it's all going to be.
Which I think why it might have worked better as a movie. Although maybe it needs to be so that everyone can spend a week watching Sutekh videos on YouTube so that they can find out who Sutekh is so that they actually care next week.
Yeah, I think this could have been scratched down. If you made this 30 minutes, then connected it, made it one episode, because that whole walking around on the volume took a while.
Yeah. But I reckon it probably ended on Sutekh so that we can get a montage and that they can spend the next week on the Doctor Who's YouTube channel putting up a villains you should know. That's it.
Overall, I'm not pumped going into the finale.
I think I was a bit more amped up because of the second half of this episode, but that momentum obviously stopped when the episode did. So now I feel like I've got to wait a week to then get back into that momentum.
You're not rushing to discuss it online or with me, or it's just... And
Well, they've explained it. It's Sutekh. I don't know how, but it's Sutekh.
It's Sutekh. And then we'll even bother to explain it.
We'll get Ruby's mum, and that maybe Ruby is the opposite of an evil god, because we've only had evil gods. So maybe Ruby's mum is a good god. They mentioned the Trickster by name. That's fun. If you watch Sarah Jane.
They did mention the Trickster.
Lots of homework in this show now for season 1. Why do you think Sutekh is back, and who do you think is Ruby's mum?
Am I being too harsh on Doctor? And actually, it's perfectly fine, and I should just be more grateful for it.
Yeah, tell Stephen he's stupid.
I'm not like so amped up or annoyed. I guess I'm conscious of like people want to just have fun with Doctor Who, and I will stress again, and I'm sure you will stress again. If you like this series, you like this episode, and you're absolutely happy, that's great.
I don't know.
I'm jealous. I'm jealous that you enjoyed it. I really am. But this is just our opinion.
I'm normally like that, but this was pretty stupid. I might judge you if you liked this.
What just happened?
It's such a funny thing with tiny whiny shows to give it stakes, right? Giving stakes to something with time travel is always a bit fucky, because what do you do there? When you kill that many people, you wiped out the entire universe. Obviously, Superman's going to fly around the world and turn time backwards.
Depends on your perspective or how forgiving you are of a show, because, I'm watching it going, well, there's no tension there. The moment you've killed off everyone, I know that's going to come back. But then someone watching might go, well, yeah, it's a fucking show. What do you expect?
That's always their excuse. And it's like, no, I feel like you can give stakes to something like this. Infinity War did it because it was the end of an era, for one. But also, they only killed half the people.
And it was done in a way that you understood. That the Infinity Stones have been built up for like a decade at that point.
And we're allowed to dwell on it as well. Like, we had a massive period of time.
Because I'll give praise to the scale of that world-ending, I watched a Roland Emmerich film.
Oh, where they blew their budget?
Sandstorm stuff.
Yeah, that looked really good.
You felt that, oh wow, the cataclysmic end, like if you remember the end of season 2 where it's like the Daleks come out of the prison and then you're just kind of cutting to like the Daleks in Paris, just like insert Dalek at this famous landmark to say they're around the
everywhere.
world.
They could kill us.
But, and you get it but this, you actually got that sense of scale just because you had you're there seeing
But
it.
also, because the cataclysm had already occurred, the tension is kind of relieved there because we know that he's going to do it. So then it becomes the how is he going to do it? But turns out bullshit is how he's going to do it. Just random bullshit. And it's the second season finale that's ended with the TARDIS pulling something in a rope through the time vortex.
We will get to that.
We start off exactly where we ended. Unit opening fire and a 13-year-old boy. All I'm being told is that anyone with wheels also has guns.
I laughed out loud.
It is
just
funny.
At the visual
They've
of
given a 13-year-old boy
and it's
gun.
a 15-year-old actor on an armed Segway, and they've obviously had to have told him, because they'd be kicked back from the gun, to waggle it a little bit. And like, how's he aiming with that? I know it's just silly, but it's such a ridiculous visual.
The dumbest thing about the aiming is that they show where they're shooting, and it also looks like they're shooting at the TARDIS, not the giant CGI thing on top of it. But they keep the tension from the end of last episode, at least for a very small amount of time. We can't even tell how we got to Unit, considering there was a dust storm coming from where Susan Triad did her thing, and then there's a sandstorm coming from inside of Unit where Harriet did one, and the Doctor sneaks in somehow?
Well, I wanted you to explain it, because I looked down at my notes typing away. I look up and he's in there in the volume space.
Yeah,
and
they
I go,
don't
hang
explain
on,
it.
Didn't they all just die outside?
No, he just walks in. Him and Mel got on the bike.
So as long as the initial storm goes by, but he was in front of the storm.
No, but then they show the storm everywhere.
The storm's coming out of there.
He just did. It's not explained. He just did.
It really isn't explained. We didn't miss it.
They cut from him driving away from a storm, technically towards another storm, and then he runs inside the building. They definitely watched Infinity War and No Way Home because we've got the Infinity War dusting and we've got the No Way Home crack in time, crack in reality. I was like, Jesus Christ. But if we are treating this as season 1 and it's meant to bring in all the new viewers, maybe it's good that all the new viewers get to see that sometimes Doctor Who is just some bullshit.
It made me think back to all the season finales of Russell. First one is Daleks. It's simple because it's a novelty of Doctor Who's
They're back. They're going to kill the
Dalek's
Doctor.
going to do the Dalek stuff. But because we've got that core connection of Rose and the Doctor, and is she going to get back in time? And the fact that the Doctor actually regenerates at the end, you're going to get this, oh, wow. He had to
died.
suffer because of this. So there was something in the season 2. Rose gets, they get split up and all that, and it's a pretty cool first time ever.
It's like, what's this? The consequences for my actions?
Yeah, and the novelty of Cyberman versus Dalek, which hadn't happened.
No.
That's wild. But all of them, every one of the finales has the world is ended, or the whole world has been hindered massively.
Yeah.
And then the Doctor, through timey-wimey, MacGuffin-y, whatever the reverts it back. Every single time. Like, even Rose, she gets rid of the Daleks because she becomes a god.
But there's always a consequence. There's always a loss. Yeah.
There's the character stuff that's carried through that you then kind of edge away from, which is why when you look at the Moffat endings, which are a little bit more maybe too clever for their own good,
they're good concepts.
Here, we get the same Davy type. The whole world has ended. Except now we don't have that character stuff, which we've been talking about. From the first episode this season, we've been going, oh, hopefully that classic Russell characterization will come through.
Character tension, but I'm actually finally starting to see on Twitter as well, people are noticing that there is no character tension and that their connection isn't as strong as people might have thought.
And not to jump, but because of that ending where we've got this big emotional farewell, like particularly when she leaves, and it's meant to be this reveal, I think, that this Doctor is kind of broken, that he puts on this brave face for the young girl he's with. She leaves, he immediately tears up. And we've seen like some, when Martha leaves, he puts on the brave face, but then kind of solemnly goes.
Most of the episode, honestly, is inside the memory TARDIS, because as soon as the Doctor arrives back in the time window room, he decides he can go into the memory of the TARDIS.
Because of Ruby's memories of it?
Yes, Ruby's memories are making a TARDIS more real, so the more she believes in it or concentrates on it. Again, it's because Russell said so, the TARDIS is now real, so he gets a tiny mini TARDIS with a couple of cute references in it, but that's all they are.
I thought it was really weird when Mel opened up that drawer and it was just a drawer of guns.
But it's just a bunch of cute references. We have a tiny little Chibbers TARDIS in the middle, which is weird.
See, like Matt Smith's console, you see his chair. It reminds you of better times.
And a whistle that will come back to haunt me later.
I like the TARDIS as a piece of production design. It looked almost like what one might expect when opening up a blue box that's a time machine. It's very cramped. You don't really want to hang out in there long. So I was like, oh, that's kind of fun that it looks like what one might think the TARDIS would look like inside.
Before they jump in the memory TARDIS, the Doctor, he's doing a big moment, big speech to Sutekh about how he's going to stop him. He's going to use all the hearts of the last Time Lord to take him down. And then he says, wait a minute, why am I still alive? But it's one thing, I don't know, it doesn't blend as well as I feel like other Doctors have done.
David saying it in a much
the
different
change
way.
up
Like,
usually.
wait a minute, why am I still alive? And it reminded me of when David initially came out with the "Did you miss me?" and then hold on, that's the Lion King.
But then Sutekh decides that he is keeping them alive because Ruby Sunday is a mystery and he wants to know who her mum is.
Sutekh became visible outside the church. He saw the one thing beyond his comprehension. Your mother.
But who is she?
They were nobody.
And it's like, why does he give a damn? Like, this man has killed everyone on every planet in the world.
But that's it, he senses the power of that question.
Which, to me, just sounded like a wanky writer being like, I have written the best mystery in the world. Even a god wants to know my mystery.
But aren't there millions of people who have big life questions?
But
that mean a lot to them.
But Ruby can make it snow, and that's exciting.
Is that explained?
No.
Okay.
So then he takes a swipe at the Doctor after he says, oh, I'm still alive. Okay, I guess you need to find out that. Then they run away. And then it's not a deleted scene, but it's a scene that appears in Tales of the TARDIS, which is something they released only in the UK. which is them hanging out in this little mini TARDIS for a while, talking to each other. And basically, the Doctor explains to Ruby who Sutekh is. He basically gives her a plot synopsis of the Pyramids of Mars, and then the Pyramids of Mars plays in a 75-minute supercut. And then they cut to the Doctor in a cloak in the desert on a random planet, which also annoyed the absolute everything out of me, because the plot synopsis of this, the universe is basically over, but a kind woman on a random planet holds the key. Guess what that key is? It's a spoon.
Made me think of Peter Capaldi with his spoon against Robin Hood.
But it's not set up. The reason the Doctor needs it is because after we get this big emotional, somewhat well-written, apart from the fact it's out of nowhere, scene of a woman who's forgotten her child and turns out her child dead, and turns out because Sutekh, everyone in her family is dying throughout time, and then the Doctor's like, by the way, do you have any metal? She gives metal, and then she just fades away Infinity War into dust because her part of the plot's over. We don't need her anymore. I don't know why she was alive. Apparently some people survived, but then they just fade away in a different moment because we needed someone for the plot. And then he goes and crams this spoon into the TV thing that he's been using, and he says, yes, it needs something real, not just memories, to keep it going, which wasn't set up.
Foundational, like,
I don't know.
You eat from a spoon. It's a childhood
No, I think
thing.
it was just metal and it was real. And he needed something conductive, and he couldn't make it out of the rest of the TARDIS. Basically, I think they needed a little sub story in there to make a more human element, or just to stretch it to 55 minutes.
Yeah.
And it was just out of the blue, out of nowhere. Before all of that, Sutekh reveals his master plan, because this is the start of the exposition bit. We have a big opening with the sand killing everyone, the big movie moment of Mel and the Doctor on the moped, and then Sutekh pops up because he's in control of the TARDIS and he can move everywhere, and then he just explains everything, and then once the Doctor's in the TARDIS, then he explains everything.
He attached himself to the TARDIS at the end of
Pyramids of Mars. How? No idea.
In attaching himself to the TARDIS and hiding himself in there, he is
on top of
slowly powered up over all these episodes. Every time the Doctor has landed on a planet, a Susan Triad harbinger has happened. The Doctor has only noticed now, around the time where Russell has decided that this is a good idea.
Where he came up with the idea.
Obviously, which is okay. He has destroyed all the planets and the suns, but still gets daylight when needed.
The sun disappeared.
Destroyed the
he also
suns.
says Susan is destroying everything everywhere I've popped up. So basically, there's an angel of death in every time period that he's ever popped up, which means the modern day London is screwed to all hell because he's been in modern day London in like every episode.
Right.
But they all get destroyed, and that's how it's ricocheting through time. And then Mel goes, oh, at least everywhere you haven't been is safe. And he's like, no, it's echoing through. It's getting everywhere. So then it shows the sun dying, because obviously he never landed on a sun.
Yeah.
Sutekh was trapped in the time corridor at the end of Pyramids of Mars, but also he somehow attached himself to the TARDIS then. And then he's also stayed attached to the TARDIS that entire time using the TARDIS's perception filter, which turns out the perception filter has a radius of 73 yards.
This is meant to make 73 yards make sense.
No, that was a clue, or like it's an even though it's not.
Because then turns out Roger Atwillam did become Prime Minister.
Yes, which means Ruby's timeline was completely separate, where she was abandoned and had future knowledge. But for her to stop him, that means the Doctor never wasn't in that timeline confirmed. So again, that 73 yards still makes little to no sense to me. It's just an alternate timeline where the Doctor didn't exist, so Ruby had to step in. Because when they're like, oh, he was the worst Prime Minister ever, I'm like, well, he just wanted to make nukes, which is bad. Sure, he wanted to nuke everyone.
It was DNA
but then
checking.
then he was stopped and ran away. And now they're like, yes, he was way worse until the Doctor stopped him.
Yeah.
So that was in a random thing we never saw. But Sutekh has been using the perception filter of the TARDIS that is 66.7 meters, 73 yards, because Russell thought that was a cool distance and a cool name for an episode. And he's somehow used a perception filter, which is something that just makes something not noticeable, really. He's made that turn into a person, and he's personified Susan Triad into that.
Giving her a whole family and everything.
She somehow had a family and a backstory and a history, which the perception filter made, so that also doesn't make sense, because all it is a perception filter.
He manipulated the midichlorians to create life.
Triad.
Yeah.
And he got the name Susan Triad because the TARDIS has memory. Do you know how like the power of love is sometimes super powerful? This is the power of memory is super powerful. And you know who makes memories? Writers. You know who is important? Writers. I don't know.
Yeah, it's like at the end of Game of Thrones where stories is the most
who
important
has the best
thing.
stories?
Like,
D&D probably.
Hell. So God, 2 writers wrote this, didn't they?
There's so many dumb things to go over in this episode. It's crazy. Sorry, yes. And so Susan Triad has an entire family, an entire lifetime. She is a human and is has a family and a life and everything, so she's innocent. They even say she's innocent. Because Sutekh wants to know who Ruby's mum is, and that's basically the only reason he has left them alive, they know that we need to find Ruby's mum. The TARDIS then decides to tell them where to go, basically. The Doctor goes, Apquillium DNA checked everyone, which is shown as a bad thing, right? Because that would be a very oppressive government.
Did you know Russell T Davies doesn't like government?
But that saves the day, so DNA testing was a good thing all along. Give your DNA to Ancestry.com. This episode is brought to you by... It's not. Dissect that for a bit before I get too carried away. Another weird thing about that time in the TARDIS and the fact they cut to him on a desert planet in a cloak, no time has passed. Like, they don't show any time passing, but in the Tales of the TARDIS, it shows them sitting in the little memory TARDIS hiding out. It seems like it's been a while.
Okay.
But then also that Spoon Lady was still alive for no reason.
Yeah, it's hard to have an opinion on something that was bad. I don't think really any episodes have been bad.
This is the worst episode for me.
Like, this was bad.
I don't know if this would have been as bad if it wasn't so hyped up by RTD himself.
But then whose fault is that? Like, if you're just watching yeah, but I'm watching this week to week. I'm not watching Russell in that same room in the same outfit every week.
And in fairness, you never really cared who Ruby was or like who her mum was.
And thank God I didn't.
No, but you were supposed to, because RTD propped Ruby's mum up so much, because we'll talk about it again later, spoilers. But the reason Ruby is so powerful is because of the mystery of her mum, because we believed. It's like a meta commentary on we made Ruby important.
She was important because we think she's important.
Ruby was never important. It's a little bit Rey Skywalker. No, it's a little bit Rey Palpatine. It's, Rey, you were nothing, because that subverted our expectations. And he's like, hey man, I never said she was a big deal. You said she was a big deal. And that's important.
She makes it snow when she gets a bit sad, mate.
And that makes no fucking sense. And the reason she's able to do that is because we thought she was important, but we didn't think she was important until the show told us. And Russell in every single behind the scenes said, oh, it's a big spooky mystery. It's the best Welsh I can do. It just, like, I'm almost not able to get mad because I'm baffled, which just leaves me with like this weird shouting at the cloud annoyance, because it's just a dumb meta commentary.
I lost interest very quickly.
It was a snooze fest during that exposition.
And I said to my wife, I might as well just read the Wikipedia entry, because in terms of emotional, actually being invested, for me, was very low.
Completely agree, because it was all just exposition. Like, Sutekh talks about his plan. Let's talk about Sutekh really quickly. Sutekh was a neutered little dog in this.
I'm fine sometimes a villain can just be a villain. The Emperor in Star Wars just likes being powerful.
Yeah.
But in this, it was the most, haha, Doctor, I want everyone to die and I want to live in a dead world. And
in Pyramids of Mars, he wants to kill a bunch of people originally because he's afraid that they're going to get smarter than him and that they'll eventually get more powerful than him. So he wants power and he wants to keep his power, because the only thing people are afraid of course, losing their power.
Yes.
So that's why he kills a bunch of people. To him, it is a gift. He really is like, you're not even worth being alive. I'm going to just get rid of you.
And they explain away the Egyptian angle, because he's like, what's all that Egyptian stuff? And he doesn't say cultural appropriation, but he kind of says
he says cultural appropriation.
What was all that Egyptian stuff?
Cultural appropriation.
Cutting back to the story. They go to 2046 to find out who Ruby's mum is, because Ruby's mum is important, because we think Ruby's mum is important. Russell didn't tell us. No, he did. And then they find out a match. And then the Doctor takes a blood test. It's a slow emotional moment. Turns out Mel's been dead. This is all just leading into like the quickest finale ever, it feels like. Like, for a 55-minute episode, there's a bunch of talking, and then the actual things that happen are like, blah-blam. And some of it happens off screen, because basically Mel becomes a harbinger because she dies, and apparently across time and space, Sutekh can now take over dead people. He says, everyone has dead cells.
Because of my TARDIS, I can...
Mel basically brings them back to the unit HQ. So their little adventure was nothing. They did nothing. Mel did nothing. Apart from Mel's dope-ass little bike chase she did. That was cool as hell. I'll stand by that.
Yeah, well, Ruby's got that screen,
yes.
that, right? And it only works for her.
Yes, because it's using her memories connected through the TARDIS.
So, yeah, but when she turns it to him, all it says is, subscribe.
God. Once we get a little quest here, we change outfit into our action hero outfits.
Yeah. The fuck was that? Were they just not looking? They're like, why everyone closed their eyes?
You know, we get Booby Sunday. It's fine.
Booby Sunday.
Oh, they did all get changed in like that tiny little TARDIS next to Mel.
Don't worry, babes. It's fine. Does Ruby know that the Doctor was the Doctor when she said Sarah Jane and the man with the hair?
He says they travelled in the TARDIS.
Remember the whole previous episode, what generation was?
Yes. But again, she had no real reference. He just told her that.
I changed my face.
Yes.
And then you're telling me in that fucking webisode, they all sit down and watch it together.
And gets it explained. I think that happens after. So she's like, who's that? And then he goes, ah. And then he tells the tales of the TARDIS.
Okay. So they get the spoon.
The spoon's done. We're past that. Ruby doesn't actually check who Ruby's mum is. They get teleported by Mel back to Sutekh because the TARDIS back in 2024 can teleport people from 2046 back here. It's fine. Sutekh's all powerful and shit. And then the big CGI dog yells at them for a while. He doesn't do anything cool or plan anything. He just gave death.
When did they devise that plan with the whistle?
Off screen.
Yeah, so they got the thing, but then he saw through Mel what they were up to.
Yes, she was outside when they made the plan.
Oh, right.
It's off screen and off Sutekh's screen.
Okay, great. I've got a dog. You don't have a dog.
I've got a dog. You've got a dog. My dog's alive.
Yeah.
Was that a reference to
You've
Sutekh?
got a dog.
Why are you bringing that up?
My dog doesn't like bath time. Oh, he wants to run away.
So your idea is to put Sutekh in the bath?
The moment he senses the bath's happening, so you have to trick him. You have to think something's good going to happen, and then you grab him. The Doctor did bath time with Sutekh. It was like, oh, gotcha, I gotcha. And it's like tricking a dog to go to the vet or something. It's putting the collar on him. And then I went, well, they're treating him like a fucking bad dog.
Sutekh is not a dog, but he's constantly growling and snarling. In Pyramids of Mars, he's stuck in a room, and he's so smart that he escapes this room by making everyone else do his bidding. And he's doing super, like, planning stuff, and he's using his mind powers to, like, slow down time or, like, contain things. He's doing a lot of evil, genius-y, plotty stuff. In this, he's a big, angry, snarling dog that goes, rawr. And then he says, I'm not going to kill you because I want to know who your mum is, because this episode has to end.
And that's probably down to the limited budget of those early seasons, even though with Tom Baker, they probably had the prime slot, prime money for BBC at the time. But still, they couldn't rely on big punch-ups. And at the time, Doctor Who prided itself on not being the punch-up guy. While I'm here, it's like, wouldn't it be cool if the Doctor was going through? And it all looks cool when the Doctor's in space yelling and crying for the fucking 47th time. Every single time he cries, it lessens everything else.
In this episode, when he bursts into tears and screams, he did that 3 episodes ago because racist.
Yeah, he cries at a spoon. He cries at, but it's like a little tear. Like Shooty just played that one out.
He's incredibly charming. I cannot fault him for how charming he is.
I don't think he's been given good direction, and it's when one person's wrote majority of the scripts, you're only getting one voice, one angle. Maybe the most I enjoyed this Doctor was when he was on the Landmine being written by Moffat.
100%. You're right, they do leash him with bath time. Weirdly correct, because Sutekh's a little bitch now. And the way they do that, and the way they set that up, is when the Doctor is rigging stuff up in the TARDIS, he pulls out normal rope and says, intelligent rope. And then pulls out intelligent gloves and goes, intelligent gloves. Remember from when we met on Ruby Road? And that was 8 episodes ago, my man. That's not that.
Yeah.
That was a couple of weeks.
For us, that was 6 months ago. That was Christmas.
I mean, even for them, maybe it was 6 months ago. Who knows? What was that? That was just like a couple of episodes ago. And then they use intelligent gloves and intelligent rope. We know intelligent gloves can make you heavy or light and can catch a baby real good. So what they're shown for here is they can leash a god, like a literal god. You can just clip it on. It has a collar. Like, imagine you're the Doctor talking to Ruby while Mel's in the other room, and you're like, all right, Mel's dead. She's a harbinger. I've got a real good plan. We're going to take this rope and we're going to leash the pupper and we're going to stick it inside the TARDIS. But before that, I'm going to trigger an alarm so that Harriet goes over to look at what it is. Turns out it's a jet engine facing the door. So then the TARDIS shoots 20 meters one direction, knocks over Harbinger. We jump in, and then we take this mutt for a drive. Like, we just pull it around. Like I did it back in season 4. I pulled the whole Earth. Remember? That was great. Even that made somehow more sense than dragging a god through time and space.
In that scene, you had also, this is how the TARDIS is meant to be flown. Like the almost kind of nice, a bit sad reveal that the TARDIS isn't meant to be flown by one person. It's meant to be...
And it's every single character from the last 4 seasons.
It's his end game.
Yes.
Ironically, because we're doing an end game type thing here. And then you're seeing both Doctors there, like, happy. Like, this is how it's meant to be. And you're seeing... And it's so good. And so even though what's happening is silly, you don't care because everyone's came together and it's you as a watcher seeing 4 years of characters coming together and being happy.
There was a weird moment in this episode when they first get into the memory TARDIS. The music turns to jovial as they escape. And I'm like... Everyone just died.
It's the 15th Doctor's little theme.
This is when the Doctor starts winning, not when the Doctor's just running away from everybody in the galaxy being dead. Jesus Christ.
They cancel it out, like in that comic relief special with David Tennant, his father-in-law.
He shouts out, if you're death, then I am life. I have to be the embodiment of life. And what happens when you bring death to death? Life. So he drags the god through time and space, and Sutekh claws open the vortex.
Fixes everything.
And that turns back time to literally just before the death, which is funny. Like, how did they choose when?
And we saw lots of planets.
They reference a bunch of ones that he went to throughout everywhere, like Skaro and stuff.
Okay,
yeah.
Great.
Because this is season 1.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they just turned back time to magically before everything was going to happen, which is
very Davis.
Exactly why we thought it was what was going to happen, because you can't kill the entire universe in a show of season 1. And like, we know season 2 is coming out, and we know Ruby's in season 2.
With about 2 or 3 characters we care about involved.
Yes, but
not Mrs. Flood.
Oh no, yes. Oh, we didn't even talk about Mrs. Flood. Mrs. Flood said a bunch of vague evil shit, or not even evil, just like,
at the end,
I had big plans, and then she and Cherry Sunday vanish. Literally everyone survives. Like, even the first person to die from Sutekh, he comes back too.
I kind of guess the 14th Doctor was just off fishing with Wilf, this or whatever. Like
yeah, like he sees a giant sandstorm. He's like,
I know we're meant to just accept that that's just what it is, but it is weird that you have the 14th Doctor for an indiscriminate amount of time hanging around with a separate TARDIS.
Yes, in modern day London. Yeah, not even in the future, just modern day.
You say this a lot. And
also, why was Rose in this episode or the last one?
She didn't speak in this episode.
Rose does nothing.
She didn't speak
I forgot she was in the fight. When she got up on Infinity Wars at the end, stands up, I'm like, oh, she's alive. So Ruby's mum is discovered, and turns out she was just a 15-year-old teen pregnancy with a douchebag stepdad
who had no database entries despite being normal.
Yes, she was off completely. It snowed around Ruby. Everyone thought she was special because we thought she was special.
Yeah, but they say at the start, the first scene with Ruby or whatever with Davina McCall, your mum, this is really rare, has no kind of footprint.
Yep.
Mad. Absolutely mad. Clearly it's someone who lives in fucking Manchester at the time, and given that it's England, and speaking as someone from England, people don't move around that much. If the chances are, and she's probably just 2 roads away.
And if she chose that church particular, she's probably nearby.
Probably nearby. But no. Yeah, also she would have given birth to a child
in a
hospital.
Yeah.
Probably real close by. And without a stepdad noticing she was pregnant.
Yeah, she hid that for the entire time.
My wife was going, is she a baby? I said, no, they're not going to have a baby in Doctor Who.
Her dad was bad, and I'm like, oh god. And then they go, the father was this old, so it's like she couldn't take care of her. But then they decide we can now go visit the mum because it's not timey-wimey.
No, you missed one more bit that broke my brain. So Ruby's mum, a 15-year-old girl with a hood on, was walking away from her baby and then pointed to a street sign.
No, she pointed through the Doctor, through the TARDIS, through Sutekh,
to a street
at a street sign.
Historically,
because we cleaned up the footage.
But historically, this woman did that.
Yes, in her brain, this hooded figure that wears her hood down to here turns and ominously goes
to a road sign, which is her naming her baby
Ruby Road.
No one witnessed.
Not Ruby Road. Not even on the camera, mind you, because they say they cleaned up the footage, which means they must have still used the time window, because on the footage, Ruby never saw her point. They never make any reference of the mum turning and pointing. All the mum ever did was like walk past the camera.
Yeah, and Ruby goes, I thought I was just named for just the simple reason I was on the road. I was just named by whoever found me. I didn't know I was named by my mum.
Yes, I was named. You're still named after the road, but
weren't.
My mum did it.
But you weren't there because those people didn't witness her pointing.
They had the same idea. They said, we found her on Ruby Road. We'll call her Ruby. And the mum also apparently had that.
Okay.
I'm abandoning her on Ruby Road. Then the thought is maybe that she doesn't live nearby, and the reason she put her on Ruby Road is because she liked the name Ruby. So she named her Ruby, left her on Ruby Road, then pointed at a sign with no one around just so that they would know that. And then it's more meaningful because the mum named it. Could have left her a note. Even Harry Potter got a goddamn note. Harry Potter was left with a note explaining everything. It could have blown away. They could have shown this lovely note of like, blah, 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 blah. It got blown away, and that's meaningful. But no. But no, there is no answer. It doesn't make sense.
What are you playing at, Russell? It's what? Because I was there like, the fuck is this? So she's just normal. And so, and it's like, oh, she really did just do the mystery box. Like, even J.J. Abrams would be like, fucking hell, come on, mate. Because that was ridiculous, that you have this big mystery to just go,
Again, she's only important because of the meta thing with us thinking she's important.
No, fuck you. No, sorry.
But
No.
Susan was also a mystery box. Susan Triad was also a mystery box, and Susan was named after Susan, the granddaughter, and TARDIS. So that was also another mystery box, but that one wasn't special. Susan Triad didn't get snow.
I don't want to devolve into a rant of like, I didn't get my answer. I didn't get Luke waving his lightsaber the way I wanted him to wave it. I get it. I get narratives. I really do understand. But this was really stupid because the first thing we're told is, Ruby, who's my mum? Why did she leave me? So we're all...
Why is it snowing?
Why is it snowing? So I was there
It's not just that she's an orphan, it's that it snows.
Is Ruby somehow Susan or a child of Susan? She's the great-granddaughter of the Doctor. I'm here thinking it has to be something like that, right? Because we've mentioned Susan so many times now.
It's literally just Rey Skywalker all over again. Because Rey Kenobi, I guess. Because when Rey picks up the lightsaber, it speaks to her and chooses her. Why would it choose her? Oh, no.
In Force Awakens, it was going to be Rey Kenobi. In Episode 8, it was she's no one. The Force is made her strong because if she's, he was going for what I think you should fucking do. I know you're going to cut this shit out, but I agree with Rian Johnson. Balance is having powerful dark, powerful light. Balance isn't just having light. That is fucking stupid. I like Ryan for that take. I don't give a shit. It's true. So that's fine. But then when you go and she's the child of his clone and the fucking Scouse actress from Killing Eve, like, lovely, I'm so sorry we're going to have to leave you alone on this planet, but we do love you, like it's stupid.
It had to happen.
But that really fucked me off. So then you get this, and it's so bad. I'm not saying it needs to be. It needs to be a big reveal that Ruby is this.
No, it does, because he set it up to be.
That's what I'm saying. Don't do this then. Don't do this then.
It's annoying because he builds up the woman on the planet with the spoon too.
A kind woman is waiting with something absolutely vital.
It's because this episode has nothing
going on. So
going
there's multiple Claras and multiple Susan Triads, or just like...
And there is, every time the Doctor lands, there is a Susan Triad for the last... since 1981.
We never noticed.
Which means... he never noticed till now. He also never noticed Clara, which is a bit more fucky, but also that was like retroactively done, meaning like we never saw her because she was purposely staying out of the way and stuff. Whereas, I never even said, the reason Sutekh reveals himself was because he wanted to know the mystery of Ruby Sunday.
Was it? Sorry, this is literally, it's blown me away.
He says the reason he came forth and revealed himself and put Susans everywhere was because of that, was because of the mystery of Ruby Sunday, which again is... But... we then go to meet the mum, and instead of showing us the mum and giving us the mum and Ruby talk and finally bond, the Doctor tells us Ruby's mum's life and how great it was and that she's a nurse now. Then Ruby sits down and bombards her and is like, "G'day, mum." And it's like, oh.
I went through a lot of things with that because it was him going, because I guess Russell wants to be like, not to demonise parents who abandon their children.
Which I guess she semi has a right to because she put her up for adoption and there's no, like...
Yeah, but you get the bit with him going, maybe she leave her alone, she's having a happy life, she didn't pursue you, but then that's her choice because it's like, okay to give up adoption. Because remember Space Babies, when we had that whole thing about adoption and
I'm adopted.
So we can't demonise her because it's a really bad trend in fantasy and all these things that people that demonise when they're...
like Harry Potter.
Yeah.
And because Ruby doesn't hold a grudge against anyone or have any real anger, she immediately loves her mum and is like, we're best friends now. So she's best friends with her mum.
Every Christmas I thought every Christmas I'll get in touch, but she'll hate me. I don't know why I've made her more brummy.
A lot of people have said that this was the best moment for them. Like, they're like, oh, the episode was pretty bad, but that last 15 minutes of like Ruby and her mum was great. They don't talk. Ruby talks at her mum, and then they f off, and then they're all crowding around.
We've got loads of photos.
Yeah, and they're like,
text.
"Oh, let's all be like." I'm like, "Oh, so I guess Ruby's gonna hang out with her mum instead of being in the TARDIS. Maybe she runs into the TARDIS to say goodbye, but then they take off." And I'm like, "Oh, damn, that could be cool."
And the mum's completely cool. Like, "Oh, hey, I'm 19, I'm Ruby, and this is my 2,000-year-old time-traveling friend." And then she's just there. Mate, that would be so wild for that woman.
But mum's on board. But I thought maybe that would be the drama. And like Ruby wants to get back because she finally found her mum and now she's taken away from her. And the doctor's accidentally stolen her because like we did a 1963, the TARDIS is just fucked off. It's like, that'd be crazy. But instead it's just like, I'm going to go talk to my mum for a day or two. And then we're going to go traveling again. You good, babes?
I was so clutching at straws. I was like hoping the dad would be someone important, but
anything.
Not.
But no, it's Rey Skywalker, baby.
And he's upset. And we don't even get like a...
He cries
What?
again.
What? Usually we get, when the doctor flies away sad, you get something edging into the Christmas. There was no Christmas special.
Yes.
The doctor will return at Christmas.
Who's written by Stephen Moffat.
Thank
Christmas is written by Moffat.
Oh,
and stars,
thank Christ.
And co-stars Nicola Coughlan.
Oh, yeah. Oh, my wife will love that. She should be the companion. My wife will scream that, going, why isn't she the companion? She'd be way better.
She should be. But that's all there is to say. This episode was stupid as hell. I don't think anything is redeemable about this episode. I can't think of anything I liked. No, that's a lie. The very opening kept the tension. So the first 5 minutes kept the tension of the last episode, which was the only bit of the last episode I liked. And then that completely drops off to an exposition dump leading into tiny adventure, leading into leashing the god. All three gods we've met this season were neutered, and I keep saying neutered because he's a puppy and my brain finds that funny, I guess. All three gods were defeated by the dumbest means necessary. If anything, Jinx Monsoon was defeated the best. Because it was, I have to find these magical keys, but also had the doctor figure that out. Anyway, it's stupid. I'm done.
No, I'm not. He does look good in that outfit, though, eh? The big emotional goodbye.
Not a goodbye.
No,
She's
but
in the next season.
Yeah. They're hugging like, farewell,
yes.
Best friend, I love you. It's no Rose and David on the beach.
No.
It's not even Martha going, I'll see you again.
Well, again, there was no consequences. They won. Like, because of Sutekh coming and murdering everyone, Ruby got a mum out of it.
Is it worse than the blows of Chibbers?
This episode felt lazy. It's a bunch of because Russell decided so. He gets in the building because Russell decided so. The TARDIS memory becomes a thing because he decided so. The whistle can control the TARDIS now, even though Sutekh has been in charge of the TARDIS since the 80s.
Well, for them, it's hundreds of years at this point. From thousands of years in the Doctor's timeline.
For over 1,000 years, Sutekh has been in charge of the TARDIS, but a whistle can take back over the TARDIS.
So Sutekh was there when they brought back Gallifrey, or all of them were together.
Every time they got changed. Anyway, no, we're done. We're done. Tell me what you thought.
You couldn't have liked it. The comment below will be, if you liked it, explain yourself.
Subscribe. I want the show to be good. Please subscribe. We'll talk about it. Christmas episode very well might be good because Moffat made one of the best episodes this season.
It's going to have an incredible actress as his... People will be calling for her to be the assistant. Guaranteed people will call for her to be the assistant. Today we are talking about why Doctor Who Season 1 failed. And I think that's it. I think we are going to say it failed. Yeah. I'd be curious as a returning Who head and as a committed Who head, it's failed for us. And I'd be interested if this really has grabbed at the younger audience the same way the initial Davis era did and the Moffat Matt Smith era that kind of grabbed the Tumblr girl era. That was their main goal. They wanted to pick up the new followers. Unsure if that's because they already knew that they lost the old ones or whether the new people are the ones that buy more merchandise or like just give you more money. Yeah, because I can't help but feel a little bit George Lucas-y prequel-y at the moment, where I'm sure everyone was very thrilled at the time when it was like George Lucas is writing, directing the prequel film. And I think when it was announced that Russell would be returning, I was mostly very pleased. I was like, great. It's more exciting thinking David Tennant's back and the writer that brought it back originally. Like, he seemed like almost a safe bet. It's almost like a palate cleanser and small reboot type vibe. Yeah, it's like soft reboot. Yeah, the way we were talking about it, we're like, we'd be happy if he just redid what he did with Rose and Series 1. But he kind of did in a lot of episodes. Like, he took a lot of those Series 1 DNA bits and bobs, but then he's made them worse. Space Babies is half the time it's a shot-for-shot remake of End of the World. The entire season is less than. It doesn't have any character tension, which we've been harping on to. A lot of people have finally caught on to the fact that there's no character tension. Yeah, I'm quite smug that, back in Christmas episode we were going,
They're best friends really quick.
They're best friends really quick. But, Russell knows what he's doing.
Yeah.
I'm sure it'll work out fine. And
We gave him a lot of, he'll figure it out. We trust him.
We were playing Shooty and Millie as opposed to Doctor and Ruby. And I was like, they don't actually know each other. They're not going to be besties immediately. And I was like, oh, yeah.
We both have experience on film sets and at least also studying film. And I understand that things happen on the day, things change, scenes get cut. So I respect, obviously, the craft of being a showrunner and developing a TV show. But it really did feel like he dropped the ball. And we've been saying that there's a better version of this show. And as you pointed out, the better version...
It's Series 1.
Is the original Season 1 of Christopher Eccleston, yeah.
Fantastic.
It makes me think that a showrunner shouldn't also be a writer. A showrunner should have an overall vision, but he shouldn't be writing every single episode. And here, the only 2 episodes he didn't write are widely considered to be the best 2 episodes of the season.
Particularly ones that involve the Doctor and yes.
They seem to actually show his character rather than RTD has what it is in his head. He seems to keep cutting things that would help a lot.
He seems to have a lot of in his head, yeah.
He's cut a lot out. There was one scene in the finale where he was supposed to say, I love you to Ruby to show that he's grown, because we were talking a lot about how it seems like he's putting on a bit of a facade, not showing his feelings, considering he's supposed to be the Doctor that went through therapy.
Ebbs, the Season 3 Doctor, where he's pretending for Martha.
Yes, whereas here, they filmed him saying, I love you to Ruby, not to her face. He said it later on. He said it to the console. So after she left, he was like, oh, I love you. Probably should have said it to her face, considering this is the girl with abandonment issues. Not issues, though, because she has no character tension. She loves everyone. But they just cut that.
I'm not going to, because I never want to be someone who goes, oh, he's social justice warrior, got in the way here. But it's weird where Russell has decided to draw the line, the TARDIS needs to look like a Foxtel remote because we can't have people thinking they're guns. But then we're also going to have a 13-year-old boy have a gun guns. in his Segway.
And Unit is happy to hire a 15-year-old and a 13-year-old, but also Davros has to have legs now.
There's a version of this show where Ruby is just a straight orphan with no family whatsoever.
Yeah.
And the reason why her and the Doctor click is because they both feel alone. And then at the end of this, she finds her parents and then he's still alone.
Yes. In an interview, he says that the Timeless Child revelation will carry through into this season. The only real thing is that they're both orphans.
That's it.
But always the Doctor always felt like an orphan because the Doctor never fit in. The Doctor never belonged. So technically that would have worked without the Timeless Child. The only thing the Timeless Child has given us is that he definitely was an orphan. Oh wait, okay, a foundling. His parents could be alive.
If you want to give layers and you just want to rip yourself off, just have it be Shooty is still kind of... He's burying it under the I'm all good, I'm all fine, but Gallifrey got blown up again. Oh God, I'm still alone. How many times can I do this?
But it seems like he wants to do his idea of Doctor Who now, which was a good thing back in the day. But his idea of Doctor Who now is it should just be silly, light fun. It shouldn't really have anything hard-hitting until all of a sudden it does have something super hard-hitting and socially like Dot and Bubble.
Then have it be 8 episodes of falling in a place, solving a problem, going home. Have it be that then.
It should have been, but that's the thing. It's it seems incongruous with what he wants and what he ended up giving us. There's an interview where he says the mystery that they bring forward of Ruby Sunday, which ended up being an absolute big wet fart.
Sadly.
The way he talks about it is it's storytelling in the internet age. It's purposely making mystery to drum up hype. It's kind of like what Lost did to a degree, where it's it's a bunch of mystery, but turns out it's nothing.
Westworld is another example.
Yeah, but with those, it's built into the story, whereas here, a lot of the actual intrigue and excitement comes from interviews that he's done. So it's he's relying on other mediums to talk up this main medium, which is then in turn building its own content. He even says the words...
And was that deliberate?
Yes, you just hope it'll generate content.
He's doing this mystery to drum up excitement, not because it's a good mystery.
Yeah, but that's it. I mean, there was no big fan going, who's Ruby's parents, the same way we're wondering who the Man in Black is in Westworld,
yes.
Or who's Jon Snow's parents, or in Game of Thrones or something.
And it's inconsequential. The reason it's inconsequential is because he really did like The Last Jedi. He liked the idea that the person we drummed up to be someone was nothing. But the difference is we drummed up Ray because she was someone.
She's doing something special.
Yes, she is definitely doing things special. So that's where the mystery comes from. She was going to be someone, and then turns out later on in episode 9 she is someone. But that's the thing. She's built up organically to be someone because she was going to be, and then they rug pulled to not be anyone. We didn't place the importance on her for no reason. Like, we were given a reason. And that's why some people actually like the fact that she's no one. Whereas with Ruby being no one makes no sense, because then you get the ominous things like the dramatic 15-year-old in a mystery cloak turning around and pointing.
Or her floating and singing in the Maestro episode.
The Maestro says there's a hidden song in her. Multiple gods refer to Ruby as a creature.
And then those weird fourth wall breaking, which I guess was just the Maestro working her magic.
Completely separate.
Yeah, because you on about weird theory that
everyone for a while thought that the whole season was in a TV show because Mrs. Flood was a watcher of the TV show.
That is a theory that she maybe is the god of stories or something.
Yep.
Yeah. But all that didn't go anywhere either.
Nope.
Like, we're told that He Who Waits was waiting on the TARDIS, and he's the one they've all been talking about.
Other fans have said it, we've said it. There's a lot of ways to do your Sutekh mystery in a good way, where Sutekh echoes back through time because he was found in Wild Blue Yonder when they hit the edge of the universe and he breaks out the gods, whereas the Toymaker says, my legions are coming.
Yeah.
The only legion that is his, first off, we see one other legion apart from Sutekh. That one other legion is Maestro, who is the Toymaker's offspring. But then Sutekh seems unrelated. Russell needs to be banned from interviews. Russell says that
Sutekh actually wasn't a god of death in the past. He was an Assyrian. Those 50 years in the time vortex and the arrival into the universe of the pantheon of gods has kind of evolved Sutekh to become the head of that pantheon.
So Russell can't even explain why Sutekh is a god now.
But wasn't... When the Toymaker was talking about how he tricked the Master and did all that, but then is it Sutekh he refers to as the one he didn't go near?
Yes. He Who Waits.
So it's so stupid.
He didn't dare. There's no reason the Toymaker wouldn't have been able to mess up Sutekh's entire stuff, considering you can put him on a leash.
Yeah. I think there's a large problem with criticism online because it's like it's the easy ball, it's the open goal. You see, like with Star Wars, it's woke media. It's because of lesbian
space witches.
You know, like we've seen in the comments here, Doctor Who's too woke now. If it would have been better if it wasn't woke, and we've said it's been woke forever.
But also, there's almost nothing woke about anything that's happened.
There's nothing woke. If you think because the Doctor is a gay black man now, and Maestro was a trans woman, and you think that's inherently political and is a problem, then that is your problem. It's not a problem at all.
So the season as a whole, right? So
yeah.
There's no real memorable bad guys. So we basically fight AI a bunch and we fight slugs. The only really mean person is Apquillium, who is
just
a politician.
Regular dude.
Well, he's a bad politician. So your options for bad guys are slugs or a bunch of different AIs. Oh, and then Maestro, but again, Maestro was the Pantheon, who is probably the most interesting bad guy.
Remember, like Doctor used to be toys. You used to have the David Tennant toys. You've got some of them around here.
Yeah, you'd think Disney would want to be able to make marketable stuff. You'd think they'd want to be able to make those cards.
You think they'd be going, can you get the Daleks in?
Yeah.
Oh, like, let's get some Disney Daleks.
There's no way we don't get them in season 2.
Oh, there's no way now. But then it's amazing that he made the same mistake as Chibbers. Like, Chibbers wanted to kind of go back to the old historical vibe. He kind of had a vision, and it seems here Russell's vision was fantasy stuff.
The fantasy aspect of the season as a whole hurt it majorly, in my opinion.
I wouldn't have known if he didn't say.
Exactly. That's why. He didn't bother going into it enough, and the reason it's fantasy is because he didn't want to explain anything. He didn't want to actually come up with clever reasons. It's not, this happens, so this happens. This season is just, I've decided this is going to happen, and I'm not going to tell you why.
Yeah, I think if you want to shorten it all down to, it's the heart of the problem is we've talked about it forever. It's the Doctor and his companion,
who are the only things that we see. Like, they're the main point.
Yeah, they're the only thing that